The elemental nation's continent is much larger than people realize, as it was once part of a much larger land mass than the maps shown today. If you look at the map, you'll notice that it doesn't show what's beyond Iwa and Suna, beyond the country of earth and wind. For you see, all of the elemental countries are located on the country's eastern side, and what lies beyond those two countries is a massive wall that stretches for miles from the most northern part of the continent to the southern part, completely separating the east from the west. This wall prevents violence from spreading from the west to the east. When it came to power comparisons, the west was superior to the east in every way, whether it was technology, fighting styles, or even power. The contrast was so stark that it was as if he had a huge demonic dragon ruling over his land versus a small frog in his small well. Nobody, not even the cages of shinobi villages or the daimyos ruling over their domain, would dare to cross this barrier. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara dared not cross the wall for fear of drawing attention to even one of the war-hardened factions there. Beyond this massive wall, which was erected during the time of the Sage of the Six Paths by the sage himself, fought warlords, samurais, shinobis, assassins, and even demons to protect their respective territories from rivals. It was the reason the sage built the wall in the first place, knowing that without it, the East would be easily consumed by the powers of the West. Years later, many feudal lords of the East commissioned the Whirlpool clan to use their mastery of the sealing arts to cover the walls with seals to prevent deterioration and strengthen them. Before his death, the Sage of the Six Paths declared that if the West's conflicts were brought to the East, more than half of the East would be wiped out before a proper counterattack could be mounted. Naturally, legends and myths fade with the passage of time. The warnings were ignored because the East believed they were powerful, if not invincible. Nobody, however, dares to cross. How could they? There was no point in going over to a war-torn land to conquer if they didn't believe they could get anything of value. Warnings were ignored over time as the East's arrogance and stupidity grew, until a single incident became the catalyst that completely shook the East's foundations. And that specific incident occurred on a day when Uchiha Sasuke decided to defect from Konoha to join Orochimaru, but was unable to do so due to the efforts of one Uzumaki Naruto, and was returned to Konoha. The two had fought in a brutal battle, with Naruto on a mission to bring Sasuke back to the Leaf and the Uchiha on a mission to slay his pursuer for greater power. Naruto had received 2 Chidori to the chest, but he had endured the lethality of the jutsu, as well as the pure agony that came with the rest of his injuries from the battle to return Sasuke to Konoha. Naruto used 2 tails of chakra to overwhelm Sasuke in the last Chidori versus Rasengan battle. The blonde shinobi hoped that his actions would demonstrate that he was not a monster, that he was not the Kyuubi, and, most importantly, that he was finally worthy of Konoha's recognition. The council, made up of 11 civilians, 11 clan heads, 2 advisors, and the Hokage, would finally recognize him. He was, unfortunately, mistaken. Uzumaki Naruto. Genin Ninja number 12607, Tsunade said in a hushed tone, not trusting her own voice. It is my duty to inform you that a vote has been held, and a majority decision of 17-8 in the council has been made to strip you of your rank and banish you from Konoha, effective immediately. The reason for this is that, despite your mission, you have caused significant harm to the last Uchiha. You have until the next sunset to leave the Leaf Village, and if you do, you will be killed on sight. Another reason Tsunade didn't say anything was that everyone had seen Naruto use the Kyuubi's chakra and was afraid of the fox escaping. Despite the 4th sealing ability, Naruto had been summoned to the council despite still being severely injured from the battle. Naruto was not even allowed to recover from his injuries before being exiled by the council. As Naruto looked around the council, he was taken aback by this statement. The civilians and advisors all had smug expressions on their faces, happy that the demon brat would finally leave and the curse would be lifted. Danzo had 2 votes because he controlled the Shimura and was the current voice for the Uchiha until Sasuke reached the age of majority, and he used them to expel Naruto. Of course, he had his own plans for forcibly recruiting the Jinchuriki into route while he was out of sight of the village. The Kuruma and Inuzaka clans were the last to vote for Naruto's exile because they both believed Naruto was the Kyuubi, one by popular opinion and the other by instinct and smell. The rest of the clan heads scoffed at the voters. Tsunade looked like she was about to cry when she saw Naruto's heartbroken face, but she resisted showing any emotion in front of the heartless bastards who stole Naruto's dreams. Naruto slowly removed his headband and placed it on the floor. He reached for his necklace, only to be stopped by Tsunade. Keep it, it's yours. "And I hope it keeps you safe," Tsunade said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Naruto exited the council chamber and returned home to pack. Before dismissing the council, the 17 voters quickly revoked the Sandame's law about Naruto being the Kyuubi's container, allowing the young generation to learn the truth. The news spread quickly among them, and their reactions ranged from one extreme to the other. While walking back to his house to pack, Naruto noticed the rest of the Konoha 12, excluding himself and Sasuke. Sakura yelled, "That Baka deserves to die for hitting Sasuke-kun." Agreed. We should track down and kill that demon. Ino agreed with Sakura and yelled, "I should have known he was the fox all along. He should have died because I could smell that scent on him," Kiba muttered. "How disrespectful. Naruto cheated us and was the fox," Lee exclaimed. Naruto was already crying and contemplating suicide when he heard a voice he thought he'd never hear say this. "Shut up, Lee," Neji said coldly. Lee was stunned by this statement and was about to argue when he noticed Tenten staring coldly at him as well. "He is no better off than I am. He has a seal similar to mine, but worse, even with this caged bird seal. I am recognized as a shinobi and a prodigy among the people. Naruto has a seal that keeps the Kyuubi at bay. And yet many people in this village despise him." Despite sinking into despair, he continued to defy his fate as a scapegoat. "He even forced me to admit that fate was a jerk and that I should not follow her. Seals are familiar to me because I use them in my weapons. A scroll with a kunai on it is not the kunai itself, while the Kyuubi is inside, sealed away. Naruto remains Naruto." Tenten was added. "These cretins don't even know the difference between a scroll and a kunai." Naruto couldn't figure out why Hinata was crying. "Troublesome." Shikamaru grumbled. He also believed Naruto was not the Kyuubi, but was unable to form words due to his rage. Chaoji stood behind Shikamaru, finishing his 4th bag of chips. "Thank you," Naruto said quietly as he walked back to his house. Shino was completely overlooked in all of this. The news that Naruto had been exiled spread quickly, and the majority of the citizens rejoiced. Shinobis and Kunoichis were celebrating the fact that the demon that had plagued them for so long had vanished. Only a few citizens and shinobi were saddened by the fact that a shinobi had been expelled for doing his job. People were still celebrating as night fell on the town. Naruto, on the other hand, was packing his meager belongings into his pack and preparing to leave. Kakashi and even Jiraiya, his 2 teachers on whom he relied, never showed up to say anything. Someone knocked on his door just as he was about to cry himself to sleep. He didn't want to get it because he assumed it was one of the people who despised him. But the knocking became persistent. He stood up, opened the door, and yelled, "What are you looking for? Can't you just leave me alone?" When he looked up, he saw Hayashi, the clan head of the Hyuga clan. Hinata was blushing and poking her fingers together, as she, too, had no idea why she was here. "Naruto, may I enter? I swear I won't hurt you," Hayashi stated. He let them both in, stunned, before closing the door. Hayashi quickly closed all the windows and blinds before applying a silencing seal to the walls. This conversation never happened. "Naruto," Hayashi stated solemnly. Naruto gulped, unsure why he was here. "I've come to ask you for a favor," Hayashi said, taking both Naruto and Hinata by surprise. "I require that you take Hinata with you on your exile." Hinata began to cry and tried her hardest to hold back the tears. "My father doesn't even want me any longer," she lamented. Naruto was enraged. How could a father abandon his daughter in this manner? The next statement, on the other hand, caught both of them off guard. "I don't have much time left to stop my daughter from being branded with the caged bird seal. I do not want her to be imprisoned in a cage and forced into a loveless marriage in order to increase the Hyuga's wealth. I tried my hardest, but the elders rejected my decision to brand her and sell her to someone. I'd rather see her fly free with someone she loves and become a missing nin than see that happen," Hayashi stated. He bowed to Naruto and lowered his head to the ground. Please protect my daughter." Naruto was surprised that someone of Hayashi's status would bow to him, while Hinata was surprised and felt loved. All those years of insults within the Hyuga clan, and her father actually loved her, despite his actions. "I promised to Dadabeo, but why should I? I thought you despised me," Naruto stated. Hayashi laughed, frightening both preteens. "I could never dislike you. You are my best friend's son. You've met my family. Please tell me," Naruto interjected, eager to learn more about his family. People told him his entire life that he was unwanted and abandoned. The 3rd Hokage always claimed otherwise but never revealed his ancestry to him. "Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to due to the risk of treason," Hayashi snarled. This seemed to depress Naruto. "I believe this is the end of the story. On a side note, I'm going to become distracted and drop something, never remembering it. It might contain information about your family, but you should read it after you've left the village." As he stood up, Hayashi accidentally dropped a scroll in front of Naruto. Come on, Hinata, we have a lot to get ready. Naruto was stunned on his bed as they left when he suddenly went into a trance and appeared in his mindscape. When he turned around, he saw the Kyuubi staring back at him. What do you want? Naruto inquired coldly. All the Kyuubi could do was sigh. Kid, I guess it's my fault you've been exiled. I've never understood why you wanted to be Hokage of this desolate land. Naruto remained deafeningly silent. He wanted to be Hokage, but he'd never get the chance, even if he hadn't been banished. He realized that the people would never let him become Hokage because of their hatred for being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. My point is, as an apology, I'll help you train using my power. The Kyuubi explained. Naruto didn't trust him right away, but he said he'd think about it. Naruto wasn't alone that night. As he had expected, Chuchai and Iam closed their shop for the day and brought Naruto ramen to cheer him up. Haruka joined them because they were all upset that Naruto had been exiled for doing his job. In the end, all good things came to an end when the sunrise arrived too soon. Naruto had packed all of his belongings before leaving. He left Konoha quietly because he didn't want to stay there any longer. Hinata had already been snuck out earlier by her father and was waiting for them at the agreed-upon tree. Both took one last look at Konoha after meeting with Hinata before heading west. The plan was to travel to Suna, where they might find refuge. Before they had gone 1 mile, they were stopped by 2 people they had never expected to see. Neji and Tenten stood by some trees, gear packed and seals ready to go. What are you guys doing here? Naruto inquired. Tenten and Neji-san. Hinata stuttered, terrified that they were there to bring her back. Relax. We're coming with you, Tenten said. I have sworn to protect you, Hinata-sama. I won't be able to protect you if you leave, so I'll accompany you, Neji declared. Naruto and Hinata both began to cry as a result of this. They attempted to persuade them to return, claiming that they would be fine, but were unable to do so. Instead, they decided to stop after moving a little further ahead to give Neji and Tenten more time to consider their decision before going too far out. The 4 travelers decided to stop for the night at an opening they discovered. Naruto tried once more to persuade Tenten and Neji to return, but both were obstinate. Neji swore to protect Hinata, and Tenten desired to accompany Neji while escaping Konoha's corruption. She wasn't really leaving anyone behind because she was also an orphan. Suddenly, some bushes behind them shook. They met Hanabi and Konohamaru as they took their kunai and entered taijutsu stances. Boss, Oenii-san. Hanabi and Konohamaru both cried out, running up to Naruto and Hinata and hugging them. What are you doing here? You too. You must return. It is not safe. Naruto yelled. Konohamaru exclaimed, I'm not leaving you, boss. I didn't want to be alone. Hinata-ni-san. Hanabi exclaimed as she sobbed. After allowing all of them to cry, Naruto finally asked the question that had been on their minds. How did you come across us? Some ninjas led us to you, saying they were going to help you, Konohamaru explained. They all froze at this point. The Kyuubi yelled out from within Naruto's mindscape kit. Dodge, move, exclaimed Naruto. The ground they were standing on was suddenly filled with shurikens and kunai as they all moved. Hanabi and Konohamaru couldn't stop shaking after seeing how close they had come to death. 10 shinobi appeared with Anbu masks and the root sign on their masks. Naruto Uzumaki, you will accompany us back to Danzo-sama to be trained for his greatness, their leader said monotonously. When the shinobi looked around, he noticed the others. 3 Hyugas, 1 Sarutobi, and an orphan are present. You will all accompany us to Danzo training. Samas, you have no other option. I'm not going back to that hellhole, yelled Naruto, taking a fighting stance. Everyone took up fighting positions until another interruption occurred, exacerbating the situation. Well, if it's not the Kyuubi brat, exclaimed Kasame. Naruto, come with us, Itachi said emotionlessly. Crap, this couldn't get any worse, Naruto thought. HMPH, allow me to take control for a while, and I'll show them what it's like to mess with the Lord of Foxes, Kyuubi exclaimed. Naruto raised his head. He couldn't yet put his trust in the demon to protect his friends. One of the root Anbu suddenly made a hand seal, causing Neji to collapse in pain. The man removed his mask to reveal that he was a main branch Hyuga disguised as a root Anbu. Hahaha, we can not only get rid of Hayashi's weakling heirs, but we can also put the branch family in their place. The shinobi laughed. Neji, exclaimed the young shinobis, leave me alone. As protect yourselves, Neji yelled as he clutched his brow. I'm not leaving you, exclaimed Tenten. What should I do? Thanks, Naruto. Everything was going wrong, and only a deal with the devil or a miracle could save them at this point. The miracle came crashing through some trees. Incoming, yelled a figure before crashing into the middle of them all. The Akatsuki members were amused. The young shinobis were perplexed. And Root was emotionless. Soon after, the dust cloud dissipated, and a young man with slick black hair combed back and a few stray hairs in front of his brow emerged from the crater he had created. His outfit consisted of a yellow tank top, blue wushu pants, and green wristbands. His brown eyes, on the other hand, told them he was a warrior. WOOT, new high jump record, yelled the figure. Clearly oblivious to his surroundings, he took a look around before noticing Neji, who was still on the ground, clutching his brow. He was clearly trying to figure out what was wrong with him, while the others were still trying to get Neji up. Naruto and Hinata took positions in front of him. Before anyone could react, he vanished and reappeared in front of Neji. Before anyone could react, the man nearby removed Neji's headband and peered curiously at the caged bird seal. Cool, as a souvenir, said the man as he placed a piece of paper on Neji's brow. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, there was a loud ripping sound followed by a scream of pain. Did he just stick a piece of sticky tape paper on the brat's forehead? Kisame wondered. Bastard, yelled Naruto as he attempted to tackle the man with Hinata, who easily avoided it. Wait, look at his brow. Tenten was taken aback. Everyone looked up to see that the caged bird seal had been replaced by a red mark on Neji's forehead. What? It's impossible, the Hyuga growled. He dashed up to the man and attempted a juken strike to the man's heart, but, before he could, a foot landed on his face. Nice job running into my foot, the man joked as he stretched his leg out in front of him. Frustrated, the Hyuga swung his foot away and attempted to strike him. But the man was too quick. You're within my divination range. 32 palms and 8 trigrams, the Hyuga yelled. The man grabbed the Hyuga's wrists before the first palm was fired, effectively stopping the attack. I hope you're ready for a beating because here it comes, exclaimed the man as he broke both of Hyuga's wrists. The shinobi couldn't even react as the other man threw him down before unleashing a barrage of fists that even Itachi struggled to see with his sharing. That was boring, the man said before looking around. At this point, the entire Root Anbu sprang into action. Hand seals were blazing through them all, hoping to finish this dangerous man off with a long-range jutsu. Many of them exclaimed, fire style. Fireball jutsu. Soon, 9 fireballs were hurled at the man, who was still standing there. Wait a minute, exclaimed Hinata. She couldn't bear the thought of losing someone who had saved them. Kit, watch carefully, the Kyuubi said as Naruto was about to use his shadow clones. Huh, muttered Naruto. The Kyuubi went on. This man isn't your typical guy. He could be even more powerful than I am. Before Naruto could comprehend what the Kyuubi had just said, the man shifted his position slightly so that his left side was facing the Root Shinobis. His left hand was holding his right fist behind his back. As the fireballs approached, he threw his right fist in the air and yelled, shotgun. The man's hand glowed bright blue without the use of any hand seals and began shooting out many tiny blue blasts from the fist. It pierced the fireballs, extinguishing them and striking all of the Root ninjas. They were all dead within seconds. Well, that was simple, the man said, rotating his arms. He looked around at the other people, who were still in awe of him. When he realized this, he began bragging. I'm awesome, right? Exclaimed the man, his nose appearing to grow longer. This caused everyone to perspire. Itachi was the first to shake it off before returning his focus to Naruto, though he kept a wary eye on the man. Come along with us. Itachi came to a halt when he noticed something wrong with this image. Naruto no longer wore a headband, which was strange given his desire to become a Hokage in the past. There were 2 unmarked Hyugas, 1 X-marked Hyuga, and 2 other people. None of them appeared to be on a mission, but rather attempting to flee. Before he could think any further, the man appeared between him and the children. Listen, buddy. I'm not sure why you want these brats, but if you do, you have to go through me first, the man said, pounding his fists together. Kisame was gleeful and about to attack when Itachi abruptly raised his hand first, stopping Kisame from attacking. Kisame lowered his sword as he scowled at Itachi. Naruto, please explain. Are you still a shinobi? Itachi inquired. Naruto lowered his head in shame and tears, confirming the truth. Itachi took a step forward and turned to face Kisame. This is where we split, he said. Kisame looked at him, perplexed. I promised to protect Konoha and carry out the wishes of the 4th. Konoha has clearly fallen from grace, but I will not fail the other. Leave if you don't want to fight, because I don't want to have to kill you. Kisame gave Itachi a strange look before sighing and sitting down. I joined Akatsuki for fun, but you're still more enjoyable to be around. I'll accompany you and leave Akatsuki behind. Itachi paused for a moment before acknowledging Kisame's decision and turning to face the man. Thank you for keeping them safe. No problem, the man replied. But what's wrong with Blonde? Naruto told everyone his story after everyone had reacclimated around the campfire. after finishing his life story. The man appeared to be preparing to march to Konoha and destroy them. My foolish little brother. Itachi grumbled, it appears he has fallen further than I imagined. Along with Konoha, in that case. Why don't you come with me? The man suggested. Everyone looked at him, thinking before they asked the big question. Where are you from? Tenten, who had Neji's head on her lap, inquired. From the west, over that massive wall. The man explained. Everyone went completely still. They'd been taught that anyone from the other side of the wall posed a threat. Kasama appeared even more eager to fight him now. How did you end up here? Hinata inquired. I leaped. I was competing in a jumping contest with a friend when I went a little too far, stated the gentleman. I can keep you safe. Although I must admit that you Easterners are extremely frail. Most of us don't bother going over the wall because it repels most of us. But I'm an exception, however. I must warn you that the West is extremely chaotic, almost every day. There is a lot of fighting. They all looked at each other before deciding to accompany him. Naruto, Hinata, Tenten, Neji, Hanabi, and Konohamaru had nowhere else to go at this point. Kasama was more excited to see the West, where he had heard that there are people even more powerful than him. Everyone packed their belongings and left the next morning after sleeping. This is where it all starts. This is where Naruto and his friends travel to the West, where the elemental nations are never seen until much later. This is where Naruto grows up and becomes emperor of the West with his friends. By the way, who are you, Danabeo? Naruto inquired. I never introduced myself, right? In my kingdom, I'm the badass, one of the most powerful people in my country. The title is after 7 years. The Imperial Palace of the West was breathtaking. Its majestic structure, combined with its vibrant culture, could make any nation jealous. The gardens were filled with lovely and rare flowers, all neatly arranged to enhance the view. Inside the structure, there were magnificent red carpets with gold linings. The carpet was made of high-quality wood, and the walls were made of the finest materials. The doors were of high quality, and each doorknob was intricately designed. Paintings by the most skilled artists adorned the walls. What did the paintings depict? The emperor, of course, was the subject. Each painting depicted him fighting and bleeding in battle. Other paintings were more peaceful, some of which featured his family. Most people were aware that this family had arrived from the east with one of their members. When they first saw them, most of them scoffed, but they proved themselves worthy. They rose and formed the Empire of the West after years of fighting and negotiating with various warlords. After centuries of conflict, this land was finally at peace. Warlords who had fought each other for blood and land now swore allegiance to the emperor. The man himself was drooling while sleeping on a king-sized bed. The man's whiskers were the most noticeable feature of his face. Despite his sun-kissed blonde hair, a beautiful woman with long dark blue hair stood beside him, cuddling with the emperor himself. The sun rose soon after. The birds began to sing, and, splash, a water balloon was thrown in their faces when they awoke. It's time to get up. Naruto and Hinata awoke sputtering, naked from their activities the night before. Yusuke, the man who had brought them to the West, stood on the balcony. Yakiru Kusajishi, a 6-year-old pink-haired girl, sat next to him. Kanuhe, King-san and Booby-chan have woken up. You're going to pay for it. Naruto roared as the two pranksters took off running. Hinata snatched him back before he flew out the window. You don't want to go out in public naked. I'm the only one who can see you in all your glory, Hinata stated. Naruto quickly put on some clothes. Blushing, he kissed Hinata passionately before departing to pursue them. Hinata raised her arms before relaxing, allowing her impressive bust to jiggle slightly. Before getting dressed, she looked out the window as Yusuke and Yakiru ran away from Naruto, who was throwing random items at them to make them stop. They were passed by 4 people. He's at it again. To be honest, you'd think he'd act his age for once and not corrupt little children as well. Tenten sighed as she clutched Neji's hand. They married around the same time as Naruto and Hinata, so it was a double wedding. There was so much for them to learn when they first arrived in the West. Fortunately, Yusuke and his friends were present to assist them, although Hiai's sarcastic demeanor usually irritates them. After a year of living with them, Naruto had the vision of uniting the lands and bringing peace to them. Many people laughed at first, but Yusuke thought it was a good idea. They went to other warlords and fought for lands, negotiated with others, and learned new skills. Tenten studied under the tutelage of a ninja clan led by Yuffie Kisaragi. I believe Yakiru was already like that before Yusuke arrived, Neji responded. After fighting so many different masters, especially those from the Ryazanpaku building, where he trained with their grand disciple, he took the gentle fist to new heights. Even after all these years, The masters still kicked his buttocks, but he was getting closer, despite their small size. Each of their members was a master of their craft. Hanabi and Konohamaru agreed with Neji and nodded. A year after uniting the West, these two young shinobi fell in love. They had been arguing for a long time, but Konohamaru finally gave up, grabbed her, and kissed her. Hanabi blushed so much that she fainted, proving that she was indeed Hinata's sister. Both of them had learned a great deal by following Naruto and Neji as their guides. "Stop moving," yelled Naruto as he began throwing kunais. As they ran out to the sparring grounds, Yusuke and Yakiru were still laughing. Sounds of swords and other weapons clashing and clanging could be heard here. Yakiru quickly climbed up to Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder. King-san not happy about a joke," she exclaimed, laughing. "Yakiru, we talked about it. Don't climb onto me when I'm fighting," Kenpachi grumbled. His opponent was Kasame, who simply shrugged. "We can fight later." Emperor appears to be awake. Itachi sipped his tea on the side. He simply smiled at Naruto before returning to his tea. "Naruto-sama, it's almost time for the Unification Festival," Itachi said as he sipped his tea. "I'm glad you have to deal with the paperwork." Yusuke chuckled. Naruto had expected Yusuke to become emperor after they had united the entire West and was prepared to serve him. Then Yusuke just dumped it all on him, telling him he wasn't cut out for it and that he needed to spend more time with his wife Keiko. Naruto trembled. Keiko was only a civilian, but she could easily subdue them all with her fist. Even Kasama didn't actively try to irritate her by threatening to make sashimi and shark fin soup. It helped to have a powerful husband who could do that. Furthermore, everyone agreed Naruto possessed more charisma and leadership ability. A ninja appeared out of the shadows. Unlike the Eastern shinobi, who used flashy jutsu, these ninjas had been trained to truly hide in the shadows. Once an independent guild of assassins, the Brotherhood was joined by others and truly perfected the art of silent death. "Two men wish to meet you, my lord." They claimed to be intimately familiar with your life in the East. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, except for Kasame. Everyone knew about Naruto's life in the East, as did everyone else's. Nobody cared because they knew he was violent and enjoyed fighting, but he was also loyal. "I see. Request that they meet me in the royal throne room. I'll be there soon," Naruto snarled. The ninja walked into the shadows and merged in, becoming invisible. Naruto entered the throne room to find two people he had never expected to see, especially since they never saw or spoke to him in the first place. "Kakashi, Jiraiya, what the hell are you two looking for? Now, there's no need to be so hostile," Kakashi said, "especially since we're not with Konoha and haven't been for a long time." Naruto came to a halt at that sentence, perplexed and surprised. "Let us explain what happened after you were exiled," Jiraiya said. Flashback. "Jiraiya-sama, you returned from your lead?" Kakashi asked as he walked back to the village. It was the end of the road for Akatsuki. Nothing new there, Jiraiya responded. Kakashi was on a mission, and Jiraiya was following a lead. They had met and were now walking back to Konoha. "I've been gone for a few days," Kakashi explained. "Hopefully, the boys will not fight again. Naruto learning the Rasengan surprised me. Before I left, I had to lecture Sasuke once more about using Chidori on allies. Hopefully, our conversation got him to behave. I doubt it. Sasuke desires power. Tsunade Haim, hopefully, was able to control him." Jiraiya pondered. They soon entered the gate and discovered a massive festival in progress. Everyone was drinking and having a good time. "What is the festival for?" Kakashi inquired. He approached a passing jounin and inquired. "You've never met Kakashi. Today is a fantastic day. We finally expelled the demon yesterday." "What?" muttered Kakashi and Jiraiya. The jounin was too drunk to notice the shift in tone. "Yes, the council finally decided to expel that Kyuubi brat from Konoha under the guise of death. But the punishments were too good for that kid. He should have been executed for his actions against Uchiha-sama." "Kakashi, you should be happy. No more pretending to care about that HURKK." The jounin couldn't speak anymore because Kakashi had suddenly lifted him by the throat. His hiatus had already been lifted, revealing his Sharingan in full blaze. "You violated Sandame's law in front of children. Any final thoughts?" Kakashi muttered. "Stop." Kakashi turned around to see Anbu encircling them. The law was repealed on the day Naruto was exiled. Before dropping the jounin, Kakashi gave him another disgusted look. "Hokage-sama, where are you?" "She would never have accepted this," Jiraiya stated. They charged in after being directed to her current residence and were about to confront her when they noticed her condition. She had sake bottles all over the place. Her henge was broken, indicating that she no longer cared. She stank of sake and didn't appear to have taken a shower in the previous 24 hours. "What do you two desire?" Get out. Please leave me alone, she moaned as she reached for another bottle. Drunkenly, Jiraiya stayed with Shizune after learning the full story from Shizune. While Kakashi marched out, as he walked out, he was met by Sasuke and the two elder advisors. Kakashi-san, the council has decided that you should take Sasuke as your personal apprentice and teach him all of your jutsus. Having a Uchiha as your apprentice should make you proud. Kakashi, even with you phony Sharingan, you'll never be able to compete with my clan. You should feel honored to be able to teach a true Sharingan user, mocked Sasuke. Before snapping, Kakashi gave them a nice smile. He leaped forward, delivering a back kick to Sasuke's stomach. Given Kakashi's lack of restraint, he flew quite far. Kakashi, what exactly have you done? You'll be taken to Ibiki for causing harm to Uchiha-sama, Hamura yelled. I'm punishing him for attempting to desert the leaf as his sensei. Kakashi explained. The cursed seal was to blame, if it hadn't been for that and the demon child. I'm sure Uchiha-sama would have stayed. Koharu spat out. That's nonsense. And you know it. If he really didn't want to leave, my seal would stop it from acting up, Kakashi muttered. Regardless, you have harmed the last Uchiha. Anbu, accept him, Koharu yelled out. Halt, yelled someone. Tsunade had finally left the building, and everyone looked around. She looked at them before speaking. What is that scum doing outside? I told my shinobi to imprison him, she indicated Sasuke. Be reasonable. Tsunade, if you imprison him, he will be more likely to flee due to injustice, Hamura stated. Tsunade slammed her fist into the earth, causing it to tremble. You have no right to refuse my orders to my shinobi. That's also Hokage-sama to you. Kakashi returned to his house after Sasuke was quickly taken there. He was summoned to the council 5 hours later. Haddock Kakashi. Shinobi Jounin 9720. You have been summoned to explain why you do not want to teach Uchiha-sama the jutsu he deserves to learn, including the Rasengan, Hamura said. The Shinobi Council was outraged by this ridiculous charge, while the civilian council was trying to persuade the others that Uchiha should learn everything Kakashi had to teach him, as well as having all the other clans teach him their clan jutsus. Needless to say, it was a shambles. Tsunade was about to yell for silence when he heard the crackling of lightning, followed by many chirps. Everyone turned to see Kakashi with his Chidori blazing at full power. Now that I have your attention, I'd like to make an announcement. He removed his hayate and threw it in front of Tsunade. I resign with immediate effect. When this unexpected announcement was made, everyone fell silent. The room quickly erupted in unison. Everyone was pleading with or questioning Kakashi about why. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. Okay, that's fine. Kakashi is no longer a leaf shinobi. However, you are not permitted to join any other villages. Kakashi nodded before turning around and leaving. Before leaving, he added, I'll be out of town for a while. I haven't taken a vacation in a long time. Tsunade recognized the hidden meaning right away. He desired to locate Naruto and ensure his safety. Okay, approved. You are free to leave. Wait, everyone turned to face Danzo, who had stood up. If you wish to leave the village, you must relinquish the Sharingan and give it to a worthy successor. Kakashi tossed a scroll onto the floor and activated it, surprising everyone what was in it. There was a jar, and inside it was a floating Sharingan eyeball. Already took it out. Don't need it anymore, replied Kakashi before making a hand sign. Before anyone could react, the jar exploded, destroying the eyeball. I'm not letting anyone take Obito's gift, though. Anbu, seize him for destroying a precious resource, shouted Danzo. Kakashi laughed at this before suddenly dispersing into smoke, showing that it was a shadow clone. Curse him. Send out the hunter nins. We must kill him for doing such a travesty. Add him to the bingo book, said Hamura. No. Tsunade's voice was loud and clear. He was officially discharged from service. Nobody will send anyone to find him. That eyeball was his, and he made sure that it wouldn't fall into enemy hands. This meeting is over. Flashback ends. Naruto was staring at Kakashi after they told him their story. He had just noticed that he was wearing a red headband that covered his left eye instead of his usual hayate. His eyes started to water at this revelation. His senseis didn't abandon him after all. They were just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and couldn't help him. Why? He asked. Kakashi took the time to pull out another scroll and unsealed what was inside it. A cabinet with 5 drawers appeared. As Kakashi pulled out each drawer, they could see it was full of paperwork in each one. This cabinet is records of all the time I tried to adopt you. Every time I was blocked by the civilian council, who controlled the adoption process. Even after each rejection, I still tried. When they threatened me, I pushed back. This process continued until you finally became a shinobi, where I could no longer adopt you. Still, I pushed to become your sensei after that. The council only agreed if I took the Uchiha with you. When I left, I searched all over the elemental nations for you. I stayed with Koyuki. After a while I couldn't find you. Imagine my surprise when she knew where you were." Naruto's eyes were streaming with tears now. After wiping them off, he asked, "But you barely taught me anything, even when I asked you to train me for the Chunin exam. You took Sasuke team and left me with Abisu." Kakashi laughed. "You really think it was coincident that the first place he took you to train Jiraiya was there? Plus the council forced me to teach him to make sure he would live against a Jinchuriki like you." Naruto realized that Kakashi had already planned with Jiraiya to have him train and make it seem like it was a lucky chance. "Jiraiya took this chance to say his piece. After you left, I almost killed the civilian council. The only thing that stopped me was hope that I could find you. When I got a toad saying you took your name out of the contract and jumped over the wall, I was filled with misery. I couldn't tell Kakashi early as he already left. So I decided to do the same and leave Konoha. I claimed asylum with Koyuki-sama later. And she's going to star in my movie, Ika Ika Paradise." Jiraiya had a perverted grin at that before becoming serious. "Still, the council would be flipping over if they knew whose child they banished," said Jiraiya. "I already know who my parents are," replied Naruto. Kakashi and Jiraiya were surprised. "Hayashi gave me a scroll explaining everything, and also gave me my inheritance." Should have known Hayashi would be the one to tell. "He was your father's best friend," said Jiraiya, before realizing something. "Wait, your inheritance?" Naruto nodded, before disappearing in a yellow flash. Guess he learned it after all," chuckled Kakashi as he pulled out his green little book again. It was the latest Ika Ika novel. Naruto soon reappeared with Hinata, Neji, Tenten, Konohamaru, and Hanabi. The 5 of them were leaking huge bloodlust until Naruto, Kakashi, and Jiraiya explained what happened earlier. Soon, tears and hugs were given. "Asuma had almost had a heart attack when you disappeared," chuckled Kakashi to Konohamaru. Konohamaru flinched at the name. "It's Maru, now. I didn't want to be reminded of Konoha anymore." "You guys know what's happening in Konoha right now?" asked Jiraiya. Back at Konoha, Konoha was at an all-time low. The village had no alliances to any major or minor villages anymore. Wave and Sand broke off all agreements, which was followed by Spring and many other places. In total, every place Naruto had been to that aided Konoha was now being thrown back in their face. At first, the whole village was ecstatic that the demon brat was finally gone, but they did not know the consequences that it would bring them. Even the fire daimyo was furious at them and cut down funding to save face against the other daimyos. They lost one of their best elite jounin and another Sannin and his spy network, even though it is considered a major village. Konoha was now considered the weakest of all 5 villages, and its position would soon be usurped by the new Sound Village. The civilian council, however, didn't care and believed themselves to still be the strongest. However, a new development forced them to recognize the danger they were in. Iwasanuki died, and a new Tsuchikage took over who wanted Konoha burned to the ground. Kuretsuchi was slated for it but somehow disappeared. The Sound Village had allied itself with Iwa and declared war on Konoha. Without any allies, Konoha would die. What was even worse was Orochimaru had been accepted back in the Akatsuki with the disappearance of Itachi and Kasama. Inside the council room, "If we don't find a way out of this, Konoha will fall," declared Tsunade. Her eyes were dull and bags could be seen from under her eyes, signifying she didn't have a good night's sleep. She hadn't had one ever since Naruto had been banished. "I don't see what the big problem is," scoffed a pink-haired counselor by the name of Haruno. "All we need is Uchiha-sama leading our army and we'll win. In fact, we should make him Hokage right now." While several of the civilian council agreed, all the others were looking at her if she was retarded. "Now isn't the time for a new Hokage," said Danzo. "If Konoha is to survive, we must look for someone to help us, even if it means extending past the wall." Silence pervaded the council room at this statement. Then, outbursts could be heard. "Everyone, shut up," yelled Tsunade, causing everyone to become silent. "Danzo is right. We have no choice. We don't have any alliances here. Perhaps we could strike an alliance with the West. We must find some way to send them an envoy of peace." Back at the Imperial Palace, Konoha is on the verge of being burnt to the ground due to the alliance of Odo, Iwa, and aim with Akatsuki. "I'm sure they are still looking for Bijus, but for some reason, most of them have disappeared excluding Gaara and Killer Bee," said Jiraiya. He wanted to explain more, but Naruto held his hand up. "I already know what's happening there. My spies are in there, giving me information. As for the Jinchurikis, there is no need to worry. The rest of them are all here at the Western Empire." Jiraiya and Kakashi were surprised at that. They didn't think that the West could have sent agents in to spy and get the bitches to a safe location. Konoha will try to seek us for an alliance and will most likely try to mercilessly exploit us. No doubt Danzo will demand submission, while Sasuke team will demand to be the emperor because he deserves it, continued Naruto. Naruto, I know you have no love for Konoha anymore, but I beg of you, convince the romper to at least deter or claim neutrality on this war. There are people still in there who still miss you, like Chuchai and Iam. Uruka hates that his adoptive little brother is gone. And Tsunade still can't get a good night's sleep, begged Jiraiya and bowed down, head to the ground. You wish to convince the emperor? Asked Hanabi. Jiraiya nodded as well as Kakashi. Maru laughed and all of them pointed at Naruto. He's the emperor. They giggled. At this, Jiraiya and Kakashi dropped the mouths right into the floor. They knew he had potential, but they couldn't imagine that Naruto would become the emperor. I'm not the strongest person in the empire. If that's what you're thinking, said Naruto quickly, there are still many people stronger than me even when I fully tap into Kurama's, Kyubai's real name, power. But they pledged loyalty because they thought I could make the right decisions and lead the empire into a time of peace. Kakashi and Jiraiya looked at each eye to eye before they started to chuckle. Soon, it became a full-blown laughter, and it was contagious. After they all calmed down, Naruto decided to reveal his plans. You probably don't know, but we hold a grand fighting tournament here. There's one for taijutsu-based only, one for weapons-based only, and the last one will be any skills allowed. The general rule is killing is allowed, but discouraged, and the participants must follow the proctor's judgment. We hold it to see who's the best, although a select few choose not to participate to let others have a chance. This year, I've made contact with Koyuki for anyone who wants to participate in the tournament to gather at the Land of Spring, and everyone from the villages is invited to join, even Odo and Iwa. Before anyone could even make a protest, a voice rang out. A tournament with your old village. Sign me in. They looked to see Yusuke grinning like a maniac. Behind him was Itachi and Kasama, who decided to join in to see who came, as well as Yakiru. Jiraiya and Kakashi immediately took fighting position until Naruto waved them down. He explained the history behind Itachi and why both of them came with him to the west, as well as telling them that Yusuke was the one who protected them and brought them over. Soon, lunch was served for them all. So, Naruto, who knows you're here besides us? And how did you get information about the elemental nations? Asked Jiraiya, interested in his spy network. It's the Pikara merchant house, replied Naruto. The merchant house had suddenly appeared in elemental nations and grew extremely quick, making it one of the successful merchandising organization. To see that underneath it was actually a spy ring impressed Jiraiya. They decided to forget about the East for the time being and eat and celebrate a reunion between an emperor, his godfather, and his dad's pupil who could have been his adopted brother. After 2 weeks, Tsunade was drinking again in her office in Konoha early in the morning. She couldn't sleep without having nightmares, so she turned to alcohol to alleviate her misery. Minato, Kushina, I couldn't keep you safe. Son, you must be furious right now, she mumbled as she prepared to take another sip when the door burst open. Hokage-sama, our sensor nins have detected 4 unknown people heading our way, announced the messenger. So, we get people now and then, she explained. Here's the thing, one of them has chakra levels as high as the 9-tailed fox, if not higher, the messenger exclaimed. Tsunade stood up quickly, shaking off her inebriation. A mysterious person with high-level chakra visiting Konoha. 4 people in total. Maybe Jiraiya finally found Naruto and was bringing him home. Tsunade could certainly overturn the banishment now that she had the permission of the Fire Daimyo. Jiraiya had certainly stated that he would look for him when he left her. Jiraiya, her heart ached for that name. She had ignored and punched Jiraiya for years, but the man had a special place in her heart. Jiraiya sent her letters and love notes even during her self-exile. One of her worst nightmares was seeing his face full of rage directed at her for failing to protect his godson while he was away from the village, second only to seeing Naruto's face when his dreams were crushed. She missed him so much now that he was gone. One never knows who they truly loved until they are gone. She would finally accept if Jiraiya asked her out on a date at any time. Be on high alert. Nobody is supposed to engage them. I will personally greet them at the main entrance. Request that the clan leaders do the same, she instructed the messenger. She dashed out of her office to get cleaned up. Tsunade stood at the front gate, accompanied by a nervous Shizune and other clan leaders. Hayashi remained the Hyuga clan leader due to his strength, but the heir was now going to another main branch member named Heiki, who certainly enforced the traditional ways. There were rumors that if he didn't get his way, He threatened the branch members with the seal, including raping married women, because of the seal. No one would confess. Tsunade raged at the injustice, but was powerless to intervene because it was clan business only. The four mysterious people were soon visible. Tsunade's heart sank as she noticed that none of the strangers had white hair or spiky blonde hair. Instead, 3 people were approaching them, and the 4th was sitting on the very tall man's shoulder. Tsunade shivered as she looked at the tall man. Tsunade would describe him as a man bathed in blood if words could describe him. The 4 came to a halt in front of them, and 2 of them bowed respectfully. The tall one just stood there staring at them, while the child on his shoulder was staring at a butterfly. "Greetings, Hokage of Konoha. We are Western Empire messengers, here to extend an invitation to a tournament," greeted the lady. Everyone's ears could be heard ringing as soon as they heard. They had been looking for a way to contact them and ended up here. "I appreciate your greetings. Allow us to lead you to the council room, where we can discuss this further," Tsunade said as he led them to the tower. The council rushed into the room as quickly as they could. Tsunade tried to avoid the civilian council, but he couldn't because word of visitors from the Western Empire spread quickly. It quickly became crowded, and many shinobi and citizens flocked to see them. The Tone woman wore a purple spandex with green stripes down the sides. The suit certainly accentuated her figure and her large breasts, and it was clear that she didn't wear underwear, resulting in several nosebleeds. Her long, luscious blonde hair and blue eyes made her a desirable target. The other guy was dressed in a white karate gi and kung fu pants. His brown hair and brown eyes gave him the appearance of a normal, everyday person. He was, however, very well built. Muscles could be seen on his arm, and he appeared to be a lean man rather than a bodybuilder. Tsunade motioned to the Anbu guarding the room to quickly close the door so the meeting could begin. The girl on the man's shoulder was eating a chocolate box, blocking out the tension in the room. Himura spoke first, before Tsunade could. "So, what brings you to Konoha?" he spit out, staring at them as if they were dirt. They all remained silent. "Answer us, you idiot Bints," yelled Haruno Asana. The messengers exchanged glances before turning to face Tsunade. "We had no idea Konoha had employed banshees. Is it not, however, polite to allow your esteemed leader to initiate the conversation?" said the woman politely. The Shinobi Council laughed at this statement, leaving Himura and Asana fuming. "In fact, I was about to ask when my advisor exceeded her authority. He'll be reminded of who's in charge," Tsunade said, her gaze fixed on Himura. "May I inquire as to your names and your purpose for being here as Western envoys?" The woman nodded. "My name is Furinji Miu, and the person next to me is Shirahama Kanishi. Zaraki Kenpachi and Yakairu Kusajishi are the men with the child on their shoulders. We have come to invite Konoha to a tournament on behalf of the Empire. There will be 3 of them, all held at the same location but at different times to accommodate everyone. The first will be a taijutsu-based competition. The second is a weapons-only competition. The final one allows anyone to use anything as long as they obey the proctor. If you'd like, we can go over it in greater detail later. Each one will allow you to enter a maximum of 7 contestants. The individual may participate in multiple tournaments, but each will count as one of your entries. I recommend that you bring your strongest members to the tournament, or you may face humiliation from the other villages. HMPH, I could easily win this," a voice said. The visitors turned to see Uchiha Sasuke, who had taken the Uchiha clan's council seat. Smirking, they all frowned as they remembered who had caused Naruto to be exiled in the first place. "I belong to the elite. Nobody stands in my way. So, Uchiha-san, you're volunteering to go to the tournament, I suppose," Kanishi stated. He didn't like how he was staring at Miu. "Know your place, scum," Sasuke grumbled, his Sharingan blazing. "Uchiha Sasuke, disconnect your Sharingan. That is not permitted without permission," yelled Tsunade. Sasuke ignored her until she appeared in front of his face with pink hair. Everyone was taken aback by the girl's speed and had not even noticed her movement. "Hey, has stupid duck butt doesn't know how to listen or stare." Yakairu laughed as she poked Sasuke in the eye with her 2 fingers. The Uchiha screamed in agony at the sudden poke and collapsed to the ground. He opened his eyes, allowing everyone to see that he could still see, despite the fact that his Sharingan was now turned off and his eyes were red. "Yakairu, stop poking strangers. You never know what you'll catch," Miu lectured. "Hi," Yakairu said, jumping back onto Kenpachi's shoulder. "Anbu, arrest them for attacking the Uchiha," exclaimed Koharu. "Enough." Tsunade slammed her fist into the desk, which silenced everyone. "It is his fault for not obeying my command. If you do it again, Uchiha, You will be taken back to Anko and Ibiki. Sasuke growled but followed orders. He knew she didn't have the authority to do so as long as the civilian council and the elders worshipped him. As my companion continued, Kenichi explained, the tournament is where our people test their limits. Hold on. I have a question, Danzo said. Kenichi looked at Tsunade, who nodded and let Danzo finish his question. What do you mean by other villages? Danzo inquired. Simple. You are not the only major village invited to this tournament. Kenichi replied. Kumo, Suna, Iwa, Kirigakure, and even Odo should have received invitations to this tournament by now. Tetsu has received the same weapon offer. At this point, everyone fell silent. Tsunade interjected. You mean, you're also inviting our enemies? Be assured that you will all have separate quarters and will be closely monitored. Fighting is not permitted unless it is part of the tournament. The cages will be allowed to enter the tournament, but only one tournament will be available to them. If they do not want to participate, we encourage them to come and watch. We will also allow up to 10 people from outside the competition to accompany you. You will all meet at the Land of Spring, from which we will transport you to the west, where the tournament will take place. Your daimyos have already been notified and have agreed to a temporary ceasefire in any war. The tournament winner will receive 0.100 million ryo. The council members held their breath. Konoha would be able to fund the war with that much money. That is, until Kenichi said, each, the council erupted in applause. Here was a way to ensure Konoha's dominance was restored. They didn't even bother to consider the possibility of defeat. The civilians were too preoccupied with picturing the Uchiha returning the money. While everyone was talking, Danzo kept his gaze fixed on Kenpachi. This guy, his chakra level is at an all-time high. If I used my Kato Mitsukami on him, I'd have a powerful tool to help me kick Tsunade out and become Hokage as I should have. I could rule over all the elemental kingdoms. And why should we stop there? I could have the entire continent bowing down to Konoha, thought Danzo. He subtly activated his eye, making sure no one was looking at him, and directed it directly at Kenpachi. He made certain that he used as much chakra as possible to influence him. However, he ran into a major snag on that part. Kenpachi laughed as he felt the genjutsu. It quickly became louder, attracting everyone's attention. His maniacal laughter could soon be heard even by those attempting to eavesdrop outside the chamber, which was unusual given the heavy silencing seals in place to prevent eavesdroppers. Who challenged me? Laughed Kenpachi. He drew his sword, allowing them a better look at it. It didn't appear to be special and had jagged edges. Kenpachi's chakra shot up before they could think about it. A visible yellow aura surrounded him, and it was growing. Cracks were visible in the council room, and the entire civilian council fainted and passed out. The shinobi council struggled to keep themselves from suffering the same fate. The roof began to spew streams of dust, warning them that if Kenpachi persisted, the roof would collapse on them. The Anbu remained rooted to their position, fearful of the man, until Miu appeared in front of them. Stop, she instructed calmly. That suffocating sensation abruptly stopped. Kenpachi looked at her for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Ken-chan, you made me drop a chocolate, grumbled Yakairu from behind him. Kenpachi had not even moved when he raised his chakra levels. What on earth happened? Shikaku wondered. My best guess, someone tried to persuade Kenpachi or put him in a genjutsu, which doesn't work on him because he's bloodthirsty. Either way, it's a surefire way to make him believe someone is challenging him. Kenichi shrugged. You have to wonder, though, who did it? Tsunade snarled in response. Someone had attempted to control a Western envoy. This action could have drawn the West into the war as adversaries, which Konoha did not want. Please accept my apologies. It was not my intention or order to do such a heinous thing to you all. Please allow me to provide you with a room for the night. Nobody will ever try something like this again. I promise. Konoha agrees to participate in the tournament. Acceptable. We'll return to the Empire tomorrow morning to give you our response. The tournaments will begin in a month and last for 6 days. For 9 days, we will graciously host everyone. 2 days to get used to our empire, and 1 day to pack your belongings and leave. We will, of course, provide free food, medical assistance, and beds for you all, Kenichi replied as he bowed with Miu. They all started walking towards the exit. Wait, Hamura stuttered. You should be punished in the council chamber for such actions, perhaps as hostages at the T&I department with Ibiki and Anko until the tournament teaches you. Kenpachi thought this had gone on long enough. He ripped his eye patch off, revealing that his right eye was perfectly functional. All the conscious shinobis were taken aback until he returned his gaze to them and let loose. The yellow aura could be seen once more, but this time it was thickly saturated in the air. Above him, a massive skull could be seen forming. Give it a shot, punks. I could use a good fight. But it doesn't appear that everyone in this village would even serve as a good warm-up. Miyu and Kenichi showed no signs of trying to stop him remotely. Kirimaru was now digging his way out, his animal instincts telling him to flee. Now, several clan heads had followed the civilians' lead and fainted, as had the elders, Tsunade, Hayashi, Tsume, Shikaku, Inachai, Chusa, Asuma, and Danzo were the only ones who were still awake. Tsunade was able to break free from her fear and yell, "Stop, I promised you all safety. And I'll make sure you get it, for suggesting such a thing. The elders will be brought to the T&I department." Kenichi nodded and pressed his hand against Kenpachi's arm. Kenpachi simply made a tisk noise before reapplying his eye patch and leaving. "Be advised that our rules are quite strict. If this happens again, the offender will be executed without hesitation. Give your list to the Pakara Merchant House once you've decided who will compete and who will accompany them on their visit. After all, they are the West's merchant house." Kenichi mentioned this before departing, when Tsunade whirled upon them all. The Shinobis let out a relieved sigh of relief. "Raise them all. I want everyone questioned. I don't want people who openly challenge my authority and believe they can get away with it. The elderly are included in this. Nobody is immune. No exceptions," Tsunade said as she ran out of the room. She planned to house the visitors in the Senju compound, but she needed to make sure it was clean enough. She also had to send a command to all shinobi. Nobody was permitted to bother them. Danzo was standing there, steaming. How could Kato Mitsukami let him down? Perhaps he needed to see a doctor to ensure that his Sharingan, which he had liberated for the sake of Konoha, was still functional. When Sasuke awoke, he was disgusted and left to change his clothes. How could that man be so much more powerful to me? He wondered. That's something I should have. I have to get it to kill Itachi, who I'm sure is somewhere out there. His attention was drawn to the female envoy. I have to have her. She will be able to produce powerful children in order to resurrect the Uchiha clan. Her beauty, like everything else, belongs to me. At all of the other major shinobi and samurai villages, while Konoha received their invitation, all of the other villages were met by Western envoys. Suna, Tatsu, Kiri, and Kumo accepted peacefully despite their reservations. Iwa and Odo had a little more difficulty. Iwa attempted to kill them, while Odo held them hostage for Orochimaru to experiment on. Unfortunately for both of them, they quickly discovered that the tables had been turned. Yusuke was part of the envoy to Iwa and simply shot their ANBU with a shotgun during the meeting. Odo was met by Nico Robin, who used her Hana Hana no Mai to grow arms all over the ninjas with a clutch before they could do anything. She was accompanied by her husband, Roronoa Zoro, who only needed to stare at them before they stopped. They also agreed. To no one's surprise, Zoro caused that group to take longer to return to the west. Tetsu agreed to only compete in the weapons tournament. Return to Konoha. Ken-chan. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Miu Miu. Kai-chan, Yakairu said after the group had explored Konoha a little after the meeting. Many people were still staring at them, but they were unconcerned. I'd like to get something to eat as well. Let's go to that place for lunch, Kenichi suggested, pointing to Ikaraku Ramen. Several shinobis stopped them before they could enter. Shikamaru, Chaoji, Ino, Sakura, Shino, Lee, and Kiba were the last of Naruto's generation's genins. So you're the Western envoys. Huh, troublesome, Shikamaru said. Chaoji just kept eating his chips while Ino and Sakura scrutinized Miu. Her chests, her toned body, and her stunning legs were all things to be envied. They felt she was lacking in several areas when compared to her. Kiba was panting like a dog at the sight of a beautiful woman, while Shino was still Shino. Before anyone could react, Lee dashed forward and kneeled, carrying flowers. Oh, my name is Rock Lee, and my flames of youth say you're the perfect match for me because we both wear spandex suits. Lee yelled out. This introduction made everyone sweat. The envoy's first impression of this man was that he had enormous brows. Miu just looked at him before chuckling and responding. I'm sorry, Lee, you're not really my type. In addition, I'm already in. This woman clearly deserves an elite like myself. Lee, go be useful and bug out. She's obviously going to become one of my wives. A voice was cut off as Sasuke took a step forward. Everyone looked at him with scorn. Everyone except Sakura, who was still shouting loudly about how great the Uchiha was. Ino had finally seen the light, albeit quite forcefully thanks to Inachai, Anko, and Shikamaru, and had stopped chasing Sasuke. She recognized that Sasuke was a jerk who did not deserve her attention. Her attention was currently drawn to other men, particularly the lean-looking man next to Miu. What do you think, Miu-san? Come with me, and you'll bear my children to help the Uchiha clan repopulate. You obviously deserve someone of my caliber, Sasuke said. He went to grab her hand and pull her towards his house without waiting for a response. With luck, he'll be expecting a child within the next 9 months. While he was still dreaming, he was punched in the face. Due to the impact, he flew back and rolled quite a bit before colliding with and going through a wall. Shaking his head, he noticed Kenichi had punched him and was now standing in front of Miu. "Don't touch my fiancé," exclaimed Kenichi. Sasuke snarled. Was this frail man married to the ethereal beauty? Sakura screamed and punched Kenichi before he could attack. "You cretin, you have no right to attack Sasuke-kun," Sakura yelled. "Stand still so I can beat you." Kenichi merely dodged all of them but didn't counterattack. "Why aren't you attacking back?" questioned Ino. She knew this man could have countered Sakura. "Sorry, it's a principle of mine to not hurt women," said Kenichi, dodging a kick. "Then stand still so I can hit you," screamed Sakura. "That's why I'm here, to hit women that Kenichi won't hit," said Miu, blocking a fist and uppercutting Sakura. Miu then gripped Sakura's neck and kneed her in the chest several times. She then whirled around Sakura, grabbing her head and using it as a center. Miu kneed Sakura in the head again while spinning. She then used the momentum to toss herself up into the air. Sakura, still dizzy from all the attacks she took, didn't notice the danger that was coming and fell to the floor, spinning like a high-speed drill. One of Miu's leg was straight up, showing how flexible she was, with one of her legs up, and her hugging that leg. The remaining pivot leg came crashing down into Sakura. The ground behind Sakura broke. "Furinji Kuhauyoku," Miu yelled to the audience who saw this. They could have sworn that feathery wings sprouted at the end of her attack. With Miu at the center of it, such power, such grace, such beauty, "She will belong to me," thought Sasuke as he prepared to use his Sharingan to hypnotize this woman to come with him. Before he could do such a thing, a pan met with his face, knocking him unconscious. "I've told you before, Uchiha scum. You're not allowed to stop within 100 feet of my shop and my daughter after that stunt you tried to pull," yelled Chuchai, who had come out to see what was going on. Anbu units appeared before them. Miu and Kenichi were ready to fight, when one of the Anbu with a dragon mask stepped forward. "Do not worry. We are here to arrest Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke for harassing you. Hokage-sama ordered all shinobis to not do so. Unfortunately, it seems Uchiha-san thought himself above the rules. They will be taken to the T&I department to be re-educated on following orders." The ANBU took Sasuke to Anko, while Sakura was first taken to the hospital for treatment. Kiba whistled. He wanted to hit on Miu, but he knew when to back off if a woman was already claimed by another man. And the woman didn't seem afraid to kick him in the balls if she needed to. And Kiba preferred to remain a man that was powerful, said Shino. "You folks are certainly welcomed in my shop if you don't like the Uchiha," laughed Chuchai. After a quick introduction, the envoys went into the ramen shop while the rest of the shinobis went on to their own business. Orders were quickly placed, and soon 4 steaming hot ramen were ready. Chuchai didn't notice that Miu had subtly placed a silencing seal on the flaps, so nobody could overhear what they would say while they were eating. "This ramen is pretty good. I can see why Naruto recommended this place," said Kenichi casually as he finished his meal. And Chuchai froze up at that statement before tears started to fill their eyes as they remembered the little boy they had come to see as family. "Where is he? Please, tell me where my favorite little brother went," sobbed Im. She was so heartbroken when Naruto was banished that she could barely help out at the shop. The Uchiha tried to take advantage of her and wanted to practice making babies with her while saying any child wouldn't be part of the Uchiha clan and should be proud he lowered himself to her. That day, Sasuke found out that a ramen cook that occasionally dealt with ninjas and was filled with rage shouldn't be trifled with. Kenichi looked around to make sure nobody was listening and before continuing, "He's fine right now. He's at the Western Empire. Naruto wishes that he could see you two again, but couldn't risk dying." He tossed a pouch to Chuchai. "This should more than cover our meal and all the meals Naruto ate at your place on his tab." As they all left to head back to the location Tsunade had promised to let them sleep at, Yakiru mentioned, "That was good, too-kun. Aya-chan, if you want to leave with us, just show up, see ya," as Kenpachi opened the flap to let them all out. As soon as they left, Chuchai and Im quickly closed the business for the day before rushing upstairs to the privacy of their house. They opened the pouch to see priceless gems and gold. What caught their attention, though, was a letter with Naruto's handwriting. Opening it up with shaky hands, they read the letter. Soon, the letter became illegible as tears were dripping down on the letter. Quickly, they burned it to show now proof. As it was burning, Chuchai looked at Im and said, "Well, I think it's time we relocated our business. We haven't been doing well here, and I see a prospective place we can open." Nothing much happened after the incident with the Uchiha. Anko noticed Miu didn't wear a bra like her, So she inquired as to what else she didn't wear. Anko left with a nosebleed and muttering about leaving her underwear behind when Mew told her that she felt any lingerie was too constricting and didn't wear it. Rock Lee was disappointed that the only spandex-clad girl was already engaged, but he didn't let it dampen his flames of youth. Rather, he worked even harder in preparation for the upcoming tournament. Sasuke was not even allowed to see the envoys until they left. Tsunade was adamant about it. Despite the elder advisor's protests, they needed to be able to communicate with the West on good terms. And stealing and raping one of the envoys was not a good way to begin. When morning came, the envoys gathered at the gate. Tsunade, Hayashi, and a few others decided to say their goodbyes in person. Kanishi extended his hand to shake Tsunade's before leaning in and whispering something into her ears. They left soon after. They would have noticed that I Am and Tuchai had left with them if they had paid attention. But all eyes were on Kenpachi, who was flaring his chakra for amusement. Everyone else had gone about their business except Tsunade, who was stunned by what Kanishi had just told her. "Come with me, Hayashi and Asuma," she said. They followed her into her house. Perplexed, Tsunade would have chosen the Hokage's office, but he didn't think it was secure enough. Inside her home was a private room built by the Shodaime Hokage himself, preventing any kind of seal or eavesdropper from listening in. "All right, Hokage-sama. What's this all about?" Asuma asked, chewing on an unlit cigarette. He quit smoking after marrying Kurenai for the sake of their child's safety. She was born 2 years after Konohamaru abandoned Naruto to pursue him. His actions devastated him and his brother, who felt betrayed by their father. Kurenai rescued him from his predicament and married him soon after. "Hayashi, it's about the Konohamaru and your children and nephew. They, like Naruto, are still alive in the West." Hayashi froze when he heard the news. He hoped they were safe, but he always feared the worst. Soon, his stoic face shattered, and he fell to his knees, crying all the tears he hadn't allowed to show in public. Asuma, too, wasn't holding back and was crying. Tsunade felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. Naruto had survived. Tsunade revealed her plan after they had shed tears. "I'll go watch the tournament. Konoha can survive without me for a while. No doubt the Cage from the other village will also attend. They would never pass up an opportunity to see the West without risk. I'm taking Shizune as part of the escort, and I'm inviting you too as well. I'll be there. Anything to be reunited with my children and nephew." Hayashi stated, "Is it okay to bring my wife and child? I had planned to compete in this tournament, but I don't feel safe leaving them here alone without me," Asuma inquired. Tsunade considered it before agreeing to his terms. "I failed you once before, Naruto," Tsunade thought. "I'm not going to let anyone stop me from seeing you again." At Akatsuki Station, the West has sent invitations to all of the major villages and has decided to invite Oto as well, Orochimaru reported, to plan for the future. Everyone had summoned shadow images of themselves to the base. It had been difficult to capture the Bijus, and now they had all vanished except for Gaara and B, who were well protected. They cornered some of them several times, but they all managed to escape due to mysterious circumstances. Gaara defeated them in his own village, but not without some mysterious assistance. Deidara's bomb burst at the last second, allowing Gaara to recover and push them back. Gaara was better prepared for the bomber the next time. It didn't help that Itachi and Kasama went missing. Tobai's hypnotized Sanbai Jinchuriki also mysteriously vanished. He'd been deposed and was about to be executed when something intervened. As a result, he vanished with the wind. They've also invited the Cages to pay them a visit. If Konoha's cage leaves, this could be our opportunity to strike. They are desperate for the cash prize. Orochimaru continued. "To be honest," Kakuza said, "I wouldn't mind entering myself. That much Ryo, plus the opportunity to collect a few worthy bounties, would be worth it, especially after what happened last time. You place far too much value on money." Kakuza, Jashin despises people who worship money, although the tournament would require Jashin to make numerous sacrifices, yelled Hidden, before he began praising Jashin over and over. To everyone's relief, Pain silenced him. They had finally figured out how to mute someone if they became too loud, which they mostly used on Hidden. Hidden had never been told about the mute button and thus had no idea that no one was listening to him. "Orochimaru, you will also attend the tournament as Cage. We cannot allow the Konoha to accumulate so much Ryo at once. This is also an excellent opportunity to spy on the West while raising funds for our cause." Pain was commanded. "Bring Zetsu with you. He'll remain unseen and useful for spying." Orochimaru nodded, relieved to see the West. He'd heard a lot about them and was eager to investigate and exploit them. If he's lucky, the Emperor will be a fool and let him have his body. Then he would become Emperor of such a vast empire. and possibly immortal. Carry on as planned. Earn money and find the bijus. Do not draw attention to our organization. This me, actually. The envoy mentioned one more thing to me, Orochimaru interjected. Conan frowned at him for interrupting Pain and not bringing it up earlier. They told me that I could bring Akatsuki members as visiting group members or participants, if they already knew I was a member of this group. Their spy network must be much larger than I thought. Everyone looked around. They were all S-class missing nins. And they were all invited to the tournament. Okay, then. Hidden, Deidara, and Kakuza. You will all take part in the tournament. Hidden will compete in the weapons-only tournament, while the other two will compete in the final. Dismissed. All right, I have more people I can sacrifice for Jashin. Hidden yelled out. Nobody could hear him because the mute button was still on. Returning to the envoys. So, how are we getting there? I.M. inquired as Kanishi carried her. Miu gave her a dirty look but understood that they needed to get to their destination as soon as possible. Tsuchai was being carried by Kenpachi. We're not going all the way back, if that's what you're thinking, Kanishi responded. They came to a halt before Yakiru pulled out a gun and fired a flare into the sky. A loud rumbling noise could soon be heard. Tsuchai and I.M. stared up at the sky in awe and shock as it fell. We're going back in style, Miu said as they all piled into the car and drove back to the west. Within the palace, Naruto was attending his regular council meeting. His council was actually quite clean, because each member had to be tested and pledge loyalty to help the people rather than themselves. Back in his office, he had a clone doing paperwork. He exhaled a sigh. Oh, how he adored abusing shadow clones. It was extremely beneficial. It was perplexing why none of the other cages had ever used this jutsu. He gave a slightly sinister grin. Hinata and he would use it during their bedtime activities. There were so many different approaches they could take, and Hinata appeared to be more perverted than him. Wasn't it always the quiet ones who stood out? You're doing it again. Naruto-sama, Fufu, reprimanded Ukai, one of Naruto's greatest generals. Naruto jerked his head out of his reverie. Ukai used to scare him a lot. His personality and the way he acted around people bothered him at times. But he was irreplaceable as a general and a friend. I'll admit, Kit. Your vixen keeps you entertained and wanting more, Kurama said. We have received word that all of the villages have accepted and will meet in the land of spring, a counselor announced. Naruto smiled. This would be a lot of fun to see. After a month, after receiving invitations to the tournament, each village held its own mini-tournament to determine who would attend. Their decisions were quickly reached, and the list was sent to the Pakara merchant house. Everyone was surprised to learn that the merchant house that had made such an impression on them by bringing foreign goods belonged to the West. They were wary of them but decided it wasn't worth attacking for fear of upsetting the West. And they had such high-level seals in each of their stores that breaking in was not worth the effort. The following was the list: Sasuke, Lee, Kiba, Guy, Haigi, Shaoji, and Sakura, Taijutsu, Asuma, Yugao, and 3 random Jounin, Chunin, Sasuke, Kiba, Shikamaru, Shino, Anko, Sai, and Tenzo are all mixed up. Tsunade, Shizune, Hayashi, Kurenai and Child, Hana, Ino, Hamura, Abisu, and Uruka are among the guests. Suna, 5 random Jounin, Chunin Taijutsu, Temari, Matsuri, and 4 other random Jounin, Chunin, Temari, Baki, and 5 random Jounin. Visitors include Gaara, Kankuro, Chio, and 2 civilian council members. Taijutsu, C, 4 random Joinin, Chunin Kumo, Darui, B, Samui, Atsui, Karui, and Amoy have weapons. A, B, Darui, C, Samui, and others. Visitors include Mabui, J, 3 civilian council members, and 2 shinobi council members. Kiri, Taijutsu, 4 Jounin, Chunin at random. Weapons. Chijuro and Suigetsu lead a new 7 swordsman group. Chijuro, Suigetsu, and 4 random Jounin, Wei, Ao, and an elder advisor are among the visitors. Iwa, Taijutsu, 6 Jounin, Chunin at random. 4 random Jounin, Chunin weapons. Akatsuchi, Suzumbachi, and 5 Jounin. Visitors include the 4th Tsuchikage, 3 random council members, and 4 shinobi bodyguards. Odo, Taijutsu, 5 Jounin, Chunin at random. Hidden, 3 random Jounin, Chunin. Shin, Kodoheim, Orochimaru, Deidara, and Kakuza. Karin, Arashi, Zetsu Black and White, and Kabuto are among the guests. Tetsu, Mifune and his 4 top samurais. Around 120 people journeyed to the land of spring. Unsure of how they would get to the west, they expected several ships to be waiting for them. Each of them was eager to see what the west had in store for them and, of course, were eager to demonstrate their superiority. They couldn't see how they were wrong. In the land of the spring, around noon, everyone had gathered there, of course. All the shinobis had moments of rage and restlessness, seeing their enemies so close and yet powerless to act because their daimyos had agreed to a ceasefire made them nervous. Tsunade definitely groaned when she noticed Orochimaru smirking at her. The Iwa ninjas were enraged at Konoha's presence. Troublesome. Shikamaru said, if the West doesn't do something, a fight will erupt. A voice said, agreed. When the Konoha group turned around, Gaara was leading his. The Konoha group bowed to Kazekage-sama. When Gaara learned that Naruto had been exiled, he became enraged and severed all ties with Konoha. He tried to send his shinobis after Naruto as Sunanin to offer sanctuary. But it was too late. Gaara was depressed because Naruto had vanished. He set out to become Kage for himself and Naruto. Gaara had to fight the urge to sand coffin his body every time he saw Sasuke. It's been a long time, Gaara dono. Tsunade remarked. Gaara just nodded. He was also still irritated with Tsunade for being helpless, while Konoha and Suna mingled for a while, with Shikamaru flirting with Temari. A strange sight to see, the rest of the shinobi villages and the samurai remained separate. A loud ringing noise was soon heard, and everyone turned to see Koyuki standing in front of them all with a loudspeaker. Pay close attention. The ride to the west will take about 10 minutes. Please be prepared and bring everything you need. If you cause trouble, you will be escorted off my property and will miss the tournament. Man, that's the daimyo who's also the main character in the newest and hottest movie ever. Ika Ika Paradise. That's really hot, Atsui stated. What if the ride does not arrive in 10 minutes? And it is a trap, then we'll be stranded here with no allies. And the Amoy kept talking until Samui hit him on the head to silence him. What? Another 10 minutes, hopefully. Nothing will occur. Shizune said this until she looked up at Koyuki. Wait, isn't that correct? She indicated the person standing next to Koyuki. Suna and Konoha, as well as Kumo and Kiri, all turned to look where she was pointing. Everyone recognized him because of his gravity-defying silver hair, a bandana that covered his left eye, a face mask that covered everything but his eye, and carrying the trademark orange book. K-A-K-A-S-H-I, exclaimed the Konoha group. He turned around and looked at them before returning his attention to his book. While Guy was complaining about his ex-hip rival's attitude, everyone else was criticizing his. Tsunade was about to yell for him when he noticed someone she hadn't seen in 7 years. Long white hair, red lines across his face, and a horned forehead protector dipped in kanji oil. Jiraiya had also arrived. Her heart skipped a beat. Maybe she can persuade him to return. Perhaps she'd be able to finally date Jiraiya, even if it meant dealing with his perverted personality. Jiraiya gave a small wave to the Konoha group before noticing Tsunade. He could tell she hadn't slept well by the look on her face. Even though she kept rejecting him, Jiraiya was always concerned about her. He was surprised to see that a glimmer of hope, as well as love, had returned to those brown eyes. Shaking it off, he tapped Kakashi on the shoulder and motioned for him to accompany him to greet Konoha. Kakashi sighed and put his book away, but not before removing his mask and kissing Koyuki on the lips. Koyuki blushed and giggled, but remained composed. He returned his mask and sunshine down to where Konoha was with Jiraiya. What's going on? He inquired casually. Except for Sasuke, Haiki, and Hamura, everyone who cared was staring or pointing at him. Stuttering, finally, Ino was able to speak up. Is that your Koyuki-sama's boyfriend? She screamed. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the man who claimed to be Koyuki's boyfriend. Nope, Kakashi said, causing everyone to face fault. That didn't make sense because he had clearly kissed her. Baka Kakashi, you're playing with her emotions, Sakura yelled, but Kakashi ignored her. My ex-rival. You're so old. You should never play with a maiden's emotions, Kai exclaimed, with Lee standing by his side. Kai, did you say anything? Kakashi inquired, prompting Guy to cry crocodile tears. What are you doing if you're not dating her senpai? Tenzo inquired. She's my fiancé, Kakashi stated casually. When that announcement was made, everyone froze. They had just noticed that Kakashi, like Koyuki, was dressed in fine silk robes. Yes, Jiraiya confirmed. He and Koyuki-sama are planning to marry soon. He even played the male lead in my film. With a perverted grin, he said, What? That's not cool. Atsui moaned. You've already been defeated by that man's move. To attract a woman like her, you must be smooth, like a groove-wrapped bee, who was immediately subjected to A's iron claw. Well, it was nice to see most of you. I need to return to escorting my fiancé, Kakashi said before shunshining back to her. Jiraiya was about to do the same thing when he felt something tug on his clothes. When he turned around, he was surprised to see Tsunade still holding onto his clothes. Except this time, She was like a child who had lost her way and was now clinging to him for dear life. "Tsunade Heim?" Jiraiya inquired. Tsunade sobbed. "Please don't leave me. When you left, I had no idea how much you meant to me. After 7 years, I finally get to see you. Don't leave me so quickly now." Jiraiya's heart broke seeing her in this state. So he hugged her, surprising Tsunade. Tsunade would normally punch him for being too affectionate, but this hug felt warm and comforting. "Don't be concerned, my Heim. Everything will be fine. I'll be back soon. I promise." "I'm traveling to the west with Koyuki's group. They were also invited," Jiraiya said before letting her go. Tsunade craved more hugs but knew she had an image to uphold. Jiraiya returned with a teasing smile to where Kakashi was to see Koyuki. "So, after all these years, you finally got the girl of your dreams, eh?" Koyuki teased. Jiraiya simply turned around, not allowing her to see his flushed face. Suddenly, a beeping noise could be heard from her watch. She gave it a quick glance before grinning. "Everyone pay attention." This announcement silenced everyone. The journey to the west has just begun. Everyone turned their gaze to the sea, hoping to see if a boat or ship was approaching. They couldn't see anything and were about to yell that she was making a joke when she simply pointed up. A humming noise could be heard in the skies, so everyone looked up, and jaws dropped all over the place. A large airship descended from the heavens directly in front of them. As the airship touched down in front of them, a platform popped out from the ship, allowing them to board. The ship was opened by a man with yellow hair and stubble. He was wearing goggles and wielding a spear, and his entire aura spoke volumes about him. Here was a man who had been to and fought in many wars. At this airship, everyone became a little afraid of the West. It was common strategy that whoever had the higher ground had the advantage. Here, the West could always have the upper hand. "Okay, punks. My name is Sid. Highwind is the name of this lovely lady, and I'll be your captain for the day." The man formally introduced himself. "I'd like to go over some ground rules with you because I don't want to be your babysitter for too long. First and foremost, do not fight in my ship. 2. Don't irritate me. 3rd, don't mess with my team. 4. Do not enter areas where you are not permitted. Don't think I won't know because I have guards and notification seals. The 5th and most important rule is don't annoy me. Anyone who does not follow these rules while aboard my ship is immediately booted off." "You mean after we land?" Karui inquired. "So we'd have to find another way back home?" "No, I mean literally booted off my ship while it's still flying," Sid clarified. "It'll be about 10 kilometers from the airship to the ground. So I hope you know how to fly if you don't follow my rules." This made everyone pale. Nobody wanted to fall from such a great height, even if there was water below them. "I think it's best if we don't try to spy on the ship for now," the black Zetsu said quietly to the white Zetsu, who nodded. Everyone quickly boarded the ship and proceeded to what appeared to be a storage room. They were astounded that there was enough room for everyone. Amoy was concerned that the ship was a trap, or that they would all fall while falling, and this was just the beginning of his list of extreme concerns. Sid became irritated with him and duct-taped his mouth shut, deciding that it wasn't worth kicking someone off just yet. The Kumo group actually thanked him for his assistance. The airship's engine soon started, and everyone could see and hear the ship's blades rotate, making a chopping noise before becoming a hum. The platform was closed, and the airship was launched back into the sky. This made everyone nervous and amazed. After 20 minutes, a melodious ringtone was heard, followed by a voice. "Take note, everyone. This is Shira, your ship's vice captain. You can now move freely around the ship. You can see the view from above if you take the stairs up. Please keep in mind that any room marked staff only should not be entered. If you don't, here's what happens. You'll be kicked off the ship, and I'll have the pleasure of doing so. I've even got a plank for you to walk off before I kick your ass." Sid was interrupted. "You will be forced off the ship in an unpleasant manner." As he stated, "Please, however, enjoy the view," Shira continued. "That is all." Another ringtone signaled the end of the announcement. Everyone exchanged glances before scrambling up the stairs for a bird's-eye view. Even though most of them were trained assassins, they couldn't help but wish for a bird's-eye view. Many people wished to be able to fly. Sasuke, along with a few others, simply brooded in the storage room. Tsunade took in the scenery, but her first priority was to locate Jiraiya. She finally found him talking to Mei after searching high and low. She walked over to him, her hands shaking. She could tell the woman was flirting with him and didn't want to miss out. She grabbed Jiraiya and stormed away, apologizing and dragging him. Mei was disappointed at the loss of her opportunity. "Don't worry, milady," Ao assured her. "That particular moment will never be repeated. I'll make a point of delaying anyone who interrupts your conversation." The moment won't happen, always delayed, single. The Mizukage reasoned. That moment when you won't be single will always be delayed. It meant, shut up, ow, or I'll kill you. Mei threatened, causing Ao to sob. Jiraiya finally had enough of being dragged and healed and stopped Tsunade in her tracks. Tsunade Heim, what's the matter? He inquired. Tsunade whirled around and kissed him hard. So he didn't get an answer. Jiraiya was taken aback by the sudden movement but did not object. Instead, he kissed her back, pushing her up against a wall. They came to a halt when they needed to get some fresh air. I missed you, Tsunade muttered, but don't get used to it. Still, I have an image to uphold. I wouldn't have it any other way. Jiraiya replied, when a commotion drew their attention. They would have kissed again and perhaps found a room to explore further. They turned around to see an Iwa ninja harassing one of the crew members while attempting to enter a restricted zone. Many of the shinobis were watching with bated breath to see how this would be handled. A slim woman with brown hair and glasses then passed by. Please, sir, do not try to cause any further trouble, and we will disregard this incident, the woman said. Do you think you can summon me? An Iwa Jounin. Return to whoring yourself, slut, said the Iwa nin. Unaware that he had just sealed his fate, a spear flew right into his shoulder, lifting him off the ground and propelling him about 10 feet before pinning him to the wall. Everyone turned to see Sid had thrown it, and he was furious. Nobody dared to stand in his way. So a direct path was formed between him and the idiotic ninja. Sid yanked the spear from his grasp and dragged the Iwa nin along with him. Everyone was watching him to see what would happen. Take out the plank. I'll be able to use it again, Sid stated. The crew members happily agreed, and soon a door with a plank sticking out was opened. Sid compelled the shinobi to step onto the platform by putting Chakra on his feet and sticking to the plank. The shinobi did his best not to fall off. All right, you've broken all 6 of my rules, Sid declared. Everyone was perplexed because he only said 5 words and repeated one of them for emphasis. What's the 6th rule? A random Kumo nin inquired. Don't insult my wife Shira, Sid said, freezing the Iwa nin. He knew he was screwed, but he wasn't going down quietly. Say this is madness if you want to live for 4 more seconds, Sid said before he could do anything. This is madness, said the Iwa nin, perplexed. He had no idea he was creating his own death scene. This is Highwind, exclaimed Sid, recreating a kick he saw in a Spartan movie. He obviously didn't use the same line, but he didn't have any good ones, so he thought the name of his ship was appropriate. The Sparta kick pushed the Iwa nin over the edge and off the ship, as the poor Iwa nin vanished from sight. Everyone looked in horror to see Sid wasn't joking about his threat. He's not going to live through that, a crew member said. Is that the 4th one this month? Inquired another crew member. I win if you pay up. It was interesting to see how the crew members had grown accustomed to their captain's antics. At the very least, he didn't make a shambles the last time some idiot insulted his wife, said the 3rd crew member. Everyone agreed that it would be safer if they avoided any of the crew members. Sid always backs his threats, Jiraiya chuckled. You've been to the West before? Tsunade inquired sharply. Of course, he said, chuckling. They have excellent relationships with Koyuki-sama. It's too bad it wasn't Sasuke. It would have made my life so much easier. Tsunade had no choice but to agree. The same melodious tone rang out again after 2 hours of flight, signaling another announcement. Attention, Shira, your vice captain is speaking. We'll be in the Imperial City in about 15 minutes. Please remember to bring all of your belongings with you when you disembark from the Highwind. We will not be held liable for any items that are misplaced. Looking through the windows now, you should be able to see the Imperial City approaching. Everyone was eager to see the city. Soon, the clouds parted, revealing the city in all its splendor. It was enormous, far larger than Konoha or any of the shinobi villages. There were so many buildings and streets, and there were towers everywhere. Despite this, the city's busy streets were well organized and beautiful. The scenery was stunning. The Imperial Palace, in all its splendor, stood in the heart of the city. They could see a massive Colosseum on the far right, where they would fight. The Easterners couldn't wait to put their skills to the test against the West, hoping to show them what chakra was all about. Those who were not prepared would learn a painful lesson before disembarking its passengers. The Highwind docked at a building. Everyone flocked to see the wonders of the West, and some had plans to liberate their technology. They were stopped from leaving the building by a group of people wearing blue uniforms. 3 men appeared in front of them. The mere sight of them sent a warning signal to all Easterners, especially the tall white-haired man wielding a 6-foot-long sword. Mifyun's blood was boiling with excitement at the prospect of facing such a worthy opponent. Welcome to the West's Imperial City. Zack is my name, introduced the man with long spiky black hair, And a prominent widow's peak cloud is the name of the blonde here. And Sephiroth is the name of the white. We are the leaders of the soldier police force. Before you go exploring our city, there are a few rules you should be aware of. Cloud took a step forward after explaining the rules. Let's start with your assigned quarters. Each village will receive one large house. You can divide the rooms however you want. You cause trouble, we come in and kick you out, and that's the end of the story. The houses are all in the same section of the neighborhood, but far enough apart to provide privacy. The tournament, on the other hand, is in the Colosseum. You'd have to be stupid or really bad with directions to miss it. Zoro sneezed somewhere else. Be advised, we have zero tolerance for those who violate our rules, Zack said. We'll sick Sephiroth on you if you break them, and it's not going to be pretty. To make a point, Sephiroth drew his sword and slashed a box 12 feet away from him. Most people didn't even notice him swinging. A crowd could be seen approaching. Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa gasped as they got closer, recognizing some of them. You're alive, Kiritsuchi, exclaimed Akatsuchi. How? Tsutomu appeared irritated and terrified. Tsutomu tried to have me killed so he could become Cage, she spit out. Tsutomu was staring at Akatsuchi with murderous rage. I only made it out alive because of the Emperor. Yujiro-chan, Killer Bee said. Samui knocked him away before he could move to hug her. One-sama. Samui cried out for the first time, despite the fact that they were not blood relatives. Samui looked up to Yujiro and was devastated when she suddenly vanished. There were rumors that Akatsuki had kidnapped and murdered her, but nothing could be proven. Hey, it's that cat bitch we were hired to kill, Hidden exclaimed. Kumo as a whole turned to look at Hidden. They now knew who was responsible for her capture. Great job, idiot. On keeping your mouth shut, muttered Kakuza. They now know who hired you, exclaimed. He was irritated that someone had hit his ninja, especially someone he considered family. I can tell you that, Yujiro said. Some members of the civilian council were present. They disliked me and paid Akatsuki to have me killed. The poor civilian councils had to put up with attempting to kill them. Yujiro, thankfully, was able to calm him down and tell him which ones they were. It was fortunate that those who had traveled with them were unaware of it. Utakata, how did you get to the west? May inquired. I was ambushed by some strange people with orange hair. I would have been apprehended if it hadn't been for some mysterious assistance, Utakata responded. Two more people stood to the side, awaiting the end of the greetings. Everyone was soon led to the location where they would sleep. The houses were large enough to accommodate each village and had enough beds. As the guides left, one man in a cloak with blonde hair approached Konoha, his gaze fixed on Sasuke in particular. This irritated him, so he chose to respond. What are you looking for, commoner? Sasuke scowled, just looking at the man who tried to steal Kanisha's fiancé. The man said, raising an eyebrow and laughing. That man is unworthy of such a woman. She should be with me, a member of the elite, Sasuke stated. The last person just laughed when I mentioned it. He had long red hair with a pink tint and green eyes, as well as delicate features. Atsui approached that person, attempting to flirt. Want to show me around? You look fantastic, Atsui stated. Yujiro grimaced, knowing what was about to happen. Thank you very much, but you do realize I'm a man, right? He said. Atsui's face cracked, as did the faces of several shinobi who wanted to ask him out, mistaking him for a girl. Sai turned to Sakura and said, look, even a male outperforms you in terms of beauty, ugly. Perhaps you should go seek advice. Though I doubt it will help, ugly banshee. Sakura wailed and screeched at him. Please accept my apologies. I have yet to introduce myself. Shuichi is my given name, but I also go by Kurama. Tanimoto, the man in the cloak, prefers to go by Hermit. Feel free to hang out for a while. Dinner will be served soon, and some of our cooks have volunteered to allow you to sample our various cuisines. Everyone's stomach grumbled at this. Chaoji's was the loudest of the bunch. They had been so nervous and excited about traveling to the west that they had forgotten to eat. Kurama laughed. In an hour, dinner will be ready. We'll arrive to show you where you'll be eating. After everyone had gone home and settled in, they quickly gathered in the center, where the guides were waiting. They were soon walking towards another building. A few shinobis, including Zetsu, attempted to flee while walking. I wouldn't leave the group if I were you, Kurama warned without turning around, causing them to stop in their tracks. We have our eyes on you, and if you try to break those rules, your life is forfeit. One Odo shinobi disregarded the warning and attempted to flee into one of the forbidden zones. A blur passed her before she could even get 10 meters away. The shinobi ran for another 5 meters before being dismembered into 15 body parts. Everyone turned to see a short man with ridiculous spiky black hair, black clothes, and a bloody sword and a white headband had arrived. Hiei. Was it really necessary to slice the poor woman that many times? Kurama inquired. I sliced her once for every meter she walked. It was appropriate enough, Hiei shrugged. Many of the Eastern shinobi's confidence in winning the tournament began to dwindle. They had been repeatedly shown that Western warriors could easily defeat them. They soon arrived at the dining hall. Everyone sat in their villages, except Samui, who couldn't seem to get away from Yujito. So she sat with Kumo. You're in luck tonight, Kiritsuchi said, because the person cooking for you today is considered one of the best cooks. He's been to so many places and tried so many different foods. The only issue is that the individual is a major female flirt. Soon after, the door opened, and a blonde male in a suit with curly brows emerged. Greetings, my name is Sanji, and I'll be your day's head chef, he said politely as he scanned the crowd. He appeared to be a gentleman until his gaze was drawn to May first. He rushed over to her, kneeling and looking at her with hearts for eyes. What beauty, milady, you look stunning. Everything is becoming misty with that mysterious aura and dazzling beauty. Would you like to go out to dinner with me? For once, May appeared embarrassed. She had complained about not being able to find a good man, and yet this person was lavishing her with compliments and attempting to ask her out. A frying pan flew from the kitchen and hit him on the head before she could respond. Sensei, don't abandon us just because we're busy, yelled a redhead with a long white headband. Sanji's response while lying on the ground from the pan was a lot of muttering Mellory. Sorry about that, Soma-kun. Kurama apologized as he led Sanji back to the kitchen. When they looked inside, they saw chefs getting ready to cook. Yukihira, I'll cook more than you and win, said a man with blonde hair. Bring it on, Takumi, Soma said. HMPH. I'll beat you all with my god's tongue, a blonde beauty replied. Arena. Don't make me humble you with my skills, Soma said, making the blonde blush. Shut up, that has absolutely nothing to do with cooking, Arena yelled. Now, let's calm down, an Asian-looking man said. Komatsu was written on his name tag. The food was soon being cooked with such speed and precision. The appetizers were served first. Most of them were initially wary of what they were eating because it didn't look familiar to them. The first bite changed everything. They couldn't get enough of it. Delicious-looking dishes were served at breakneck speed, and they were devoured. One Kiri fool scoffed. He liked the food, but he didn't like how the head chef flirted with May. He decided to make a fool of himself. Oi, chef de cuisine, he exclaimed. Sanji approached him. What do you mean shit food? Everyone came to a halt to observe the commotion. Nobody agreed that the food was bad and couldn't figure out why he was doing it. What is this insect? The shinobi asked loudly, pointing in his soup, attempting to humiliate Sanji. The shinobi had picked up a fly from the floor and placed it inside the soup. I'm sorry, sir, but I can't tell you. I'm not an insect expert, Sanji responded. Everyone tried to keep their laughter to a minimum in response to this comeback. The humiliation was turning the Kiri shinobi red, and he threw his dish at Sanji. It swerved and shattered the fall. Who do you think you are? A lowly cook, he growled. May and Al were about to reprimand their own shinobi for his behavior when Sanji spoke up first. You could have simply removed the fly from the soup. It was still edible. There is no need to throw away food, Sanji replied, his eyes obscured by shadows. Shut up and die, yelled the shinobi, punching him before anyone could even stop the man. They witnessed another shocking scene. The Kiri shinobi was doused in his own blood 20 seconds later, his face beaten to a pulp. He was directly supported by one of Sanji's legs. What surprised them was that the cook was only using kicks to beat the ninja. Wait, is that all? Sanji inquired, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. He pushed the man aside and returned to the kitchen. The shinobi was barely conscious, but he refused to give up. He charged towards Sanji with a kunai in hand, intent on stabbing him. Sanji abruptly vanished from the man's sight, perplexing him. Then he heard Sanji mutter from the side, anti-manner kick course. The shinobi felt a powerful kick up his spine before he could respond. He was in so much pain that he didn't notice his body collapsing and falling through the ceiling. I guess he didn't need desert, Sanji said calmly as he lit his cigarette. Soma peered into the kitchen to see what was going on. Guys, Soma said, head chef Sanji just knocked someone out of the mess hall again. Which kick was it this time? Komatsu inquired. Given that the hole is at the ceiling this time, it's most likely the anti-manner kick course one. Idiot most likely insulted him and threw away food in front of him, Takumi stated. The Easterners were becoming increasingly concerned. After only one day in the West, they were completely exposed. For crying out loud, their cook could beat a shinobi. The desert arrived soon after. As the shinobis and samurais finished their meals, Sanji emerged, flirting with any woman he saw. Nobody was surprised when he skipped Sakura, causing her to screech once more. Shikamaru, on the other hand, thought it was too much trouble and used his shadow possession jutsu on her, knocking her out onto the wall. "Sanji-kun, could I get a refill for myself and my younger sister Samui?" Yujiro stated. "Yugitochwanhai." Swan Samui as he whirled away to get a refill. "He's weird," Samui grumbled. "That he is, but he still cooks delicious food, even though he flirts frequently." "He remains a gentleman," Yujiro responded. Mei's eyes were still a little hazy after Sanji's compliment. A man with the ability to cook, be sweet, and even fight. His flirting could be improved, but he was still one of the best men she'd ever met. "The West has some fine men," Mei said, licking her lips. Her party began to disperse, knowing she was on the lookout for men tonight. The shinobis and samurais were about to leave after dinner when one of them inquired about the fate of the Kiri ninja. I had almost forgotten about him," Sanji stated. "I've already called the hospital to report that someone insulted and wasted food again," Irina said as she stepped outside with Soma in her arm. "Thank you, Irina-san." Sanji smiled, surprising the Easterners. They were certain he would hit on her because Irina was also a lovely lady. Only single women are targeted by the pervert. He gets frustrated when women are in relationships, but he knows how to respect them, I said as he walked to the door with Hermit and opened it wide. Sanji had returned to where he had launched the Kiri nin. He took a few steps back before doing a few forward flips. On his final flip, he yelled "mountain shot" and launched a single kick. The Kiri nin descended from the sky, right into Sanji's kick. He flew out the door and out into the distance. "Okay, he'll be at the hospital. You can have him back by tomorrow if he finishes his treatment," Kurama stated. Returned to the Imperial Palace. 2 shinobis dead and 1 in the hospital on the first day, muttered Naruto as he rummaged through some paperwork. Neji and Maru had come to pay a visit and lend a hand. "I'm surprised the Uchiha hasn't done anything stupid yet," Maru observed. "Don't worry, he'll be humiliated at the tournament," Neji said. "Ryaz and Paku aren't happy that their little girl was mocked." "Did they agree to it, by the way?" "Yeah," Naruto agreed. "This tournament is going to be exciting." The Easterners were led back to their respective homes and allowed to sleep. They were all having second thoughts about winning the tournament, except for a few select individuals, such as Sasuke and Heike. Sasuke believed that everything belonged to him, whereas Heike simply believed that fate would grant him victory. Both had a large log launched in their asses. Morning had arrived, and the Easterners were waking up. Some of them were heading to the training fields that the guides had shown them earlier. The afternoon passed, and the guides returned. "We've been ordered to give you a tour of our hospital and our combat school, both of which are located in our village. You'll be able to see what makes our community unique," Kurama stated. "However, you can only pick one because we're leaving at the same time." The groups were quickly divided, with the medical teams interested in the hospital and the combat teams interested in the schools. "Okay, I'll take the lead on the hospital tour. The school's tour guide will arrive soon," Kurama stated. Everyone noticed a woman with scarlet hair approaching. Some were perplexed by her attire, which included body armor and a skirt. The spiral on her breastplate, the same insignia that was on Konoha's flak jacket on their back, drew many of them in. "New way. Impossible. We annihilated them all during WWII." The woman came to a halt in front of them and bowed. "Greeting. Urza is my name. Urza Uzumaki of the Uzumaki clan," she stated calmly. "You said Uzumaki?" Tsunade inquired. "Yes, when Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa banded together with some minor villages to destroy our village during the Second Shinobi War. A group of us fled to the west. The majority of our warriors died, but not before we had eliminated nearly all of our opponents. In fact, it is Konoha who owes us debts from assisting in the creation of their village to many others. Debts that they did not appear to be interested in repaying based on our observations of a certain Uzumaki." Urza frowned. Some Konoha ninjas hid their faces in shame, while others did not. HMPH. "If you're referring to the Dobe, don't bother. He was garbage, and he belonged on the bottom of my souls." "Licking my feet," Sasuke boasted. Urza's sword was right at his neck, he realized. When did she get a sword and move? She was unarmed, exclaimed many of the shinobi. "One thing is certain. Uchiha scum, Uzumaki values family. A crime committed against one is a crime committed against all." Urza scowled, wanting to sever his throat. "Urza, calm down. He hasn't done anything yet to merit such treatment in the Empire," Kurama stated. "Our job is to be tour guides." Urza scowled but followed orders. She slashed his cheeks before turning away. She takes the school tour while Kurama stays behind. In conjunction with the hospital tour, Tsunade and many other leading shinobi healers were curious about the type of healing available in the West. They got to the main hospital. The Talisman of Life is a seal provided by the Uzumaki clan. The seal helps to delay any illness or infection caused by wounds while also increasing patient regeneration, Kurama elaborated. They were all drooling over that seal just by reading that sentence. Do you only have them in this hospital? Inquired Ino. Oh no. It's in every hospital, Kurama responded, making their jaws drop. This alone gives the West a significant advantage in the medical field. Kurama continued to lead the way. Tsunade was enthralled by the introduction of morphine. The ability to perform surgery without the patient feeling pain would be extremely beneficial because they would no longer flinch. A Konoha nin in the civilian council's pocket couldn't take it any longer. In the name of Konoha, I demand that you release all of your knowledge in order for Konoha to grow stronger. Everyone looked at the shinobi in disbelief. Tsunade was furious that someone had the audacity to challenge her authority. Shinobi, keep your mouth shut. As the Hokage of the Leaf Village, I command you to retract that statement and apologize, or your status will be terminated immediately. Looking down at Tsunade, the shinobi held his chin up. Being the council's shinobi had brought him numerous advantages as well as unfathomable arrogance. He was confident that Tsunade's decision would be reversed, and that the council would praise him for bringing in wealth from the West. Does that mean this shinobi is no longer a Konoha nin? Kurama wondered. Tsunade nodded when he noticed the shinobi was not obeying. He lifted his hair and pulled out a rose that he had hidden in it. What are you going to do? Hand me a rose and hope it pricks me? The ex-Konoha nin laughed. Something along those lines, Kurama replied. He slashed his hand with the rose before raising it. Suddenly, the rose transformed into a thorny whip, wrapping around the shinobi and pricking him in several places. Mokuten, thought Tsunade. No, it doesn't feel that way. I was joking, of course. Please let me go, the man begged as he tried to cut the whip with his kunai only to find it ineffective. My whip is strong enough to cut through steel. Regarding your request, I'm afraid I'll have to decline it, Kurama said angrily before drawing his whip. The man was immediately slashed into pieces. Are there any more hiccups before we continue? Kurama inquired as if nothing had occurred. Nobody dared to speak up. At the combat academy, Urza had led the other group to their combat school, where they saw many children of various ages practicing katas, seemingly following a man with a long braided ponytail known as Q. It would appear normal, except that all of the students appeared to be extremely focused and followed the katas in unison, with no obvious mistakes. The teacher himself was flawless, and everyone could tell he was a fighting master. The teacher approached the students after they had finished. Hello, Master Wang Fei Hung. These are the Eastern visitors to our city until the tournament, Urza said as she bowed in respect to him. He returned the bow before greeting the group. Hello and welcome to Po Kai Lam Academy. I am the school's principal. They were surprised that the teacher was a headmaster of all people. As you can see, our academy is organized around skill sets and maturity rather than age groups. It is our responsibility to evaluate students each year to determine whether they should advance to the next level or remain. The starting age is 7, and anyone who wants to join is welcome. Of course, if a student does not perform well enough, we will gladly discuss other career options. The academy teaches all the basics for up to 3 academic years, including the usual academic skills, but it also helps build a strong body and mind. We also emphasize teamwork. So instead of having graduated shinobis perform D-ranked missions, we have our students do it. It will be taken by a group of 3 students, and who goes with whom will be determined at random. After all, it is necessary to learn to adapt and meet new people. When a student graduates from the academy, they can choose which field they want to pursue. Most professions have continuing education academies, such as Soldier Camp and Shinobi Academy, while others are apprenticed by masters. Some of them were impressed with the system and were considering attempting to replicate it. Akumo Shinobi, on the other hand, felt a strong nationalism towards his village and believed theirs was the strongest. He observed the headmaster and felt confident that he could easily defeat him. He could prove to everyone that Kumo was the best if he defeated him. Please excuse me, Mr. Headmaster. I'd like to compete with you to see who is the best, Kumo Shinobi stated. What exactly did you say? We've given you a tour guide, and you want to ruin it for the sake of your ego. Get ready to be punished. Urza snarled. Her body suddenly glowed, and her armor vanished in a flash of light, when she suddenly appeared to be wearing completely different armor. The majority of the tour group assumed she was simply stripping. Heaven's wheel armor, exclaimed she. Swords appeared out of nowhere and floated around her. She was about to attack the braggart when the headmaster raised his hand. It's all right. I don't mind, but, he cried Urza. I was going to Ryazenpaku to spar anyways. Might as well do it here, he stated. The crowd moved, allowing a circle to form between the Kumo Nin and the headmaster. Urza decided to referee. She stated the usual spar rules. Taijutsu only. As she threw her hand down, the shinobi ran forward, intent on ending this. That was his last thought before he was knocked unconscious. It seemed to happen in slow-mo for the viewers. The shinobi had been running into the headmaster at what seemed to be his top speed. Wang Feiheng shifted his body so his right leg was facing his enemy. All of a sudden, a barrage of kicks from his right leg shot out, hitting the shinobi all over his body. He ended it by jumping into the air and back-kicking the shinobi with his left. The Kumo-nin was in a daze before he fell unconscious. The tour group felt a chill up their spines. Those kicks were so fast that they swore there had been no shadows when he kicked. Urza ignored the man in pain and continued with the tour. After everyone had gotten back from the tours, each village went into their respective dorms to share what they had learned. It wasn't pretty, for it seemed that the Imperial West was ahead of them in education styles, medicine, and technology. Their only hope was to try to form an alliance with the West and hope that they would be willing to share their resources. Tsunade herself was hoping to see Naruto again. The big day had arrived. The tournament began with the launch of fireworks into the sky. Normally, tournaments last about 5 days. But because more people had been invited, everyone was ecstatic. The Colosseum was packed with citizens and visitors from all over the Western world, while the Easterners had a reserved seat. The Cages who were not competing in the tournament were invited to sit with Koyuki, who had a personal seat with Kakashi and Jiraiya near a seemingly empty box. Orochimaru and Tsutomu declined, while Tsunade, Gaara, and Mei accepted. A large plot of land lay in the center of the Colosseum. It was 4 times larger than Konoha's stadium. A woman in the center wore cute clothes and had fox ears and tails. "Is that a fox girl?" Mei inquired. One of the room's guards nodded. "Do you guys accept demons?" I inquired. "We make no distinctions between them. They have the same right to life as we do. After all, you had no problems with," a guard said. This surprised them all because they hadn't even realized he was one. Before they could say anything, the guard raised his hand to silence them and pointed to the center, indicating that it was beginning. "Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kodo. And for the next few days, I'll be the announcer. As you may have noticed, the tournament format this year is different. Instead of our brave fighters bashing each other's guts, we've invited people from across the border to bashing their brains out as well. This year, our empire held preliminary competitions and chose 6 participants to compete on this stage. But first, let me introduce you to our judges. They are one of the empire's most powerful factions. Nobody ever fights them without getting injured. Even their number 1 disciple is taking part in this tournament. Please accept my greetings. Ryozanpaku. The Easterners scanned the floor entrances, hoping to spot them. There was a huge impact in the middle of the ground all of a sudden. The Easterners were taken aback by the sudden appearance and demanded to know where they came from because they hadn't even noticed them near the entrances. Their surprise was compounded when they discovered that the members had literally jumped into the Colosseum from above. The dust cloud cleared, revealing 7 figures posing and wearing Power Ranger masks. 5 of them appear to be excited. 1 appears to be unconcerned, and the last appears to be embarrassed. "Blue Ryazan, Shio Sakaki, Ryazan white," exclaimed Ryazan. "Green, Ryazan, Ryazan Apapa," exclaimed Ryazan. "Apachai. You're supposed to say yellow," Green said quietly. "I'm sorry, yellow Ryazan, Ryo ... Zan ... pink," says Ryo. Ryazan black was slightly embarrassed to be doing this in front of everyone. "We are the Ryozanpakutokusenti as a group, and our commander-in-chief is Garyux. The man was enormous and muscular. Some of the members made me feel slightly threatened. He was supposed to be the most manly and have the biggest muscles. But now there were several whose muscles appeared comparable. Everyone applauded Ryazanpaku's arrival because they were known for their martial arts. Wang Feiheng was one of the additional referees invited, and the other was a surprise to the visitors. This person, who had red hair, appeared to be dressed in the manner of a jester. He had a teardrop drawing on one cheek and a star drawing on the other. And for our final referee, let me introduce you to one of the Uzumaki clan's elders. Uzumaki Hisoka Aka the magician. How many Uzumaki managed to flee our dam invasion? We lost almost all of our forces trying to wipe them out. Tsutomu and many of his shinobi thought. Now that we've introduced our referees, will all competitors come down to the middle so everyone can see you while we give you your instructions? Kodo asked. All of the competitors were soon on the field. Some were nervous, while others were at ease, while Sakura cheered him on. Sasuke appeared smug, believing he would easily win this tournament and demonstrate what it means to be an elite. Sakura never got over her fangirl habit. So she never received training from Tsunade or did anything to improve her strength. She was still under the impression that sweat was disgusting and that she shouldn't eat much, after her friends and family brutally beaten her fan streak. Ino was fortunate to become Tsunade's apprentice, as the Taijutsu contestants were announced. Several television screens flashed on, displaying each contestant's name, picture, and village for the audience to see. The Easterners realized who was representing the West for the first time. Kanishi Shirahama, Hoshi Ryu, Lockhart, Tifa, Luffy, Monkey D, Hyuga, Neji. What the heck? The Konoha nins all did a double take when they heard the last name that represented the West. He had vanished around the same time Naruto was exiled. But they didn't believe he was still alive. They all scanned the crowd and noticed Neji talking with Kanishi. He'd grown a lot taller since they'd last seen him. He was dressed in a white long-sleeved shirt and white pants, with a blue bandana on his brow. Hayashi simply smiled, relieved that his nephew was still alive. If he was alive, the chances of the rest of his family being alive were very good. However, Heike sneered. This was the errant branch Hyuga who needed to be punished. He wanted to activate the seal right away, but decided it would be foolish. That, along with proper humiliation, was required to install the branch member. Okay, everyone's here now. It's time to see who will go up against who. Keep in mind that this is a 2-day tournament. What will happen is that we will have multiple fights at the same time, explained Kodo. The floor rumbled as expected, and 9 platforms rose from the ground. Each platform was a standard flat surface arena found in tournaments, large enough for one-on-one fights and with enough room to run around. We're going to have 9 referees working at each arena to make this tournament go faster so the audience doesn't have to snooze. There are 36 competitors. That means there will be at least 18 matches today. Following that, we'll take a 30-minute break to allow the fighters to be treated by our medical staff before proceeding to the second round. After the second round, the fighters who have fought their way up through these rounds will draw numbers that will qualify them for the next day's tournament. Todo declared. First and foremost, let us greet our emperor and his beloved consort, who made this day possible. She pointed to an empty box near the cages. When she pointed to the box, it was empty, and then a yellow flash appeared. The Iwanins froze as they remembered a certain Namikaze who had done the same thing. The emperor wore golden yellow robes with a dragon insignia, as well as a black mantle. He wore a hat similar to those worn by cages and a face mask that covered the bottom half of his face. However, his blue eyes could still be seen. His consort was dressed in a white silk kimono that emphasized her figure. She wore a fan over her face and sunglasses so no one could see her eyes. That's the man who thwarted our attacks on the Jinchurikis, Kakuza growled. They had no idea he was the emperor at the time, just a huge pest who was interfering with their leader's plans. So, that's the emperor. Now I have to persuade him to join me and position myself so that I can take over his body, mused Orochimaru. Does this man descended from the cursed Namikaze? Sumoto growled softly. We must eliminate him when we get the chance. Kara recognized him as the man who had once saved him from Akatsuki's attack on the village and decided to form an alliance with him. He had 2 main reasons for this. The first was as a thank you for saving him, and the second was a desperate attempt to find Naruto. If Neji was here, it's possible Naruto was as well. Mei simply licked her lips at another man who seemed deserving. If only he wasn't married. Anyway, forming an alliance, military or not, would be beneficial to them, but was thinking about forming an alliance with Mei. Tsunade knew she only had one chance to convince the West to support Konoha. Konoha was doomed if she blew her chance. Something about the Emperor's eyes, however, seemed familiar. Everyone in the audience cheered as the Emperor waved his hand, demonstrating their devotion to him. All right, now that the Emperor has arrived, let's get this fight started. Fighters, please proceed to your designated arena as indicated on the board. Those who are not fighting in this first half, please stand on the sidelines, Kodo said. 9 matches were soon ready to begin. Naruto noticed that Kanishi had been assigned to Arena 5, while Neji had been assigned to Arena 9. He decided to concentrate on those fights. All right, the fighters have arrived at the arenas. Will the judges now go to an arena to judge? Judges, what's the matter? Ryazanpaku, why are you huddled up like that? Kodo inquired. Sorry, we're debating who gets to judge Arena 5. Sakaki explained. He was no longer wearing his mask like the rest of them. Only the elder Furinji seemed adamant about wearing his. I should get the right. He tried to kidnap my daughter, exclaimed Seiga, because Miu is my granddaughter. I should have the right, the elder explained. Papa, if he does something wrong, I'll judge him there and lightly beat him to death. Apache said. Miu is a female, Shigeru stated. I should be given the right to judge. Now, calm down, Akasama said, because two of you will have in-laws with one of the competitors. You two should not be the referee due to potential bias. Apache. You have no idea how to hold back. You could possibly distract them. Sakaki drinks too much. And Kensei wants to pass judgment on Tifa-san, so I should be the most reasonable referee. Stop talking. Akasame, you simply want to be the referee for the same reason that the rest of us do. That jerk tried to steal Miu, whom we all consider to be our daughter. Sakaki said, there's only one way to find out who gets to judge. Isn't there? In addition, I want to be the one to judge in that arena. Like Sakaki said, Miu is one of us. Kensei said. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Easterners held their breath, waiting for them to do something, only to faceplant into the ground. Ryaz and Paku had just announced that they were going to play rock, paper, scissors. Are they idiots? Kiba wondered. Shino simply coughed lightly. What happened next, however, put them to shame and shocked them with how extreme their version was. Janken, exclaimed the entire Ryaz and Paku. At this point, their hands were in the air. Poon, as they threw their hands down. Their hands alternated between the three options at breakneck speed, while throwing their choices. Their eyes shone fiercely like laser eyes. In terms of hand speed, the Shinobis couldn't perform as many hand seals as them. What, even at my fastest? I can't make that many changes in my choices when I play rock, paper, scissors. Reasoned. A dust blew out from the source at the end of the pawn. Hee. I tried to take advantage of you reading me while you were reading me while I was reading you all. Sakaki explained. In the end, only Apache threw without thinking, Kensei said. Everyone had chosen rock, except Apache, who had chosen paper. No, I chose paper as well, the elder replied. Apache and the elder squared off, both agreeing that the choice was between them. They locked gazes, ready to argue over who would be the referee, until the elder appeared from nowhere with a bowl of jelly beans. Apache, I'll give you this bowl of candy if you let me be the referee for Arena 5. Okay, exclaimed Apache. The rest of Ryaz and Paku just made a test sound before deciding on an arena at random. All right, competitors, remember to pay attention to your proctor. If your opponent forfeits, you may not do anything else to them. You lose if you are knocked out of the ring and fall to the ground. There will be no genjutsu or long-range ninjutsu in this taijutsu match. Chakra can be used if it is channeled through the hand on contact, as in gentle fist, or as an internal booster. If you are unsure whether your close-range ninjutsu is permitted, simply ask before you fight. As a body enhancer, any dijutsu is permitted, but no genjutsu through the eyes is permitted. We'll find out if you do. Let the battle begin. Arena 5. HMPH. I never imagined I'd have the opportunity to finally show the bitch what a true elite is. After I defeat you, I'll take her as my prize, along with a few select women to repopulate my clan, like Arena. Sasuke mocked. I would never let you win. Plus, you'd have to try to persuade her grandfather, which seems impossible. Kenichi said, striking a fighting pose. HMPH, as if I have to be concerned about some old man. I belong to the elite. He should be pleading with me to take his daughter. Sasuke said, now. The time for chit-chat is over. Now is the time to fight, the elder said. It was amazing how much he kept his temper in check. That brat Sasuke would be cosmic dust in less than a femtosecond if he had the chance. Sasuke simply scoffed as he activated his Sharingan and entered his Uchiha clan familiar interceptor fist. Nothing else could compare. Are you ready, boys? Asked the elder. Begin. Kenichi dashed forward at breakneck speed, surprising Sasuke. His Sharingan had barely read his path, so he blocked the knee aimed at his body. HMPH, you're fast, but my eyes can see right through you, trash. Sasuke was unable to finish because Kenichi suddenly became stronger. Even when guarded, Kenichi pierced it with a massive vertical kick. Nuki Koroi. This was one of Kenichi's most powerful moves, taught to him by the elder himself. As he flew off the arena, Sasuke found himself coughing up blood from the attack. His ribs were nearly broken. Shirahama Kenichi is the winner of Arena 5. By the way, excellent work. It's good to know my future grandson-in-law can protect my granddaughter. The elder chuckled. You, I'll kill you, yelled Sasuke as he prepared to flash some hand signs. The elder had already moved in front of him before he realized it. Stop, you've lost. Don't embarrass yourself, the elder grumbled. Sasuke didn't seem to notice and was about to charge ahead when he tripped. What the? Said Sasuke, dazed from his tripping. Now. Just slowly get up, the elder said. Sasuke attempted to stand, only to stumble again. Once more, at the cage stand. What's going on down there? What is causing him to stumble? Did he really take that much damage? Tsunade wondered. Koyuki chuckled before instructing the guard to bring up a television set for them. There's a reason the Elder Furinagi is the strongest. The real reason Sasuke is tripping is because he keeps kicking him. What? Impossible. In that case, let us watch a replay of the Elder in front of Sasuke, Koyuki suggested. They watched the video at 1 divided by 10th speed and didn't notice anything until it reached 1 divided by 1000 speed. Then they noticed his right leg moving in a blur. They were astounded by the Elder's kicking speed. That's all. Screw the other reasons. I'm forming an alliance with the West. They're too powerful to be enemies. All the cages in the booth agreed. It was unfortunate for Orochimaru and Tsumoto that they didn't know what was causing Sasuke's lack of coordination, because they would have done the same thing. Finally, Sasuke had had enough and sulked off to the sidelines. The Elder simply chuckled before shifting his gaze to the other matches. Meanwhile, Naruto was laughing with Hinata while holding her. He should have expected the Elder to do this after insulting his own granddaughter. He looked over to Arena 9 and saw Neji kicking Haiki's buttocks around the same time that Arena 5 began its match. Arena 9 began its match, so the escaped branch member has arrived at the West. You should give up and return with us to face judgment, Haiki advised. Neji simply assumed the gentle fist-fighting posture. What's the matter? You're afraid to talk, mocked Haiki. Meanwhile, Hisoka simply gave the signal to begin. Haiki didn't even notice the signal until he received 128 palm strikes to the body. 128 palms. 8 trigrams. After inflicting so much damage, Neji walked away calmly, only turning around when Haiki stood up again. You cretin. You are beneath me, Hayashi's daughters and you. I will inherit the Hyuga. And we don't need stray dogs like you. You should die like the stray dog you are. Activate. Haiki made the caged bird hand sign to activate the seal. He was very skilled at it after using it to rape members of his own clan and threaten others. Hayashi stood up and was about to scold Haiki when he noticed Neji wasn't even moving. He was actually smirking. What's the deal with the seal not working? Haiki yelled, repeatedly attempting to activate the seal as Neji approached. Perhaps because I don't have the seal anymore, Neji explained as he removed his headband, exposing his bare forehead. Hayashi felt hopeful when he saw this. The solution to removing the cursed seal and finally uniting the family lay in these lands. But Haiki had a different feeling. Impossible. You're still beneath me. Die. Haiki lunged at him, oblivious to the fact that all of his tenketsus were still closed. Your loss, Kaiten said to Neji as he spun to form a blue dome. Haiki collided with it and flew out of the arena. Fortunately, Hisoka used his power to shoot a sticky gum onto Haiki before he could crash land. It appears that Neji Hyuga has won this round. This other one has no potential at all, Hisoka observed. The other matches were completed quickly, and the remaining 18 contestants entered the arenas. Ryu was fighting Kumo Nin named C this time, while Tifa was fighting Sakura. Naruto couldn't stop laughing at this. Tifa is going to take over the bitch. She has no chance if our spy network is correct, Naruto said. Kurama inside Naruto was giggling, as was Hinata, who was overjoyed that Sakura was finally going to pay for all the abuse she heaped on Naruto. Miu had already attacked her, but she wanted a front row seat to it. They both agreed that Cloud needed to propose soon, even though no one was going to steal her away. They were far too close for that. And Tifa wasn't exactly weak. Naruto noticed the last Western representative stretching a little. Luffy was battling some random Oto opponent. Naruto could already hear his wife Nami encouraging him and urging him to win the tournament. Naruto exhaled a sigh. Luffy was probably one of the strongest fighters and the captain of his ship, but he was easily manipulated by Nami. It wasn't so much that Luffy couldn't fight her as he didn't want to, so he usually obeyed her whims, which were mostly monetary in nature. Of course, Luffy didn't let her roll over him all the time. He was usually in charge of major decisions. In the meantime, the Imperial Palace entrance hall. The Zetsu had entered the palace in order to gather information about the Emperor. Well, that wasn't difficult to enter. Yeah, you're right, the Zetsus said to one another. The shadows all around them moved at once before they even took a step. Members of the Brotherhood emerged from the shadows one by one. I warned you the first time. You didn't seem to want to listen to our instructions, so you'll die as punishment. Before the Zetsus could do anything, they were hit with arrows, daggers, and swords. The Zetsus attempted to flee, but all escape routes were blocked and sealed. How did you notice us? Nobody can spot us that easily, exclaimed the Zetsu. The Brotherhood took a step back to allow them to enter. I am extremely sensitive to plants because they are my power. You've been in my domain since you walked in. He began to transform all of a sudden. On top of that, he developed white hair and fox ears. My real name is Yoko Kirama, even after hearing my warnings. You have trespassed. Your body will be converted into nutrients from my plants. Vines began to grow from Zetsu's arms as he made this statement. All they could do was stand there and die. Return to the Colosseum. The fight, well, it really couldn't be called that. One of the matches was more of a slaughterhouse. Tifa was pounding the crap out of Sakura. Tifa was disgusted after hearing stories about Sakura's abuse and her attitude toward being a kunoichi. Taijutsu is a fangirl on a diet, which is something no one in her position should be doing. Sakura, of course, imagined herself to be powerful. It was a miracle she became a chunin. Oh wait. Her mother bribed people to get her in. Tifa, disgusted, decided to send a message to Sakura, one that involved her breaking a number of bones. Let me punch you, you big-titted cow, Sakura exclaimed, continuing to miss. She was obviously envious of Tifa's beauty and body. Tifa was being photographed by Kensei, the referee. He tried to persuade her to fight in a bikini, but she turned him down faster than Naruto could get ramen. No thanks, bitch, Tifa said as she punched her in the ribs once more, breaking the fourth one. This is becoming tedious. I'm calling it quits. She shook Sakura's brain with a somersault kick to the chin. She then charged at her, pounding on every part of her body until Kensei called a halt. The Ryu vs. C match, on the other hand, was quite good. C had a good taijutsu level and played defensively, striking only when necessary. Ryu, on the other hand, was used to counter styles and finished with a Shinku Tatsumaki Senpukyaku. Luffy caught his opponent with a single right cross. It didn't help that his opponent made fun of his hat and wife. After a 30-minute break, the medics arrived to treat anyone who had been injured. Many of them were reluctant to approach Konoha, but the head medic Aerith decided to approach them. She was accompanied by Rinoa, Squall, and, to their surprise, Kensei and Akasama as doctors. Fortunately, no one attempted anything too stupid. Sasuke was still brooding about power, while Sakura remained unconscious. Kiba attempted to flirt with Rinoa, but was met with a blade to the face and a warning. She laughed as she hugged her husband and tried to comfort him, while Kiba did his best not to piss himself. After 30 minutes, all competitors were completely healed, which astounded them. Being able to heal so many people in such a short period of time, especially during wartime, has the potential to turn the tides. Orochimaru was already planning how to persuade one of them to accompany them and share this knowledge with his army. His best bet was to steal a body, but that might be difficult, especially given the security. But he was curious about Zetsu's whereabouts. He should have returned by now. Naruto cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Thank you all for coming on such a beautiful day. We've seen 36 people compete to represent their village. Only 18 people have earned the right to advance to the next round. Let the next rounds begin without further ado. Everyone applauded their beloved emperor. Nobody noticed a shadow move behind Naruto. A Brotherhood assassin appeared and whispered something to him before disappearing. What was that about, my dear husband? Hinata inquired. That was just confirmation that someone attempted to break into our home despite our warnings. We'll send a warning to all of them once the day is done. The competitors entered their respective arenas. Naruto decided to pay closer attention to his fighters, and noticed that Luffy was fighting Choji, Ryu was fighting Tifa, Neji was fighting Kiri Nin, and Kanishi was fighting Samsuna Nin. The only thing that interested him on Konoha was the fight between Kiba and Lee. Perhaps the fight with Ryu and Tifa will show them how hopelessly outmatched they are, Naruto thought as he decided to lean back and enjoy the show. Luffy vs. Choji in Arena 2. Choji had won his previous match by surprising his opponent by stretching his arm and slamming him away. He had a feeling he'd have a tough time against one of the Western fighters. Luffy was simply stretching his legs for a few moments. Hippopapa, you are aware of the rules. Fight, exclaimed Apache. Choji used his technique to enlarge his fist and threw it at Luffy, who avoided it. Shihei. So you can expand your body parts as well. Luffy chuckled. Choji paused for a moment to consider this. Are you also waiting? While his body was still 5 feet away, Luffy threw his fist out. Choji was perplexed until he was punched in the face. He stumbled back from the blow. What? How did you hit me from such a long distance? Choji stated. Easy, I'm a rubber man, Luffy replied, stretching his cheeks all around to demonstrate how rubbery he was. Troublesome. Choji is in trouble, Shikamaru said. How so? Choji may still have a chance to hurt him, Ino speculated. Brute force will not harm rubber. A Hyuga might be able to handle him. But Chaoji only knows brute force. He'll have a difficult time convincing Luffy to give up. At best, he has to force him out of the ring. Shikamaru explained. Chaoji appeared to have heard Shikamaru. As he used full body expansion and attempted to use the human bullet tank, Luffy paused before inserting his thumb into his mouth. Most of the visitors from the east would have laughed if Luffy's arm hadn't suddenly grown to the size of Chaoji's body. "Gamu Gamu no Giganto Pistol," yelled Luffy as he made a fist with his giant hand. It clashed with Chaoji's technique, causing Chaoji to fly out of the arena and allowing Luffy to win. "Shihihi, not bad," Luffy said, squatting at the arena's edge. "What did you eat to get so strong?" Chaoji asked, still trying to keep the world from spinning. "By always having the most important food every day," Luffy said solemnly, drawing Chaoji in a little closer. "Meat." Most people who heard this face criticized it, but Chaoji had stars for eyes. They were soon talking about how much they could eat and how they would compete in an eating contest. Arena 7. Since their names were announced, this was the most anticipated match in the preliminary round. Before striking a fighting pose, both fighters faced each other and bowed in respect. "Show me your strength," Ryu said. "Let's get this party started," Tifa said. "All right, you are aware of the rules," Wang Fei hung. Their proctor yelled, "Fight." Jabs were launched at high speeds, and counters were launched in response. The kicks came in lightning fast. All of the eastern visitors could see how outclassed the majority of them were. In all honesty, the only one who could possibly stand a chance in their group was Lee or Guy, using 7 or even 8 gates. When compared to the other matches, this one was the longest. Ryu made his move after 55 minutes of non-stop fighting. When all of the other matches had already ended, both fighters were covered in bruises, so he only had one chance to get it right. He ducked under Tifa's fist before punching her in the stomach with his left hand. Tifa was out of breath after that single move. But it wasn't the end. Ryu's right fist landed a solid hit on her chin before launching her into the air. Ryu yelled "Shin Shoryuken" as he finished the jumping uppercut. Tifa flew up in the air after that devastating hit, but she recovered by flipping and landing on her feet. Instead of becoming enraged, she smiled and congratulated Ryu on his victory. The Colosseum shook with applause and cheers. A majority of people were pleased with the exciting tournament. However, a small number of people on the eastern side were dissatisfied. Uchiha Sasuke, in particular, he had tried to activate his Sharingan in the hopes of stealing all the techniques, but he was completely unable to replicate the West styles and chakra flow because it was too complicated for him to follow through. Worse, when he tried to steal from the other villages, they complained. Eris approached and slapped him with a seal she obtained from Hisoka, effectively shutting it down for the time being. To make matters worse, Hisoka provided the seal with a special texture disguise that camouflaged the seal, matching the exterior with the same color as his skin. The seal would move around on his body, making it difficult to remove. She promised that it would end when the final tournament began, but not before. How was he supposed to get stronger and kill Itachi if these scumbags stopped him? He wanted to seduce some of the strong women, such as Miu and Tifa, but this tournament was making him look foolish. He would be patient. After all, they couldn't keep him from fulfilling his destiny, he reasoned. Naruto stood up, still dressed in emperor garb that concealed his face, to make an announcement. Will all competitors who pass the preliminary round make their way to the front to draw lots? Kenichi, Neji, Ryu, Luffy, Guy, Lee, Akumo Nin, Suna Nin, and Iwa Nin advanced to the front. They quickly drew numbers and were assigned to positions on the fighting tournament table. First Suna, second Kenichi, third Neji, fourth Lee, fifth Iwa, sixth Ryu, seventh Guy, eighth Kumo, ninth Luffy. "All right, folks. It appears that Luffy Senju has been seated," Kodo announced. "Match 1 is 1v2. Match 2 is 3v4, and so on. Fighters 7 and 8 will fight first, giving them enough time to rest before facing Fighter 9. Simply ask a representative or look at the table if you have any questions. Good night and good rest, everyone. Tomorrow, we'll see who walks away with 100 million Ryos as the tournament champion. Luffy, if you win that, I'll buy you a bronze statue of yourself," exclaimed Nami. Luffy was delighted to agree. "Competitors," Naruto said loudly but masked. Everyone fell silent to allow him to easily project his voice. "You've done well to get this far. Without a doubt, your toughest battles will be tomorrow. Everyone here is undeniably talented. However, there can only be one winner. Take this opportunity to unwind before we begin again tomorrow." As he finished his announcement and walked away with his wife, everyone applauded. He vanished in a flash before any of the cages could intercept him to arrange a meeting.
The Easterners found themselves slowly walking back to their temporary abodes as everyone else left the Colosseum to rest, enjoy the festival around town, or place bets on the tournament. Only 5 of the fighters they sent made it to the final section, and it was mostly by chance that they didn't run into any of the Western fighters. They were certain that the Western's taijutsu was much higher, and could only hope that the other 2 tournaments didn't contain such monsters as well. They arrived at their compounds to find 2 members of the Brotherhood carrying a box between them. The box opened before they could ask, revealing Zetsu chopped into pieces and, of course, dead. "We warned you about spying and exploring places you weren't supposed to go. This is your final warning. Do not attempt such a stupid thing again, or you will all be expelled from our city. In the case of the main offender, you will be forced to give up something valuable. You don't have a choice," one of the Brotherhood assassins said before blending into the shadows. They searched for them only to discover that they had vanished without a trace. They all turned to face the Oto village, furious at such a stupid act. Orochimaru was furious that Zetsu had been apprehended and killed. He'd have to explain to Pain why their best spy was suddenly and indefinitely unavailable. He had attempted to use Karin to determine how powerful these people were, but her ability was rendered ineffective due to the city's abundance of chakra, which made it impossible for her to differentiate each person's level. Each village retired for the night, contemplating their next move. Inside the Imperial Palace, Naruto was enjoying his favorite meal, ramen. He had made sure Tuchai and Iam had a prime spot, away from all the Eastern visitors, to sell their food ever since they had moved to the west. He also had a Harishin kunai hanging at their shop in case they needed it right away. He ordered 5 ramens for himself before returning to the palace, where Neji, Maru, and Itachi awaited him. Kisama was drinking away while their female companions, minus Itachi, were discussing female topics. "How did it feel to see your relatives again, guys?" Naruto inquired. They all shook their heads. Their home was the Imperial City, and their family was each other. "My younger brother has fallen further than I anticipated. Allowing him to live was a mistake. This would not have happened if Danzo hadn't intervened and stolen Shisui's eye," Itachi murmured. "It was strange seeing my uncle without saying anything," Maru remarked. "It appears that my old clan now has a new heir, one who believes in the deception of the main house," Neji told them. "Regardless, it would be interesting to see how my former teammate is doing now. I hope Guy was able to make him see the light." "Well, show them the fruits of your training," Naruto replied. Then they all started talking about what they should do near the end of the final tournament. The following day, the entire audience returned to see the finals. The Easterners took their seats in the same location as before. A few people chose not to attend. Sasuke was muttering about the injustice and how these scumbags didn't respect him and chose to remain. He was still upset about not being able to copy others with his Sharingan, and he was warned not to use it again. The 9 fighters were soon all standing in the center of the Colosseum. "Everyone is welcome. We've arrived in the Taijutsu tournament finals. Here are the 9 competitors who fought their way to today's spot. Instead of the arena where they fought yesterday, our competitors will fight today in a much larger arena. This time, there will only be 1 fight, but that's fine. We can now focus on a specific fight and watch as they bash their guts out." While announcing this, Kodo performed a ballerina spin. "Please come to the middle, fighters from the first round. Please move to the side to wait your turn. Everyone else, remember to stick to the rules. Although I will be the referee for these matches and will provide commentary, our esteemed proctors from yesterday will be on the lookout for any signs of cheating, and will stop the match if any are detected." The Colosseum grounds split open in the middle, revealing an arena larger than the preliminary rounds. The first match began, and Kanishi was declared the winner after 15 minutes. He avoided his opponent's attacks with minimal movement before unleashing his strongest combo, a series of moves that knocked him out. Then there was Neji versus Lee. They stood in the middle, each staring at the other. Lee had not yet moved on from his rival. No, ex-rival. He was devastated when Neji and Tenten suddenly vanished. They exchanged derogatory words the last time they spoke. Lee had mistaken Naruto for the Kyuubi and stormed away from his teammates. It took a fist and Guy's manly hug, with the sunset of youth playing in the background, to persuade Lee of the truth. Before he knew it, his teammates had gone missing nins. He initially assumed they were on a mission. He realized he was now alone after a few days. Team Guy had disbanded, and Lee had only trained with Guy. Lee was finally fulfilling an old dream by fighting Neji on a public stage. "Neji, my former adversary, I've trained with Guy-sensei to the point where the gap between us is clearly closing. Let me now demonstrate the power of youth and defeat you," Lee stated. The elder Furinji, who was still wearing his Geiru X mask, chuckled in the background. Another person with a youthful spirit, like himself. "Are you ready, fighters?" Kodo asked. "Then start." Lee rushed and threw 5 gates to strike Neji, but he was met with something he could never have predicted. Neji deflected his fist and repeatedly jabbed Lee in the chest. "Hachiman Tonku reversal," Neji muttered. Lee felt all the gates he had opened suddenly close during this attack. Lee stumbled to the ground, stunned, after losing all of his chakra at once. He tried again to open the gates, but they wouldn't budge. He didn't even hear Kodo count to 10, which ended the match. He jumped back when he saw a hand in front of him before realizing it was Neji offering to help him up. "It isn't permanent. At the end of the day, you'll be able to open gates again," Neji stated. Lee took his hand in his and stood up, embarrassed that he had lost so quickly and so badly. "How did this chasm between us grow so wide? What am I overlooking?" Lee inquired. Neji exclaimed. "The divide between East and West is enormous. Unlike the East, you must either learn to defend yourself or become prey. I was fortunate to meet some people who could help me." Lee paused for a moment before apologizing to Neji and asking where Tenten, Naruto, and Hinata were as they walked off the stage to the side. Neji looked at Lee with his Byakugan for a moment, trying to see if Lee was lying, before remembering Lee wasn't the type to lie because it was unyouthful. "Tenten is now my wife. The others are unharmed," Neji replied before leaving Lee alone to join Kanishi. Lee stood there for a few moments before breaking down and declaring that his old teammates' flames of youth were now in season and something about the lotus blooming, with Guy joining him as soon as he heard the news. Their hugs soon revealed the sunset of youth. They didn't expect anyone to show up. "Ho. What a youthful display," exclaimed the elder. "Garyu X, 20, is also a teen in the spring of youth. Allow me to join you in your youthful embrace." He grabbed them both and hugged them, startling Guy and Lee before welcoming him in. "Oh no, the elders found some friends who agree with him," Kanishi sighed. Miu kissed him on the cheek to cheer him up. The other matches were mostly steam rolls, with Ryu and Guy coming out on top. Given that no one was seriously injured or exhausted, the match with Guy and Luffy began after ensuring Guy's approval. As Guy and Luffy faced off, Guy sensed that Luffy would be a difficult opponent. Soon after, Kodo began the match, but no one moved. "I'd appreciate it if you went full power, Luffy-kun. I will not back down from winning this with the flames of youth." Kamen Hachiman Tonku Deroku. Guy declared the 6th gate. His skin turned blood red in an instant, and a green aura surrounded him. The eastern villagers were now counting on Guy to get them to the semifinals and prove they weren't all that bad. Back in the east, anyone who could open gates was always someone to be wary of. The west appeared to be interested in this. The Ryazan Paku members weren't thrilled with this skill because it could rip muscles if not used carefully, but they decided that the competitor might need it to keep things interesting. They could easily assist him in recovering as long as the damage did not exceed a certain threshold. Guy dashed around the arena, attempting to confuse Luffy before attacking. Luffy, on the other hand, seemed to know where his fist was coming from and dodged it every time. Luffy attempted to punch him several times, but Guy managed to avoid it, albeit narrowly. "Interesting. So your technique has improved your speed and power. In this state, I could beat you, but it wouldn't be fun and would take too long." Luffy said this as he avoided Guy's flying dynamic entry. Guy arrived, intrigued by what Luffy was saying. Luffy took a horse stance before bending down on his knees. His legs appeared to pump briefly before returning to normal. Luffy's chest expanded slightly. His skin turned pink, and steam appeared to be seeping out of his body. The Westerners knew right away that Guy's fight was over, while the Easterners were still perplexed. What was he doing acting like a steam train? Did he also open gates? Because his skin was pink. But something seemed off. "Gear 2nd, Luffy declared. "Take care. My techniques have all progressed by at least 1 level." Naruto leaned forward in the Emperor's box. He had fought Luffy with his own power when he used Gear 2nd a few times, and the score was one in Luffy's favor. When he used Kurama's power on him, Luffy would fight him with Gear 4th. He was ahead by 1 point in their duels, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to fight Luffy, who seemed to be improving even faster than himself. During the fight, Luffy would use Heishoku Haki to halt his movements, even if only for a microsecond. Not to mention that Kurama admitted that his punches were extremely painful. Back in the arena, Guy was cautiously approaching Luffy. He had no idea what Luffy was up to, but he didn't want to take any chances. He'd already seen that the majority of the Western fighters could easily handle them, and it was only by using the gates that Guy was able to avoid total humiliation. "Gamu Gamu no," said Luffy, cocking his fist and extending his left hand, as if ready to snipe. Guy moved forward in the hopes of reading the punch and ducking under it to counterattack. The jet pistol. Guy barely saw the punch before slamming back. He was able to react quickly enough to put his hand in front of his face, blocking some of the attack. He shook his head slightly before turning to face Luffy, only to see smoke. Rifle jet. A voice came from the side and punched Guy in the face. Guy ended up on the sidewalk, face up. When he saw Luffy coming down with a punch, he did a backflip to avoid being punched in the gut. Guy felt a shiver of fear run down his spine as the punch shattered the ground. He knew he couldn't afford to not use his move as he regained his breath and balance. So he dashed forward to Luffy. "A Sakujaku," yelled Guy, his fists on fire. Luffy shifted his gaze to face him. "Gamu Gamu no," exclaimed Luffy before his arms vanished in a blur. Jet. Guy was suddenly smacked with fists that were faster than his attack, effectively neutralizing a Sakujaku. Gatling. Guy was sent flying, almost tumbling off the arena's edge. The vicious attack nearly knocked him out. "I need to open the 7th gate. Even if I can't compete in the semi-finals after this, I can't lose this badly," Guy reasoned. "Dainana Kyomen." "Kai," yelled Guy, who was instantly enveloped in a blue aura rather than a green one. As Luffy charged towards him, he quickly took the stance for his next attack, hoping that the seal barriers located around the Coliseum audience would be enough to protect them. They'd said that even a Baijudama couldn't hurt it. "Hirudora," exclaimed Guy, hoping to land the attack when he noticed Luffy was already in front of him, his arm trailing behind him to where Luffy had been standing moments before. Luffy's arm was covered in a shiny black material, which perplexed Guy. "Black?" he wondered. "Gamu Gamu no Red Hawk," exclaimed Luffy as the arm returned to its original position and caught fire. Luffy's attack was the first to land, throwing Guy's attack off course and missing Luffy by an inch. The attack hit the barriers, where it was absorbed and the crowd was protected. Fire erupted behind Guy, exactly where the punch had landed. Guy collapsed to the ground unconscious and with at least second-degree burns after a few seconds. "And we've got a winner. This fight has been won by Luffy Senchu," Kodo declared. Luffy came to a halt, smiling into the crowd with V signs. A stretcher arrived quickly to transport Guy to the hospital for treatment. Guy awoke just as they were about to carry him away. "I guess I lost," Guy sighed. Luffy appeared next to him out of nowhere. "You're intriguing. That was a great fight." Luffy laughed. Guy looked at him for a few moments before striking his best nice guy pose and passing out. All of the eastern visitors were taken aback. Everyone, including the other villages, admitted that Guy was probably the best taijutsu user of them all, and he had just been taken out. What about the other tournaments? All they could do was hope for the best. Kenichi faced off against Neji as the tournament progressed. It was a double knockout. Kenichi did his best to avoid Neji's attack, but Neji was quick enough to land a few hits and shut down some organs. Before falling down, Kenichi shunted forward, hands up at mid-waist length, before attacking with Ryusui Mabiyoshi. A devastating attack with no pattern at all. Both were knocked out due to broken ribs on one side and internal injuries on the other. They were quickly taken to the hospital to be treated. When Kotsuji casually mentioned that they would be increasing Kenichi's training, he shivered. In the final round, Luffy faced off against Ryu. Ryu tried everything he could, but even with his mastery of the Satsui no Hado, Luffy was able to fight him evenly with gear second. Ryu made the mistake of attempting to use his Raging Demon grapple on Luffy, and when he did, Luffy countered within a second by wrapping his limbs around him to avoid being attacked by it. He was helpless against Luffy's attack because he couldn't move. "Gomu yelled Luffy, throwing back his head and stretching his neck. His brow was suddenly covered in a shiny black material once more. Kain, Ryu, who was still struggling, decided he had only one option. He jerked his head back and slammed it into Luffy's forehead at precisely the right moment. The impact was heard as a resounding thud. Luffy let go of him as both fighters staggered. Ryu quickly recovered and shot his leg forward, striking Luffy in the stomach. Luffy flew back and delivered a right hook to Ryu's face. Ryu ducked it and thrust his fist into Luffy's stomach, attempting to remove the Shin Shoryuken. The first hit, however, was suddenly nullified when Luffy inflated himself, transforming himself into a balloon. Ryu was forced back as the fist bounced off his stomach, leaving him open. Taking advantage of these precious seconds, Luffy twisted his body in a spiral and jumped, his back to the crowd. He exhaled heavily and spun forward toward Ryu. His hands were once again covered in haki and on fire. "Gamu Gamu no Hawkstorm," yelled Luffy, throwing punches so fast that many in the crowd struggled to keep up. Ryu tried everything he could to block and dodge the attack, but in the end, he took too many hits and was barely conscious. Luffy dashed up to Ryu, both hands trailing behind him. Jet Bazooka, Gamu Gamu no. Luffy smacked his hand directly into Ryu's stomach, launching him out of the arena and into the wall. By ring out, Kodo declared Luffy the winner. Luffy assisted Ryu in getting up to see Aerith while Nami cheered her husband and drooled over the prize money. Looks like I still have a lot of training ahead of me, Ryu said when he awoke. Hehe, it was still fun. Luffy laughed as he stretched over to Nami to grab both his precious hat and Nami. Nami screamed as she was abruptly pulled over, smacked Luffy on the head, and kissed him. Ryu simply laughed at their interaction before reclining on the stretcher. He intended to find his best friend Ken and do some more training before going out to dinner with Chun-Li. Monkey D. Luffy is the winner of our Taijutsu tournament. Thank you for coming, and I hope you enjoy tomorrow's tournament. It's the weapons competition. If you still need more information, the rule book is located just outside the Coliseum. Everyone have a wonderful day, Kodo declared. As the audience filed out of the Coliseum, the Easterners remained firmly seated. They were terrified after witnessing the Westerners fight each other. Although the Akatsuki members refused to admit it, they all felt that pain would undoubtedly lose to some of them. When a balloon popped, they were all startled out of their reverie. They turned to see Yakiru and Kenpachi exiting. Yakiru was giggling while holding the remains of her balloon. Kenpachi simply scoffed before ordering them to leave the area for cleaning and return to their temporary quarters. Their apprehensions about the West grew as they trudged back. Each village chief devised a unique strategy for approaching the emperor. Tsunade dashed to the hospital with Kurama's permission and direction. She arrived and immediately requested Guy. I must heal him. I am well versed in the gates and have previously treated him, she insisted. The nurse simply laughed. Don't be concerned. He'll be just fine. Dr. Kotsuji is currently tending to his injuries. His reputation is well known. However, I'd rather be there to treat my own shinobi, exclaimed Tsunade. The nurse was about to respond when Kurama cut her off. It's understandable that the village leader would want to keep her own shinobi safe. I'll take her to the patient. The nurse nodded and handed Tsunade a visitor's pass. She quickly walked into the operating room with Kurama. I wouldn't be concerned about Guy. Dr. Kotsuji is known and feared for being a doctor as frightening as diseases and treatments, Kurama stated. That's not good, exclaimed Tsunade. My point is that Kotsuji has been known to take on cases that most people thought were hopeless. He does, however, have another moniker, the medic demon, because most doctors who work with him end up crying in fear. Only Makensei and Tony Chopper have managed to work with him, Kurama responded. Tsunade entered the room to see Kotsuji wheeling Guy out. Tsunade quickly performed her medical jutsu to scan for injuries and was surprised to find that there was nothing wrong. He simply requires rest. He is not allowed to do anything that will put strain on his muscles, sternly ordered Kotsuji. Tsunade could only nod as she pushed Guy away. The majority of the Easterners were taken aback by the fact that they appeared to have the techniques to treat him faster than Tsunade. The legendary medic could. Inside the Imperial Palace, Naruto and his entourage were dining with Koyuki's entourage. They were discussing trade agreements while eating when Koyuki decided a change of pace was in order. How did it feel to see Konoha again? Koyuki inquired. I see the team and bitch haven't changed at all. Naruto chuckled. That is not correct. They deteriorated, Kakashi laughed. Sasuke continues to believe that everything should be at his feet. Unfortunately, that was true for some Uchihas, though they kept their attitude to more tolerable levels. Itachi snorted as he ate his food before responding. Kakashi, that is an understatement. Try almost all of my clan's shinobi and some of the civilians. Naruto took a look around to see what everyone else was up to. Tenten was conversing with Yuffie about various weapon tactics, while Hanabi was conversing with Hinata. Maru was chatting with Jiraiya about Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage. Kasama was sparring with Kenpachi on the training field once more. So long as Akatsuki doesn't find out where Kasama and Itachi are, everything should be fine. He was looking forward to the tournament tomorrow. So, when will the heir arrive? Koyuki was teased. Naruto flushed profusely before stuttering. Don't make those kinds of jokes. Hinata hasn't even. He came to a halt when he felt someone tug on his sleeve. When he turned around, he saw Hinata blushing. I was about to tell you something. I went to the doctor about a week ago and found out I'm pregnant, Hinata stated. Naruto was so taken aback that he had to take a seat to process the news. On the other hand, Neji was laughing. It was fated to be. Given how many times you two keep at it, Neji chuckled. Tenten suddenly began to pull his cheeks. Tenten is in pain, Editit. What are you thinking? It might help if you know I'm also pregnant, exclaimed Tenten. Stunned, Neji decided to follow Naruto's lead and sit down. The council fell silent for a moment before everyone began to fight for the right to be the godparent. Koyuki simply chuckled before announcing that she had already reserved the position of godmother and that Naruto and Hinata had agreed. While the men fought for the godfather, the women sighed. "It should be me, Tusan Fufufu," Ukai said. "You're right, too." Ukai's right-hand man said, "No way. It should be me. I was the one who rescued them." Yusuke yelled. Neji didn't bother fighting for it because he already had the honor of being Naruto's best man. And he was too shocked to even argue. "No way, boss. You should make me godfather. For the longest time, I've been his student." Maru yelled. "Now, everyone knows that since Koyuki is the godmother, I should be the godfather since I'm marrying her," Kakashi stated. "Not only was he my student, but I also knew his father." "Godfather, is that something I should eat?" Luffy inquired as he picked his nose. "I'd like it." Nami slapped his head in response to his remark. "No, Luffy-kun, it means that if they die, the child will be cared for by the godparents. I believe I should also apply for the position," Itachi stated calmly. Tenten was already busy appointing her master Yuffie as godmother and debating who the godfather should be, leaning towards Kanishi. While everyone else on the council, both civilian and war, were fighting for the right to be the godfather. Neji and Naruto could only laugh at each other. They were getting ready to become fathers. Neji was relieved that his child would not have to be branded, whereas Naruto was simply relieved that he could be a father and start a family. The Easterners all got up to prepare for the new day. They had lost the first one but were hoping to win the second. At this point, they were willing to have even the samurai win for the sake of the East's pride. The majority of them filed into the Colosseum. Sasuke was being stubborn once more and chose to head towards the training field, while Sakura was content to pursue him. Tsunade sighed. This act only reinforced her belief that she made the correct decision by refusing Sakura as an apprentice. It was a shame, because her chakra control was among the best she'd ever seen. But with her attitude, it would go nowhere. Tsutomu and Orochimaru decided to join the competitors in the cage box next to Koyuki as they moved towards the arena while the others sat in the audience. Tsunade was displeased but couldn't do anything about it. Kodo wasn't the tournament announcer in the middle of the arena. Instead, there was a man in a suit holding the microphone. He wore large square sunglasses, a red tie, and his blonde hair was combed back. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our weapons-only tournament. My name is Eric, and I'll be your announcer for this tournament. Here are our toughest fighters, ready to compete for the grand prize of 100 million Ryo. The format will be the same as in the Taijutsu tournament. Any attack is permitted as long as the weapon is the source of the attack. That means no using hand signs for attacks. You'll have to wait until the next tournament to find out. And don't worry about hitting anyone else. We have special seals provided by the Uzumaki clan that will prevent anything harmful from spilling out. But forget about that, let's introduce our competitors today. Today's competitors are visible on our screen. Konoha only has 3 members. It took 4 of them until one of them decided to open his mouth and dig himself a grave, courtesy of Yoko Kirama. The other villagers who had lost a member were all competing in the Taijutsu tournament. Again, the Easterners decided to look for Western competitors. They found their name in a nice straight line. Kagura, Roronoa Zoro, Guts, and Zu. Ideas Yachan HWA, Kenshin Uzumakis. All the Easterners froze when they heard this last name. They now knew that some of the Uzumakis had made it to the West, but the name terrified them. Tetsu was wary of a famous swordsman. He had defeated a younger Mifune, annihilated an old generation of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, and was known for his sword style, the heightened Mitsurugi Ryu. It was said to be so fast that any shinobi who tried to make hand signs in front of him would find themselves without hands and legs. He was said to be the strongest swordsman in Uzushiogakure, protecting the cage in that village. During the invasion against 3 major villages, the man took to the front lines and slaughtered many by himself, halting many invasion plans and earning him the nickname Batasai, the Manslayer. When Uzushiogakure finally fell, Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa assumed he was dead. Except for Hamura, the older generation of Konoha shinobi felt a different chill. What was unknown was that Kenshin was actually Kushina's younger brother, making him Naruto's uncle. Kenshin had survived, but he had agreed to hide for a while for the sake of his people's safety. Hamura was shaky in his shoes and pissed himself. When Kushina died, he immediately sent a request to adopt Naruto. The reply informed him that Naruto died during the sealing process, so Kenshin left for the west believing he had no one left in the east, not realizing it was a lie perpetrated by Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. Sarutobi had never seen the letter and had no idea what it was about. Meanwhile, Tsunade could only hope that she could persuade the emperor, despite the fact that the difficulty had just increased. He was known to be fiercely protective of his family. They all hoped it was just someone with the same name. Their hearts sank as they scanned the Western competitors. Long red hair in a ponytail, wearing a red kimono and white hakama, and his famous cross-shaped scar on his left cheek from the invasion. His usual fierce expression had changed to one that was more calm and happy. Okay, fine. Let's see who's fighting who. We have 42 competitors this time, so 9 fights will take place right now. The second set will immediately follow, followed by the final 3 matches. Following the completion of the first preliminary round, there will be a 30-minute break. After that, we'll have 21 competitors, so someone will get a pass on that. The following day, we'll be able to have 10 competitors competing for glory and money, announced Eric. I hope we fight someone interesting, the white-haired man named Inzu said, looking at his sword. The Easterners thought he was insane when the man's black sword with a creepy red eye suddenly responded. I want to fight Lamia. Show that BTCH who has the better sword. Suddenly, the sword with long black hair seemed to emit some light, which soon formed into a woman. Take that back. Idinin will triumph over you. Now Lamia, ID said, trying to calm his sword. No need to be so antagonized. Oh, great. Talking swords now, Suijitsu thought. And I thought our swords were unique. Naruto took a look around to see who his fighters were up against. Zoro had Killer Bee. Guts was fighting Suijitsu with Kubikira Bacho, and Meliodas was fighting Akiri Nin wielding Shibuki. Gaara became concerned when he saw Matsuri fighting Hidden. He wanted to jump down and tell her to give up, but he couldn't. If he did, he would be displaying weakness in front of the other villages. He could only watch helplessly, gripping his hand and hoping the proctors would protect her. Sensei's going to win this hands down, Karui predicted. Yeah, Killer Bee is going to win so badly that the opponents will feel hot, exclaimed Atsui. I'm not so sure, a voice said. They turned around to see Yujiro had decided to join them. What do you mean? Darui asked. Surely a unique style like Bee will surprise them. You'll find out, Yujiro said, sitting next to Samui. How boring, Darui remarked. Imagine it all happening. Arena 1. Finally, I get to sacrifice someone for Jashin. Hidden laughed uncontrollably. Kotsuji was just staring at him, and Matsuri was scared. She took a deep breath and prepared her weapon, the rope dart. She had read about Hidden's abilities and hoped that her technique could subdue him because Hidden was apparently immortal. Matsuri did her best to avoid and counterattack as the fight began. Hidden became enraged and swung his weapon down. Matsuri jumped back, but the impact of the weapons pelted her with rocks. She had to close her eyes and made a mistake. Hidden took advantage of it by quickly slashing up, causing a small cut on her cheek. Hidden performed his ritual quickly, licking the blood. Haha, you lose, exclaimed Hidden as he stabbed his leg. Matsuri screamed in agony as a hole appeared in her leg. She gave up when she realized she couldn't win. Kotsuji nodded and declared Hidden the winner before telling him to stop. You can't stop me from sacrificing someone to Jashin. Die, little girl, Hidden yelled as he was about to plunge his weapon into his heart. No, yelled Gaara, as Orochimaru grinned. He was surprised to see Koyuki unconcerned. A few seconds later, the reason became abundantly clear. Hidden abruptly dropped his weapon. Matsuri screamed in pain as her hands were also dislocated when he looked at his. My apologies, madam. I had to intervene to prevent this idiot from murdering you, said Kotsuji. Hidden was furious. How dare this person prevent him from sacrificing the girl to Jashin? He was up next. I already have an idea of how your ability works. That's why I've already taken steps to put a stop to it, said Kotsuji. Hidden quickly looked down to see that there were rocks missing from his circle that he had drawn on, rendering the ritual ineffective. Hidden tried to hit him when he felt his world spin. He was thrown and forced into an extremely awkward position. Forced into an agonizing destruction hell, yelled Kotsuji. Hidden tried to move but discovered that he couldn't even move his pinky. The only thing he could do was scream obscenities, which were quickly silenced by a seal. Hidden is disqualified. In this match, no one will advance, Kotsuji stated calmly. Gaara let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He'd have to personally thank Kotsuji for saving Matsuri. Hidden's defeat had Orochimaru palming his face. Pain had even told Hidden to control his temper and religious zeal. But Hidden hadn't bothered to listen. Damn it, Hidden. I'll kill you for costing us money, muttered Kakuza. Arena 4. Suijitsu was perspiring profusely. He hoped that by using Kubikira Bacho, he could frighten his opponents. But his opponent, who was dressed in black armor, had a sword that was at least as large as his. if not larger. Suigetsu had to put extra chakra into his muscles to wield his, but his opponent swung his weapon with ease. Suigetsu was quickly disarmed by an upward slash and almost killed by a subsequent downward slash had Guts not stopped 1 centimeter before hitting his skin, demonstrating his mastery of his blade. "Give up," said Guts. Suigetsu numbly nodded, and Guts lifted his blade and placed it on his back. Suigetsu ran in front of him as he walked away and bowed to him on his knees, his forehead resting on the floor. "Teach me how to use a sword," begged Suigetsu. Guts was perplexed for a moment and decided to continue walking away, despite Suigetsu's pursuit. May could only sigh. Guts appeared to be a good man as well, but seeing one of her shinobi chasing after someone was depressing. Arena 7. "Die shrimp," yelled the Kirinin wielding Shibuki. Deidara was yelling about art being an explosion, cheering on the shinobi with Shibuki, hoping to see explosions. Meliodas sighed, "I don't have time for this. I need to check on Hawk to make sure he's not pigging out again." He swung his sword upwards, stopping the opposing sword. "Ha, you fell for it," exclaimed the Kirinin. Explosions went off, but not in the way he had hoped. Instead of going towards Meliodas, the explosions came back at him, knocking him out. "Full counter, buddy," Meliodas lamented as he walked away. Arena 8. "Haha, 8 is my lucky number. Prepare to be hacked and sacked by me. Killer B Bakeiro Konoyero." Wrapped B as B continued to embarrass himself. The Cloud Nins all had clouds over their heads. Zoro simply drew his 3 swords and placed one in his mouth. "Santoryu, meet my Nanatoryu Bakiero Konoyero. Take a look, because I'm about to give you a taste of my hook," B exclaimed as he chucked his swords up and caught them all in his signature pose. Zoro raised an eyebrow, intrigued. B suddenly jumped and flipped forward to attack. Barekage was watching the fight with interest, as it was his younger brother who was fighting. He was astounded to see Zoro deflecting B's ferocious attack without breaking a sweat. Even with all of the acrobatic moves that would normally confuse someone, Zoro accepted it without blinking an eye. Then Zoro attacked. "Not bad, Santoryu." Kokujo, Tatsumaki. Zoro spun in a circle before a cyclone formed. B was sent flying away from the attack. He made it into the arena, but 2 of his swords were broken, and a cyclone of blades was still coming his way. Cursing, B quickly jumped above it to enter it, spinning in the opposite direction with a lot of chakra from his tailed beast. The tornado had been neutralized, but he was still breathing heavily. "What's the matter? Is that all?" Zoro asked, smiling. "Hehe, not even close to doze," rapped B as he threw 2 blades and charged forward, thinking Zoro wouldn't have any range attacks. Zoro simply grinned, sending shivers down his spine and abandoning that plan. "Idoryu 360-pound who?" A beam of energy shot out of Zoro's sword, shattering the 2 blades thrown by B and continuing forward until the seals absorbed the attack. "What?" Darui wondered. "That was a powerful sword attack. They can perform flying attacks without using chakra." Mifune was taken with the attack. It didn't appear to be a flying sword slash, but rather a cannonball. "It's time I put an end to this fight," Zoro declared. "This may be overkill, but..." Zoro moved his arms before they left solid after images. He now had 3 arms on each side, 3 heads, and 9 blades. "Kiki Kudoryu, Asura." "Really, Zoro?" asked Wang Fei Hung, the arena's proctor. "Oh my goodness, what exactly is that?" Karui yelled. "Are those real? That is extremely hot." Atsui yelled. "Crap, he has more swords than I do." Thought B. "I told you guys, Zoro is one of the strongest swordsmen in the West," Yujito said. "He can easily take on S-rank nins. Even with Matabi's abilities, I couldn't beat him." "I hope you're ready," Zoro said as he charged forward. B attempted to flee, but it was too late. Megurin. B met the attack head-on and collapsed, knocked out. Before B was taken to the hospital for treatment, Zoro was declared the winner. "Not bad. Maybe we can spar again someday if you improve your sword technique," Zoro remarked as he sheathed his swords. He was supposed to walk to the West's waiting viewing room, but he went the wrong way. "Zoro, wrong way." "That's the case," Wang Fei Hung yelled, causing Zoro to blush. "I knew it," exclaimed Zoro as he walked in the direction Wang Fei Hung had indicated. "The only problem is that Zoro has a terrible sense of direction. He gets lost far too easily. Never let him take the lead," Yujito explained. Since the first round of preliminaries was completed, the board quickly randomized the second set. Naruto noticed Kenshin fighting Asuma, Enzu fighting a samurai, ID fighting Atsui, and Kagura fighting some Iwanin who was leering at her. That match was going to end quickly. Orochimaru tried to release some of his snakes while everyone was distracted. These snakes would bite someone and leave a cursed seal. With luck, he'll be able to control them and steal some valuable information. And if he's successful, he'll bite Koyuki and one of the cages. However, as soon as the snakes slithered away, weapons appeared from nowhere above them and pierced their heads. The cages and Koyuki were taken aback by this sudden movement until they noticed the snakes pinned beneath. They were furious at Orochimaru for attempting such a heinous act. A tan man with white hair stepped out, wearing a red button-up cloak, black pants, and a black shirt. Orochimaru, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave this area. You can't expect us to tolerate such behavior, especially when we're close to other leaders. Comply or die, though I'm hoping for the latter, said the man. Orochimaru found himself staring at a dozen weapons pointed at him. He saw no other option and agreed. The swords vanished as soon as he walked away. Thank you very much, Archer, Koyuki said. The other cages were perplexed by the name. He didn't look like an archer with that many swords. The match began before they could question it, so they put the question aside. Arena 2. Before we begin, this one must ask you a question, Kenshin said. Why did Konoha treat Naruto so poorly? And why did the village lie to me about his death when this one sent a letter requesting to adopt him when I learned about the Kyuubi attack and Kushina's death? Tsunade spun around to face her advisor, who was staring down at his feet. Tsunade had never received any letters from Kenshin about Naruto, and she was certain that the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi had not either. The majority of Konoha's civilians thought Naruto was the fox. Even some of our village shinobis agreed. Naruto was filled with misplaced fear and anger. If it helps, my father and clan never thought of Naruto in that way. I don't know anything about a letter, and I don't think my father received one either, Asuma replied as he prepared himself and hoped he would live. He hadn't expected to be fighting someone so powerful with such a legitimate grudge. He didn't want to leave his wife a widow so soon. I see, Kenshin replied. This one appears to be blaming the wrong part. Perhaps some roots needed to be investigated. Kenshin's eyes suddenly turned fierce, sending chills down the Easterner's spines. This was a face they all recognized, the face he used to fight with. The face of his famous nickname, Badaosai the Manslayer. Asuma gulped before attacking. Kenshin blocked the attack before ending the match with a slash to the chest. Kurenai clutched her bleeding hand as she saw her husband take a slash to the chest. However, it didn't appear to be a fatal wound because medics were already repairing the damage. Tell your Hokage I will certainly be looking for those responsible for denying my nephew his birthright and family, Kenshin said as he sheathed his blade. Arena 4. Enzu decided to show off a little. He slashed the ground, causing rocks to fly up. Before the samurai could react, Enzu slashed through the rocks with his blade, sending everything flying to the samurai and knocking him out. Arena 6. You're hot. Do you want to go on a date with me? Said Atsui. You do realize I'm a guy, don't you? I heard you made the same mistake before. With his eyes twitching and a vein on his forehead threatening to burst, Heidi said. What? Man, that's not cool, said Atsui. The match began and ended quickly. Heidi would deny taking his rage out on Atsui. Arena 9. Kagura won the match by using her fans to block and attack physically. She wore a dancer's kimono, which perplexed her opponent. She had pointed ears, red eyes, and a beauty that didn't seem human. Mifune was the only noticeable fighter in the last 3 matches, fighting against someone from Oto and easily defeating him. A 30-minute break was issued to help heal anyone fighting in the next round. Suigetsu was still attempting to get lessons from Guts at the time. Alright, folks, I hope you enjoyed that, exclaimed Eric, because we're about to enter the second round of the preliminary round. Nobody will receive a pass because one of the matches was declared null and void. Instead, we'll play 10 matches to determine who will compete in the tournament. And here are our matchups. Kenshin vs Samui, Darui vs Kagura, Zoro vs Yugao, Guts vs Kiri-nin with Kabutoari, Enzu vs Kiri-nin with Nuabari, Meliodas vs Suna-nin with Staff, Heidi vs Oto-nin, Chijiro vs Samurai, Mifune vs Iwa-nin, Temari vs Amoy. Okay, everyone, please return to your respective areas so we can begin. Stay back, Temari and Amoy, announced Eric. Arena 1. Kenshin ended the match quickly, using the back of his blade to knock Samui unconscious. She fought hard, but it wasn't enough. Arena 2. This is boring, Darui commented. Kagura's eyes twitched slightly before she took out and spread a dancer's fan. Darui was intrigued by this action, but decided he needed to end it and win, or else I might blow a blood vessel for not having any of them reach the second day. He opened his sword and channeled chakra into his body, allowing the black lightning to surround him before channeling it to his sword. He dashed forward, hoping to catch them off guard. Kagura only smiled before swinging her fan. Blade dance. Wind blades grew towards Darui, who blocked them with his sword. This move, however, prevented him from proceeding. As if that wasn't enough, Kagura kept making more of it. "She can manipulate the wind that easily with a small fan," exclaimed Temari. She looked at her own fan, which was much larger and about chest height. Darui had to dodge or block Kagura's attack, and he'd had enough of it. He got into his stance quickly, leaping back and throwing a shuriken at Kagura to temporarily stop her. Typically, this move was performed with hand signs and used his hands as a guiding attack. However, because this was a weapons tournament, he had practiced with his sword, albeit not as accurately. "Not bad. Try this for one." Kagura changed her attack and swung her fan quickly. A strong gust of wind was heading towards Darui. Darui was blown off the ring, but his attack still flew towards Kagura. There was an explosion, and the arena was covered in dust. Darui shook his head, checking to see if his attack had been successful. Temari was astounded by what she witnessed. As the dust settled, a wind barrier encircled Kagura, blocking all of his attacks. "Papa, Kagura has won." Apache, the match's proctor, announced. Arena 3, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Yugao tried every trick she knew, but Zoro easily deflected all of her attacks. She soon overextended and discovered 2 blades crossed right under her head, almost cutting into her neck. Zoro was quickly declared the winner. Arena 4. "Haha, my sword was designed to demolish any defense." "I'll break your sword," said the Kiri-nin wielding the Kabutoari. Unfortunately, he grossly underestimated Guts' Dragonslayer sword's reach. The last thing he saw was the flat side of Guts' sword slamming into his face. Arena 5. "Why can't I hit him? How can he see my attacks when they're nearly invisible?" yelled another Kiri-nin. Nzu was having fun dodging and deflecting the Nuabari blade until his sword spoke. "Stop fooling around and just finish this, or I'll reveal your secret to Irony." "You wouldn't dare, stupid blade," yelled Nzu as he avoided another needle. "I will if you don't stop this person from shooting needles into me," said the blade. Nzu growled but complied. He swung his blade in an arc, slashing the air. The swing was too fast for the civilians and some of the shinobis to see. The Kiri-nin was perplexed until she noticed a gust of wind coming straight at her. She jumped back up to attack, but a blade was pointed right between her eyes. "I think I win, little miss," Nzu said. The Kiri-nin could only growl and accept defeat. Arena 6. Meliodas chose to parry the Suna attack, Nins, which perplexed some of the Easterners as to why he didn't simply use his full counter move. While fighting, he wore a shirt advertising his drinks and made sure everyone saw it before finishing the fight. Arena 7. "Die, bitch. I told you not to call me a BTCH. An indescribable veil of carnage descended between ID and the Odo Nin. Iwork D's rendered the Odo Nin unrecognizable. Chajaru triumphs in Arena 8. Nifyun triumphs in Arena 9. Temari and Amoy's battle was soon underway. Temari was irritated as Amoy expressed all of his concerns. She finished it quickly with a wind jutsu and a smack to the head. After she finished, she challenged Kagura with a stare. Kagura smiled. "All right, we're done with today's section," exclaimed Eric. "Now let's see who fights who the next day. Will the contestants please come up and announce the number you get?" The numbers were quickly drawn, and each competitor displayed theirs. Match 1, Temari vs. Kagura. Match 2, Zoro vs. Guts. Meliodas vs. Kenshin in the third match. Match 4, Nzu vs. Mifyun. Match 5, ID vs. Chajoru. So, then, the winner of Match 1 will face the winner of Match 2. The same goes for 4 and 5. After the winners of Matches 4 and 5 square off, the winner of Match 3 will face the winner of Matches 1 and 2. After that match, they'll have an hour to recover. Then it's time for the finals, announced Eric. So, enjoy the rest of your day and get some rest. I guarantee you don't want to miss tomorrow's fights. The Raikage was in a bad mood as the Easterners returned to their current quarters. None of his fighters, not even his own brother Killer Bee, had made it to the finals. That Zoro swordsman was out of the ordinary, with 4 extra arms and 2 extra heads. It gave him the appearance of a demon god. He shivered as he considered it. It made him resemble Asura from some of the temples he'd seen, fighting a god in human form. What kind of people were there? The other village leaders were not pleased that they were unable to knock out even one of the Western fighters before the second round. Gaara turned to Yujiro, who was accompanying them back as they returned. "I'd like to personally thank the Proctor Kotsuji and the Emperor for protecting my shinobi," Gaara said. "Isn't that girl special to you?" Yujiro was teased. Gaara was lucky to be wearing his sand armor. Otherwise, Yujiro would have seen a full-fledged blush on Gaara's face. Gaara continued as if her statement had never happened. "I'm also curious if..." Gaara looked around to see if anyone, especially Konoha, was listening in Naruto. "My burdened brother has arrived." When I learned of his exile, I dispatched shinobi to find him and offer him refuge in Suna, but they never found him. They only knew Naruto had crossed the wall to the west. Yujito examined Gaara's posture and face and concluded that Gaara wasn't lying. She approached him and hugged him. To anyone looking, it appeared to be a regular hug. Yujito, on the other hand, whispered into Gaara's ears while dropping a piece of paper into his pocket. Follow the directions. Meet at midnight, when everyone has gone to bed. Gaara was perplexed when Yujito left after the hug. He complied, however, and did not inform anyone. He was desperate to see Naruto again. By midnight, everyone had fallen asleep. They had no idea that the Brotherhood had sprayed sleeping gas made by, forcing everyone to sleep peacefully. Gaara was unaffected because he had followed the instructions and stood in the location specified in the paper. Soon, members of the Brotherhood emerged from the shadows and led Gaara to a section forbidden to Easterners. He noticed something that made him raise an eyebrow. They came to a halt in front of a ramen shop with the neon sign Ikaraku Ramen. When Tuchai and Iam saw Gaara, they were getting ready to close. "We're sorry, but we're about to." Keisuke-sama, "Oh," Tuchai stated. "Were you looking for something? Although we are closing for the evening, we can still prepare something for you. In any case, our usual midnight customer is about to arrive." "Midnight client? It can't be," exclaimed Gaara. A flash of yellow appeared, followed by an old face Gaara hadn't seen in a long time. Naruto had definitely grown taller than him, and his baby face had completely vanished. Instead, a handsome chiseled face scarred by war replaced it, but his whiskers remained recognizable. His hair had grown longer, but the sun-kissed blonde spiky hair was still there. He was dressed in civilian clothes, a white shirt and blue jeans. "What's up, Gaara?" Naruto inquired. Gaara laughed at Naruto's casual demeanor. "Naruto, are you still the same as before?" "Never, ever change," Gaara said as he sat down. He ordered shrimp ramen, while Naruto went with his usual. Gaara decided to ask after they had eaten in silence for a while. "So you've spent your entire life in the West?" Naruto nodded his head in agreement. "I see. Come to Suna if you miss the East. I can guarantee your safety if you ever decide to join my forces, though I will have to persuade your emperor." "Could you possibly set up a meeting with him?" Tuchai and Iam laughed, perplexing Gaara until Naruto's next sentence made his mouth drop open. "Gaara, I am the Emperor of the Imperial West. It would be difficult for me to leave my people," he laughed. Gaara stared at him for a moment before his normally stoic face cracked and he burst out laughing. "I see you didn't fulfill your Hokage dream, but instead turned to a much bigger dream," Gaara said. Gaara made a serious face before bowing to Naruto after they finished eating. "I thank you for rescuing Matsuri, one of my shinobi and a dear friend. Is there anything I can do to get this debt paid off?" he inquired formally. Naruto dismissed it with a wave of his hand. "Don't be concerned. Except for Sasuke team, I wasn't going to let anyone die because of a rule violation." The two friends talked for a while before parting ways, giving Gaara time to return to his bed. They agreed to talk about treaties before they parted ways. He fell asleep for the first time in ages thanks to a special seal tag Naruto had given him. It would keep Shukaku from controlling his body while he slept. The second day of the weapons tournament had arrived, and everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen. Even though he had been forbidden, Sasuke decided to show up for once, hoping to steal some moves with his Sharingan. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second day of the weapons tournament," Eric said. "The arena has been set up behind me, as you can see. Please, Kagura and Sabaku no Temari, come up to the stage." Temari jumped onto the stage quickly before flourishing her fan out, revealing all 3 moons on her fan. She intended to go all out for this performance. She was wondering where Kagura was when she heard someone call for her to look up. She noticed a massive feather floating down into the ground and realized Kagura had been riding on it. Naruto and Hinata were giggling in the Emperor's box. Kagura was known for making grand entrances. As she approached the ground, Kagura jumped off her feather and shrank it before reattaching it to her hair bun. "Are both fighters prepared?" Eric inquired. They nodded in agreement. "Then start." When Temari decided to introduce herself first, they both got into fighting position and prepared to attack. "Kagura, Temari is my given name. Back at home, however, I am also known as the Mistress of Wind. This title will not be bestowed upon me unless I defeat you." Kagura replied with a chuckle. "Very good. So, let's see who deserves the title." They both swung their fans at full force at the same time. Their winds collided in the center of the arena and battled for supremacy. Wind Sword Jutsu. Temari swung once more, hoping to get through. Kagura countered the attack with Dance of Blades, negating it. She used her Sickle Weasel technique, hoping to trap Kagura in a tornado, when she became desperate. Kagura blew it away with a wave of her fan. Temari immediately followed with Scythe Weasel Jutsu, her most powerful technique. Not too shabby. Then try this. The Dragon's Dance. Tornadoes erupted from Kagura's fan and collided with Temari's technique. Dust was blown all over the place, covering both fighters. Temari was already in the air as the dust settled, swinging her fan down towards Kagura with a roar. While Kagura moved her fan up to block, Temari expected Kagura to dodge rather than block, given that Kagura's fan shouldn't be able to stop her own. However, rather than striking Kagura or even piercing her fan, it was stopped on impact. Temari was taken aback, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she used her strength to push it down, forcing Kagura to back up to avoid it. Temari quickly opened her fan and used her wind jutsu and Kagura upon landing, hoping to blow off the ring. Kagura dispelled the wind once more before it reached her. She didn't expect Temari to throw her fan at her right after her jutsu, though. The heavy fan hit Kagura in the stomach and blew her off the arena. However, before she landed, she quickly waved her fan at the ground, creating a gust of wind. Kagura was able to reorient herself to the arena. When she landed, she was greeted by 10 kunais racing towards her. She created a gust of wind and blew them up, scattering the attack. Temari slashed her with a kunai, but Kagura deflected the attack with her fan. They broke apart after gritting their teeth in a deadlock. Temari quickly opened a scroll and pulled out a backup battle fan. Kagura smirked as they looked each other in the eyes. "It's time I put an end to this," she said aloud. Temari kept her cool by performing another wind jutsu with her fan. However, the attack died out before it even reached the halfway point. "What?" Temari exclaimed. She was confident that she had enough chakra. She tried once more but received the same result. "Aerokinesis is one of my abilities," Kagura explained. "Many people can produce and use wind. I, on the other hand, am not limited to that. I have control over the wind. If you want to use wind-based attacks against me, they'll have to be much stronger than what you're doing now in order to be beyond my control. I must warn you that only a few people, such as the Emperor, have the ability to launch wind attacks that are beyond my control." Temari clenched her teeth as she tried again and again, only to fail. She knew how Tenten felt during their first Chunin exam, when all of her favorite attacks were rendered ineffective. Because wind-based attacks were ineffective, she resorted to using her fan as a blunt club. She struck as hard as she could while also incorporating her personal taijutsu techniques with her battle fan. Finally, Kagura used Dance of Dragon to end the match and blew her off the arena. Kagura used another gust of wind to quickly slow Temari's descent to a gentle thump on the floor before she slammed into it. "And we've got a winner. This match is won by Kagura of the West." Eric roared as the audience applauded. Temari noticed her other battle fan in front of her as she stood up. She looked up to see Kagura's smirking face. She had always had a haughty expression on her face, but it seemed much softer now. "Not bad," Kagura said. "You're not like those stubborn people who try to use the same attacks even though they don't work." Temari laughed. "I'll still find a way to win using my wind jutsu. I can't have the title Mistress of the Wind if you can defeat all of my moves with a single thought. Do you want to grab some food with me if we have time? I'd like to discuss wind techniques, particularly your dances." Before agreeing, Kagura laughed. They exchanged respectful handshakes as they walked towards the waiting room, where a healer awaited them. "Now it's time for a battle of the titans. Guts versus Zoro. Two fighters with similar destructive techniques. I'm exiting the arena for this fight," Eric declared. The two swordsmen drew their weapons quickly before glaring at each other. In the background, Suigetsu was cheering for his idol. Both fighters had only one eye, which the Easterners noticed. They both dashed forward and swung their weapons with all their might as soon as the announcer started the fight. There was a resounding sound from the weapons colliding, followed by a shockwave that blew the audience back. The only way to describe this fight after that was war. Both swordsmen refused to give up, despite receiving serious injuries that should have stopped them. The two fought with all their souls, slash after slash, stab after stab. This fight held the attention of the entire audience. Mifune and his samurais were impressed and hoped to reach an agreement with the West to share sword techniques. Guts quickly put on his armor and donned the dog helmet to push himself even further. Normally, he would have gone unconscious and a berserk spirit would have taken his place. But ever since the Emperor had assisted him in saving Casca and even Griffith, he had learned to completely shut down the berserk spirit and regain full control of the armor. Despite this advantage, They were still evenly matched. Both fighters were trying to catch their breath after what seemed like hours but was actually only 40 minutes. Zoro was covered in cuts, and Guts' armor was riddled with gashes from his blood. They both stood up again, and everyone knew it was their final assault. Zoro had used his 9-sword style to its full potential, but he couldn't keep it up. Guts' helmet was receding as a result of constant use. Before charging for the final time, they exchanged glances. Zoro spun his 2 swords in front of him like a windmill, while Guts held his sword high. R-A-H-H-H. Guts swung his blade down, roaring. Aogi Santoryu, Sanzen Sekai. Zoro exclaimed. A bright flash filled the arena, briefly blinding the audience. They noticed that Zoro and Guts had switched places, with their backs to each other. There was silence all around as the audience held their breath. Zoro stumbled and spat blood, causing the audience to gasp. When blood spurted out of Guts' chest, it appeared that he had won. Guts slid backwards, bleeding. Roronoa Zoro is the winner. Can we get some doctors here? They're bleeding profusely, Eric stated. Healers rushed onto the stage and carried both of them away to be healed. Nice fight, Zoro said to Guts. I'll win next time, Guts replied, chuckling. The audience was cheering for such a fight, while the Easterners were debating whether or not to compete in the tournaments. They were repeatedly shown to be in way over their heads here. They'd heard about the West before, and how they'd been warned about it. Many people did not believe in such old legends or thought they were superior. Even with the Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't seem to imitate the West style. He couldn't see Zoro's slashes, and even if he could imitate Guts, he lacked the muscle for it. He needed to find something from the West that would allow him to murder his brother. Konoha had nothing to offer other than some civilian women connected to the civilian council throwing themselves at him. They were, however, too weak for him, and he desired strong women to carry his strong genes. He turned to face Orochimaru. Perhaps a Sannin could assist him in moving forward. Konoha was no longer interested in him. The next match was a quick one. Meliodas and Kenshin were speed and technique equals. Meliodas announced his intention to give up after a few minutes of slashing because he didn't feel like it anymore. He stated that he felt his time was better spent selling his drinks and making sure Hawk wasn't pigging out again. That reasoning was criticized by everyone, but Kenshin was allowed to advance to the next round. Our next match is Inzu vs Mifune, Eric exclaimed. Will Mifune's experience help him defeat his opponent? Or will Inzu's youth carry him through? Let's find out right now. Inzu and Mifune both drew their swords. Mifune was intrigued by Inzu's techniques because he did not appear to be as muscular as Zoro or Guts. It also helped that his swords seemed to be communicating with him as if they were partners, even if they insulted each other. May our blades guide each other, Mifune said, respectfully bowing to Inzu. And may our swords never waver, Inzu replied, bowing before rising and scratching his chin. I hope that was sufficiently respectful. I'm not particularly gifted with words. Passable, Mifune replied as he took his stance, his sword in his sheath, indicating he was an Aido master. Take care, Inzu. This old man is no laughing matter. His black sword issued a warning. Mifune was soon slashing faster than most people could see. Even Itachi struggled to see the slash with their Sharingan. Inzu, on the other hand, was guided by instinct and avoided it. Damn, that's fast, Inzu said as he deflected another strike from Mifune before slashing the air again. Mifune's eyes widened as he noticed the slash and he quickly dodged to the left. The slash cut a piece of his hair. Such blade mastery at such a young age, Mifune reflected. If this boy was born in the East, he would undoubtedly be my heir, and would have taken over for me already. This is getting too old for me. As Inzu engaged him in sword range, he had no time for such thoughts. Mifune was forced to abandon his Aido practice when Inzu refused to give him enough time to sheath his blade after an attack. This fight was not as brutal as Zoro and Guts, but it was more refined. Those two were all about strength, while these two were all about finesse. It was a beautiful sight to behold, but it had to come to an end. Mifune channeled his chakra into his sword while backing away to give Yae some breathing room. He then swung with all his strength and speed at Inzu. Inzu's sword is his target. He hoped to either break it or disarm Inzu. Mifune struck Inzu's sword with that in mind. Instead of trying to avoid or block the sword, Inzu slashed downwards to meet it head-on. A loud noise was heard, and a blade was shattered. Mifune's sword was the one that broke. Mifune appeared dazed after discovering that his chakra-infused blade, as well as a technique he developed to destroy blades, had been broken. The blade of Inzu was not amused. The blade yelled, "Wwwww, what the hell happened? Inzu, I may be impervious to pain, but that doesn't mean I can't feel it." Indestructible, wondered Sasuke. I require that blade. I could use it to kill my brother. He planned how to return the blade to its rightful owner, unaware that the blade would never choose him. Mifune glanced at his blade before declaring his forfeit. While Nzu and Mifune shook hands, the crowd applauded. Such abilities at such a young age, Mifune remarked. If you have time, come over to my lands and meet my fellow samurais. Someone like you can always teach us something. It would be nice to travel to your place, but I don't think Irami would allow it. Nzu chuckled before scratching his cheek. ID versus Chijiro is our 5th match. Begin when you are ready, Eric declared. Hello, Chijiro. You must not lose or you will embarrass our Mizukage. Suigetsu was mocked. Chijiro blushed at this, but his face seemed to gain a lot of focus after that. He dashed forward towards ID with his weapon Hurrinkari in hammer form as soon as he heard the fight begin. He swung it down against his opponent as hard as he could. On impact, a massive dust cloud formed, covering the fighters. I was only teasing him. I didn't expect him to go all out like that. Oh well, it just goes to show that Kiri isn't as weak as the West, Suigetsu stated. The dust settled, and the Easterners were surprised to see ID block the hammer with his sword without much effort. Not bad, ID said as he swung his sword, causing Chijiro to back off. Chijiro grunted before attempting various sword techniques he had learned. They were all easily parried by ID, though some appeared to be impossible to even consider parrying. Chijiro was panting profusely, but ID didn't appear to be tired. He looked at Mizukage, as if gaining confidence from her. He took a deep breath before deciding to give this match his all. He wanted to save the chakra he had stored in Hurrinkari for future matches, but he couldn't with this opponent. Full chakra release, Chijiro exhaled. His sword grew longer and sharper, and water streams formed a vortex around him. I'm on my way. Stream piercing. It was outstanding. Chijiro was surrounded by water, which was violently streaming around him like a barrier, and his sword was aimed at ID. This was not a move that could be easily parried. ID appeared to be thinking the same thing. If that's the case, Blood River Sword. First right large river, ID said as he took his place. His right hand held the sword raised at head level, while his left hand guided it with 2 fingers. As he began to move forward, his body shifted so that his left side was in front. Such a light attack will not deter me, yelled Chijiro as he approached ID. He was sure of himself until he heard the next line. Second right abundant. A massive torrential wind suddenly followed ID as he slashed forward, dispelling Chijiro's attack. He was about to respond when he heard another chilling line. The third right the colliding wave. Chijiro was sent spinning away from ID before he realized what was going on. ID had followed up with an upper slash, using all of his momentum to cleanly knock Chijiro away. Chijiro landed face down on the floor, his weapon beside him. He was unconscious, so ID was declared the winner. When she saw Chijiro defeated, the Mizukage clenched her fist, but she was also proud of her shinobi. Chijiro had always struggled with confidence, but using this move without chopping someone to gain confidence was surprising given how well he executed it. In the next match, Kagura faced Zoro. It wasn't as bloodthirsty as before, but Zoro won by disarming Kagura and pointing his blades at her. Kagura sighed, but admitted defeat. Even if she could have used her other move, Dance of the Dead, Zoro would have easily cut through all of them. Following that, it was Nzu versus ID. In reality, it was their swords that were at odds. Since they could both talk, they had always insulted each other and tried to outdo each other. They finally stopped talking when Hisako asked if they wanted to be silenced permanently. Both blades came into contact with each other. Nzu decided to use lightning chakra in his attacks after learning about it from one of his mentors, Edermask. ID used a variety of techniques to counter, including the Phoenix Slash. Sasuke's envy grew as he couldn't seem to replicate Nzu's Wind Slash attack, which used no chakra, or Isordi's techniques. Nzu was nearly out of breath after 30 minutes of swordplay, while ID was fine, albeit heavily sweating. Nzu, hurry up. We cannot afford to lose to them. I can't stand hearing Lamia brag. Nzu's sword spoke. It's simple for you to say. ID is not the one fighting you, Nzu responded. He's countered every one of my techniques and still has some as backup. Not really, ID thought. Some of these moves I don't want to use because they strain my heart, and others techniques don't use my sword, so those are out. His growth has been monstrous since he began training with Edermask and other swordsmen. Nzu attempted a last-ditch attack, but ID countered. Nzu decided to give up because he couldn't move. Nzu was confronted by his red-haired female friend Uzumaki Irami as they exited the stage. Let me heal you, Irami said. Are you okay? You're never this pleasant, Nzu inquired before receiving a punch to the head from her. Idiot. Why can't you just be grateful? I'll get stronger to protect you. What happened to that? While blushing, Irami asked before healing him. You heard that? Nzu blushed before deciding to remain silent. Edermask laughed, then complimented him on a good fight. ID later stated that he did not want to fight in the finals because he did not want to face monsters. The real reason was that he couldn't afford to strain himself too much again, or his heartbeat would become uncontrollable. Okay, this is going to be a heated battle. Speed versus strength. Kenshin versus Zoro. It's the big game. When those two entered the arena, the crowd erupted in applause. When the fight began, both simply stared at each other. Soon after, a single leaf floated down between them. They both struck each other in an instant. The leaf caught in the middle of their weapons and annihilated into pieces. The Konoha shinobis shivered. Hopefully, it was just a coincidence and not a forewarning. If they thought Zoro and Guts' fight was impressive, this one left them speechless. Kenshin fought at breakneck speed, but Zoro was able to block some of his attacks and counter with destructive strength. He's improved a lot, muttered Tsunade, recalling Kenshin's swordsmanship as a child. Iwa shivered at the prospect of another Uzumaki seeking vengeance. Mitsuruguryu Haiten, Kyuzuryusen, 8 slashes and a hilt stab came at once towards Zoro, who blocked them with his Asura blade dance. What? I had no idea which slash came first, yelled Sasuke with my Sharingan. I should be able to tell. The majority of the Easterners were also taken aback. Mifune considered himself fortunate to have lost. He wanted to challenge Kenshin again, but given how much Kenshin had improved, he knew it would be futile because he would lose badly. They fought at close quarters, never retreating unless their techniques demanded it. Cannon weighing 1080 pounds, a wind blast much stronger than Zoro's used against B flew towards Kenshin. Instead of attempting to avoid, Kenshin raised his blade to the sky before slamming it to the ground. Doryusen, heightened Mitsuriguryu. Ground fragments flew directly into the wind blast, blocking Zoro's attack. Let's finish this, Zoro-san, Kenshin said as he took an Alido position. Zoro roared as he sheathed his swords. Come on then. He pulled the one with the white scabbard from his belt and held it perpendicular to the ground, sheathed behind his leg. With his left hand near the guard and his right hand on the hilt, he held the sheath. Kenshin charged forward, while Zoro remained in his horse stance. Mitsurugi Ryo Haiten. Yaidoryu. There was a loud clash and a flash of light. They could tell that both fighters had their backs to each other as soon as the light went out. Harinki no Amakakaru. Zoro's chest was slashed open, and blood poured out. Zoro's body was swaying and falling to the ground. When Zoro took a step forward to regain balance, the audience thought it was over, that Kenshin had won. Despite his severe injuries, Zoro's sword was slowly being resheathed. Sansen Shishishi. Kenshin's chest is suddenly pierced by a massive sword wound. During the fight, both received serious sword wounds. The audience, particularly the Easterners, were perplexed as both fighters attempted to regain their breath. What the hell happened? That was too fast for even me to catch, I exclaimed. They slashed each other. But how? Dara wondered. A shinobi appeared from the shadows, startling the cages. Koyuki chuckled before deciding to explain what she had just heard to the rest of them. Kenshin's ultimate technique is usually extremely lethal. If you choose to block his attack, you must do so in a unique way or use a unique sword. Otherwise, his sword will slash and break yours. Even if you manage to parry it, something happens. I won't go into detail, but just know that even if you avoid the flying heavenly dragon's fangs, the gusting winds will limit your mobility, and the claws will rip you apart. Tsunade asked the big question, then what did Zoro do? The cages shivered at this description. Fufu, please allow me to explain, a voice said. They were all looking for a woman with a startling light blue eye and black hair, as well as a well-shaped bust and waist. Robin, Nico, it's good to see you're doing well, Koyuki stated. She bowed respectfully before continuing. Instead of blocking or striking Kenshin's attack, my husband, Zoro, decided to confront it head-on. He reduced the amount of damage he could take by leaning back when he felt the sword cut through his chest, preventing it from completely severing him. Instead, he slashed at Kenshin. That's suicidal, exclaimed Mei. Indeed, that would be my husband. However, he has such incredible endurance that he decided to take a chance and slash back. Robin responded. Back in the arena, both swordsmen were struggling to get back up after collapsing. In the end, Eric declared that the first person to stand up and declare himself the winner would win, despite the fact that neither fighter could even attack. In the end, it was Zoro who was able to stand up and make that statement, making him the victor. The Easterners were beginning to doubt their chances as the crowd dispersed. Some people believed they still had a chance, but they were few and far between. While they returned to their respective homes, Orochimaru and Tsutomu were already plotting how to conquer the West. They reasoned that the people who had exposed them were trained professionals, and that the majority of their soldiers were actually weak. They hoped to defeat those who were truly powerful through overwhelming numbers, suicide attacks, or assassinations. Mei was the last of the cages to depart. Before she could leave, a member of the Brotherhood stopped her and handed her a piece of paper. Our Emperor would like to invite you and one other person to dinner. Please follow the instructions on this paper if you accept. Tell no one about this encounter. Before vanishing into the shadows, said the messenger. Mei quickly tucked the note beneath her clothes in her left chest. She couldn't afford to pass up this opportunity to speak with the Emperor. She chose Ao as her dinner companion without hesitation. As night fell and the meeting time approached, Mei excused herself while dragging Ao under the guise of educating him on his words. The other Kiri ninjas either winced, like Chijuro, or laughed, like Suijitsu. As Ao cried crocodile tears, Ao felt better after she dragged him away and revealed that she had an invitation to see the Emperor. They walked to the location where they were instructed to wait. Hands suddenly gripped them and drew them into the shadows. They fought at first, but the Brotherhood messengers told them to stop and let them blindfold them before meeting the Emperor. They and Ao agreed, but they were surprised when they pulled out a specialized seal and placed it on Ao's eye patch. They felt a hand on their shoulder as soon as they were blindfolded before being teleported. They initially felt nauseous but quickly recovered. When they were allowed to remove their blindfolds, they were astounded to discover that the Emperor was actually Uzumaki Naruto. He was dressed as an emperor but did not wear his mask. Utakata was right next to him, blowing on his bubble pipes once more. They now bowed respectfully in front of the Emperor. Please stand up, Naruto said. Utakata has put in a good word for you. So my council and I have decided to give Kiri the opportunity to speak. Mei was thanking whatever deity it was that she had never mistreated Utakata. She remembered how many shinobi in the past despised Utakata because he was a Jinchuriki and saw him as a demon. While they were discussing trades and potential treaties, Naruto had a clone have a private conversation with Itachi. Are you sure about this? Naruto inquired. Yes, Naruto, Itachi replied. I have earned a place in that. For my own safety, I will not back down now. I intend to inform everyone about who they're dealing with, as well as to reveal the long-hidden secrets. Finally, the final competition had arrived. This one was anticipated by everyone. Since they were able to make full use of their talents, the Easterners saw it as their final opportunity to restore their honor. However, some of the villages were unaware that they shared the same restrictions as the West. The Easterners entered the Colosseum in a hurry. One person, however, was running behind because she needed to use the restroom and tend to some of her more private concerns. Hana and Yuzaka exclaimed, Crap, I'm late. Need to catch up. She swiftly and carelessly took the path leading to the Colosseum at her greatest pace. Just as she hopped over a cart, she slammed into someone. She was the only one who reacted, as the other individual stood there still. She looked up, rubbing her nose in shame and indignity, and was about to yell when she realized who she had ran into and stopped. Her gut was screaming at her, telling her this tall, lean, and attractive man was an alpha. His moon crescent on his forehead, golden eyes, long white hair, and commanding aura were his most distinctive features. Her loins were beginning to get moist, and her primal nature was screaming at her to give her body to this man and mate with this alpha right now. The only difference between her reasoning side and her instincts was that the logical side was advising her to find a room. She stared at him while paralyzed and barely breathing. The man gave her a regal atmosphere while simply gazing at her for a while. Then a voice sounded. The man called Sesshomaru turned to meet a young girl dressed in a kimono and a small green imp carrying a rod with two malformed heads at its top. Lord Sesshomaru, wait for me, he said. Sesshomaru commanded, temporarily disobeying Hana, Rin, Jaken. Come, we need to get to the Colosseum, or we will be late to the bouts. Although it would be interesting to take the woman in front of him, he had far more essential responsibilities to complete. He could smell that she was in heat. He promptly snatched Rin up and moved forward. Jaken only succeeded in leaping onto the fur that was trailing behind him. Hana initially believed it to be a piece of his clothing, but she soon realized it was actually affixed to the man. Hana raised her hand in an attempt to obstruct Sesshomaru's departure. She was left to alone as she struggled with the wetness that had developed in her loins. When the bouts were about to begin, she was tempted to just go back and give herself some alone time to get rid of this heat. A rush of wind suddenly materialized in front of her as she began to stand up, and Kagura emerged, looking rather furious. "Keep out of the way, or become our concubine," Kagura yelled fiercely. "Listen, bitch, I've been trying to track Sesshomaru down to become his wife for a long time now. I won't let some random chick get in my way." She didn't anticipate a response and was taken aback when Hana replied positively. Hana flushed and berated her pre-programmed response. He was seriously messing with her instincts. Before she began to giggle, Kagura gave her a long look. Kagura giggled as she removed a feather from her hair bun and threw it in front of her. "Well, then, I wasn't expecting such a direct answer, but I suppose owing to what he is and what your clan is tied to, it's to be expected. Come, I'll give you a ride to the Colosseum," she said. They could both stand on the feather as it grew in size and floated in the direction of the Colosseum. As usual, the contestants rushed to the center of the arena. Some members of the Eastern group were eager to battle such formidable foes. Some had already accepted their defeat. And in the last group, some people still erroneously thought that the West had no chance. Obviously, Sasuke and Sakura, his own personal cheerleader and fangirl, were part of this gang. Soon, a lanky man with white hair and a white mustache as well as a lean man with green hair moved forward. The portly guy greeted the participants, saying, "Hello, fighters. I'm Professor Port, and this is my colleague Professor Oobleck. Today, we'll be conducting this a little differently from the last two tournaments. If you look at the screen, you'll see we have two sides, East Side and West Side. Your name should be on there, and you can check who you're fighting against right now and whoever follows. Jiving time," said the man named Oobleck. "Indeed, instead of the usual round elimination, we'll be head straight for the tournament format." He talked quickly, and the last few words of the sentence were somewhat hazy. He then took another sip of his coffee. "Since there are 44 fighters, that means 22 fighters on each side. Ho ho. Why, I remember in my younger days, I took my trusty accent." Port veered off topic. "As my esteemed colleague was saying, we'll be hosting the east side of the tournament first. After that, the west side will go next. You may notice that for both sides, a few fighters will fight one less battle while others may have an extra one. Do not worry, we will allow to get Port back on track." Eric had to throw a brick at him. "This time, instead of having 9 fights in the arena at once, we will be letting the audience choose which fight to watch on many different screens. You lot will be stepping onto a platform that will send you to another place, where you can use all your techniques without worry. It'll be a large area for you to fight, but we can only have 6 arenas for you to fight in." Oobleck yelled before rushing to the side doors to open them. "Yes, certainly, you've already met 2 of them before. And Port and I will also be performing commentary. Allow us to introduce to you the rest of them." 2 more persons entered the room to make introductions. Radom was the name given by the man who had spiky black hair, angular sunglasses, a white dress shirt, and black jeans. His microphone had a faint totemic form. The other was a slender female announcer decked up in stockings, a Playboy bunny costume, and a headband that gave the impression that she had horns, much like a dragon. She obviously drew a lot of attention from the fighters and the crowd due to her attire, but she gave off the impression that she enjoyed the attention. She has a unique tattoo on her left butt cheek. "Hello, everyone. My name is Tatsuko, and I'm here to announce these battles on behalf of the Dragon of the 12 Zodiac referees. The first 6 matches will soon begin, and then we will call you up in the middle to be taken toward the arenas. After that is the West Side's matches, and then we'll have all the seeded matchups done right after," said Radom. "In any event, please have a look at the tournament chart." Nearly terrified to glance at the tournament chart, the Easterners did so, to prevent them from fighting one another too soon. The names of the West's fighters were dispersed around the chart, which they swiftly found. Their names were highlighted for everyone to see, as if to further ridicule them. Uramchi Yusuke, Sesshomaru, Goku-san, Frankenstein, Sora, Dragneel Natsu, Konoha, Odo, and Akatsuki were stunned by the last name on the list, though Sasuke was enraged by the name. "Yaoni Uchiha," Deidara shouted. "He's alive." Sasuke said, "I'll kill him," as he turned to face the Western contestants. Itachi was there, seated in the opposing team's box, enjoying a cup of green tea and some pocky. The other Easterners looked at him more intently and noted that he seemed healthier, happier, and more unwinded. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. In the meantime, in the box of the West's rivals, Yusuke questioned, "Are you sure using your true name is a good idea? You might have easily changed your appearance and given yourself a different name." Itachi answered, "Hiding now serves no purpose. It won't take long for them to find out who else is here since they already know Neji is here." The spiky-haired man with the orange gi responded, "Doesn't matter. We'll help if they try to group up on you. I'm looking forward to a good battle. Natsu, the man with the salmon-colored hair and white scarf, cried out, I'm all revved up. The adolescent named Sora, who had spiky brown hair, stated, this will be fun. He and Natsu bucked fists. Frankenstein, a man with long blonde hair and a butler outfit, and Sesomaru agreed to just keep quiet. Everyone could see who will fight first once the first 6 bouts from the east side of the bracket were suddenly highlighted. Kiri Jounin vs Iwa Jounin in Arena 1. Shino vs Suzumbachi in Arena 2. Yes, Suzumbachi reasoned that it was time to prove to the tree huggers who was actually superior. Shino hardly slightly adjusted his coat. Sesshomaru vs Iwa in Arena 3. Rin exclaimed, Lord Sesshomaru will triumph. Jaken, Inuyasha, Kikayo, Kagome, Kagura, and, surprise, Hana were seated at her box. Hana took advantage of the alone and questioned Kagura. Were you serious about that? I thought you didn't accept polygamy. Kagura paused and thought, well, I wouldn't want to, but I wouldn't be able to handle him alone if he decides to mate. He is a Daiokai, like Yusuke-sama. I'm surprised he only has one human wife, although Yusuke-sama does have human blood in him. Most likely, his wife is enough for him, and I can't blame him. Also, she indicated the 2 people seated on either side of Inuyasha, Kikayo and Kagome. At this, Hana felt a little better. Strong alphas typically have several females vying for his seed. She did have one more query, though. So, who is Rin and is she really his daughter? Before telling how Sesshomaru encountered Rin, who was all by herself in a village when he decided to take her with him, Kagura shook her head. He cared for the kid as if she were his own daughter after she managed to burrow her way into his heart. Sora and Sai in Arena 4. Sora said, seems like I'm up first. Natsu pouted back, Buo. I want to fight now, and then wish Sora success. Tenzo vs Suna Jounin in Arena 5. Suna Jounin vs Akatsuchi in Arena 6. If this gets confused, I'll attempt to include an image of the tournament chart to help you understand how it works. As each announcer has already been assigned to a specific arena number, Raiden yelled out, all right. Will the fighters whose names have been highlighted kindly come towards the center of the arena? Please go to you designated announcer. Raya and Paku members will still serve as your match proctors, so heed their orders to halt. The Easterners were rather perplexed as to how they would battle until the earth beneath them suddenly lit up as the fighters appeared in front of their designated referee, an announcer. They vanished from the Colosseum before they could react. Slowly opening their eyes, they discovered that they were in separate stadiums large enough for long-distance combat. There was a lake nearby to provide water for all types of jutsu, and trees nearby to provide cover if necessary. Overall, it would be a likely setting for someone to get into a physical altercation. Kiri Jounin triumphs in Arena 1. Arena 2. Shino put up a valiant fight against Suzumbachi, having ultimately won by using his bugs to enclose his opponent in a sphere and drain Suzumbachi's chakra. He was promptly crowned the victor by Oobleck. When Oobleck described in detail what Shino had done to win, he felt justified and basked in the attention that some spectators had chosen to focus on his play. Arena 3. When Sesshomaru's adversary attempted to bury him with a number of earth jutsu, he didn't even have to move. The Iwa nin screamed, haha, die you bastard die. Sesshomaru's whip, which appeared to be formed of light, suddenly appeared in his hand and split the entire earth in half. As the whip began to corrode his clothing and skin, the Iwa nin began to scream in pain as it was wrapped around him. Kodo pronounced Sesshomaru the winner. Arena 4. Sai made an effort to observe Sora as they exchanged glances. His opponent was dressed in loose black clothing and didn't appear to be carrying any weapons. Sai charged at Sora while holding a tanto as soon as their announcer Tatsuko made the call for the fight to begin. He intended to finish this quickly in order to elevate Danzo. Unexpectedly, a weapon that he hadn't even seen Sora pull stopped his path with his sword. Sai was swiftly driven away from the conflict by Sora. Sai turned to look at Sora, who was wielding a large key and utilizing it as a blade. Kingdom Key is his signature sword, so why not use it instead of the other ones? The Keyblade. Before pulling out a scroll and his instruments, Sai had a thought. He quickly sketched a bunch of little ink animals on his scroll, called them all, and sent them all at Sora in an effort to overwhelm him. Sora only grinned before sprinting forward and swiftly dispatching each summon with a single slash. Sai had more time as a result to produce even larger ink drawings to use as weapons. Nevertheless, out of Sai's scroll, 6 enormous lions prowled and surrounded Sora. Sai continued to draw, this time with a huge ink brush. On another scroll, warning, give up immediately, or my lions will tear you apart. When the lions saw Sora wasn't going to give up, they all charged at him. Gather, Sora cried as he held up his Keyblade to the skies. His Keyblade released a magic, and a diamond-shaped spell with spheres on each end emerged. The lions were instantly drawn to the spell, where they were hanging helplessly. Thunder, Sora screamed. All the lions were instantly struck into nothingness by a lightning strike that descended from the clouds. Sai saw he needed more time and sent forth ink clones to divert Sora's attention while he completed his own drawing. A huge tiger would appear and drag his opponent into his painting as part of the sealing maneuver. By sealing one of the Westerners and bringing him to Danzo, Sai planned to aid Konoha in learning everything there was to know about the West. The ink clones approached, and Sora's Keyblade started to shine. Shadow Blade. Sora started to dart straight through the ink clones, spinning at unimaginable angles and barely even pausing after each dash. The clones vanished right away. However, Sai was able to complete his drawing. Koshi Tanden, Fuinjutsu. From the scroll sprung a huge tiger that tried to bite Sora while screaming. Sora instantly took a small step back and then spun his Keyblade in his right hand. Splicer of Time. The tiger stopped abruptly, as though time had been suspended for it. Sora sprinted for the ink tiger and slashed it repeatedly. The tiger appeared to have received no damage at all after the first 6 blows, yet Sora persisted in moving towards Sai. The tiger's time suddenly defrosted and it attempted to bite Sora. The cuts Sora had given earlier suddenly materialized all at once, dispersing the tiger just as it appeared as though it might succeed. The Easterners were scared by this act. They just witnessed someone literally pause time for a single target, which was unusual for shinobi who could use time-space ninjutsu. Sai again charged in with his Tanto since he was left with no other options. Sora declared as his Keyblade started to shine once more, "It's over." Ars Anima. Sai was unable to block Sora's quick 13-hit combination and began to take a beating from him. Sai was blasted off the arena while still unconscious as Sora finished the combo with a flip and slammed his Keyblade in front of him. Tatsuko instantly crowned Sora the victor while making advances toward him. Knowing that his girlfriend Kairi was also watching, he appeared to be uncomfortable. A5. Tenzo triumphs. Tenzo begins to believe that he was the one who lost as Port begins to describe the time he had to slice through a forest to locate his prey. Atrium 6. Akatsuchi triumphs. The fighters were whisked back to the arena, where they received their acclaim. On the tournament chart, the following set of matches from the west side of the board were instantly highlighted and made larger so that everyone could know who was next. Ring 1, Goku vs. A. Goku yelled, "Yeah, it's my chance to battle." At this moment, the Easterners were pleading for a triumph against the East. The Raikage, one of their most powerful fighters, was now finally standing. Assessed his opponent as he turned to face him. Although his opponent had muscles similar to his own, would he be quick enough? Ring 2, Anko against Shin. Anko appeared satisfied by this. This was an opportunity to weaken the powers of her traitor sensei. Samui vs. Kiri Jounin in Arena 3. Arena 4, Darui vs. Chijiro. Suna Jounin vs. Kiri Jounin in Arena 5. Iwa Jounin vs. Kotoheim in Arena 6. In order to prepare to be teleported to their respective arenas, the fighters moved near the center of the arena. Arena 1. Goku and exchanged glares as they positioned themselves for combat while assessing one another. They both rushed for each other as soon as Raiden, their announcer for the fight, yelled commence. After each blow, it was blocked or avoided. Goku delivered the first punch to A's face after 5 minutes of close quarters combat. Raiden screamed, and point goes to Goku. If this were that kind of match, Goku has drawn first blood. Before concluding that staying back was not an option, A quickly jumped back. He wanted to study his opponent, but couldn't take the risk anymore. He sensed that Goku had not given the fight his all. Raiden no Yoroi. A's body was instantly engulfed in lightning chakra before he sped up his approach to Goku. With the intention of punching Goku, flung a torrent of punches at him. To the surprise of the majority of the Easterners, Goku was able to block his fist without fear or evade it. Karui shouted, "No way. Nobody blocks those blows without being concerned." A, on the other hand, was having a blast. A man who was just as tough as he was confronting his onslaught. He was soon able to strike Goku in the face with a glancing blow. Goku instantly kicked in the direction of A's chest, causing him to protect by crossing his arms. Goku was able to take a little step back after this attack, giving him some breathing room. "You're pretty good," Goku remarked. He formed a Raiden clone and laughed aloud. "Ha, the same to you. Don't hold back on me," before jumping towards Goku and kicking him with an axe. Goku deflected it and hurled a punch towards A's face in a hurry, but he blocked it. They were about to engage in another vicious fight when A quickly retreated a bit, up until he noticed the Raiden clone standing directly behind him. Goku was a little perplexed, and his clone both charged with their lightning armor at full speed, modified double lariat, or Raiten. He placed 2 fingers on Goku's forehead as the two drew near quickly. He quickly vanished as the arms were ready to slam into Goku's neck and launch his head into the air. Nearly all of the Easterners exclaimed, "What? Was it the Hurricane?" O was perplexed and began scanning the area for his opponent. "Not bad," came the voice, and noticed Goku hovering in the air as she looked up. At this sight, I gasped and thought, great. The West not only demonstrates that they are better combatants, but can they also fly now? As soon as Goku saw hadn't taken to the air, he returned to the ground in an effort to level the playing field. "Then it's time to take this to the next level," Goku replied. Kaioken. An aura of red appeared around Goku all of a sudden. The majority of Easterners believed it to be the opening of the 8th inner gate since Goku had a crimson aura that was reminiscent of a human aura. Guy felt Goku was crazy after seeing a flashback of his father doing this move. He would definitely die if he opened the 8th gate. Guy paid great attention and saw that it was different. As a result of entering the 8th gate, Goku's hair did not turn flaming red. Additionally, Goku's muscle mass appeared to somewhat grow, but he didn't appear to be taking life away. Guy came to the conclusion that this technique was distinct from it, but he was still quite intrigued by it. Rewinding to in Goku's battle, O was perplexed by the aura and the name. A said, "Kaio what?" just before being punched and knocked flying. The Raiten clone was then destroyed by a blast of pure chakra that Goku launched from his other hand after channeling his chakra. The fact that certain warriors could launch pure chakra assaults without using any hand signs at all completely shocked the Easterners. There were few who could accomplish it, but they weren't common in the East. It cleared his throat before charging towards Goku with his lightning armor once more. He was surprised to learn that Goku had caught up to him in terms of strength and speed, though. Goku ducked an uppercut by leaning backward after a narrowly avoided a right punch before unleashing it at him. Goku decided to do a backflip instead of leaning forward after avoiding, sending a kick straight at A's chin. A narrowly avoided it before slicing Goku's neck with a backhanded blade chop. Goku deflected A's assault with his wrist. Goku attempted to punch A again with his free hand, but A's free hand deflected the blow. For a while, the action was at a standstill as each boxer tried to overwhelm the other. Goku made the decision to intensify the situation. 2 Kaiokens. O was speechless by this and asked, "Times what?" before Goku stumbled backward and drew it toward him. Goku released his opponent's grasp and used his legs to catapult into the air. A felt a punch land behind him before he could gather himself. A made a powerful body first fall to the ground, causing the floor to thud and break. A stood slowly while attempting to ignore the pain. This drove me crazy. Now, his rival was more powerful and swift than he was. I tried to fight him again in close quarters but discovered that all of his blows were easily stopped and parried. Goku doubled over with a punch to the stomach before hitting him with a hammer fist. After the blow to the head, A hardly seemed to be awake. A attempted to seize Goku in a desperate attempt to use his powerbomb maneuver to change the course of the battle. Goku effortlessly avoided the desperate attempt and finished it off with a jaw-dropping uppercut. Raiden yelled, and the victor of this combat is Goku. The Easterners, particularly Kumo, were stunned to see a cage truly lose when they returned to the Colosseum. If I can catch one of these combatants, I could experiment and possibly learn even more about the body. Orochimaru mused. Demon experimentation would be novel. Arena 2. Anko gave Shin a fierce fight, but she ultimately won for Konoha by using her snakes to bite him in several crucial places, including his genitalia. Winner, Arena 3 Samui. Tie. No one advances to the next round in Arena 4 for those who wanted to read a fight between them. Sorry, I already wrote a fight using them earlier. Suna Jounin triumphs in Arena 5. Kodoheim triumphs in Arena 6. Since there are only 4 seeded matchups for both East and West side, Eric said, "Alright, let's skip the break and get right to the contests." Temari vs Shikamaru in Arena 1. Shikamaru's side. Ugh, annoying, I'm against her again. Suna Jounin vs Iwa Jounin in Arena 2. Baki against Kiri Jounin in Arena 3. Arena 4, Itachi against C. Eric yelled, "Will the boxers please step up to the plates?" C didn't appear to be enjoying his battle with Itachi and appeared to be quite terrified. How much did Itachi's reputation here grow given that he was already legendary back in his home country? Temari appeared to have a strategy set for Shikamaru as the warriors prepared, which led Shikamaru to utter the word troublesome once more. Arena 1. Shikamaru used the circumstances at hand to lead Temari into a trap. She managed to avoid it, though, by leaping into the air very high, then utilizing her wind jutsu to make a straight route in his direction. She rushed him after hastily calling her weasels. The shadow that was coming directly at her was avoided by her. She directly aimed her fan at Shikamaru's head. He barely avoided it and made a modified hand sign. Temari returned for one more stroke and then abruptly stopped. When she peered down, she noticed that the summons had changed from a small shadow to a wide circle that was also being caught by her. By using his shadow neck binding technique, Shikamaru rapidly eliminated the summon. The two of them were soon the only ones left. Temari did not take anything, while Shikamaru took a knife from his back pocket. Shikamaru made a choice as he raised his hands. "I for you, referee." Temari screamed out, "I forfeit," in a hurry before Shikamaru could finish his sentence. Shikamaru Nara was declared the winner. "Incredible intelligence, that young man," said Oobleck. Shikamaru was a little taken aback by her abrupt strategies. Temari grinned when she noticed the horror on his face. "This time, I want to watch you compete against one of the Western's fighters," the Western fighter said. Shikamaru sighed, thinking that if he won his match, he would probably run into Yusuke in his subsequent match. He mumbled, "Troublesome woman," drawing a rapt glance from Temari. Iwa Jounin triumphs in Arena 2. A 3, Baki triumphs. Arena 4. C was shaken to the core. He had already battled Ryu, a rival from the West, and lost. Now, he was going up against an S-class opponent within their own system. He was confident in his own abilities, but it was simple to lose that confidence in the face of someone similar to him. C immediately utilized his Genjutsu as the battle began in the hopes that it would work and buy him some time. Raijin Reikachu, A. His first intention was to blind Itachi in order to swiftly conclude the conflict. This strategy was immediately unsuccessful because Itachi abruptly splintered into crows the moment C threw a fist. Before C could respond, he felt a sharp chop to the neck and passed out. Itachi was readily named the winner. Sasuke murmured, "Itachi, you'll pay for your crimes and die soon." He didn't even consider the possibility of losing. Sasuke was being observed by Orochimaru, who was taken by what he saw. He was aware that Sasuke had no chance and only needed to be persuaded to defect to him. He would then be able to possess the Sharingan and realize one of his dreams, which was to be able to use every form of ninjutsu in existence. Once Sasuke was in his possession, he would easily think of smashing Konoha. The battles were promptly resumed after the audience was given a 30-minute pause to stretch. On the screen, the following combatants were displayed, commencing on the east side. Yusuke vs Kiri Jounin in Arena 1. Yusuke climbed to his feet and remarked, "All right, it's my turn now." Arena 2, Shino vs B. Tiba vs Sesshomaru in Arena 3. Tiba screamed, "All right Akamaru, let's show these guys who's the genuine alpha." Sora vs Suigetsu in Arena 4. Arena 5, Tenzo vs Natsu. Natsu exclaimed as he hurried up to the arena. Finally, I'm all revved up. Deidara vs Akatsuchi in Arena 6. The fighters entered the arena and were soon taken to the appropriate arenas where they would battle. Arena 1. The Kirinin attempted to conceal his assaults by using the hidden mist jutsu, but Yusuke destroyed the mist with his ray gun. His index finger let forth a jet of chakra and aimed straight down. Dust quickly enveloped the arena after it blew up. The Kirinin searched for him but discovered that his mist had been carried away. A punch landed in his face and knocked him out before he could react. The winner was announced to be Yusuke. Arena 2. Despite Shino's greatest efforts, B simply had too much chakra for him to be able to drain off. B's peculiar sword technique made him too quick for him as well. Before traveling to the west, B prepared new blades. When Shino realized he couldn't win, he swiftly conceded. Arena 3. Hiba prepared to fight as he stood across from Sesshomaru with his dog Akamaru. His instincts warned him to exercise caution, but his ego readily disregarded them. With Akamaru by his side and access to all of his skills, he felt like he could defeat any foe, including a demon. Hiba screamed, "Let's show this punk who's truly an alpha." However, Akamaru was extremely cautious when facing Sesshomaru because his gut told him that they were up against a true alpha. Hiba fed Akamaru a soldier pill as soon as the combat began and then dashed over to Sesshomaru. Shikyaku no Jutsu, Jiju Ninpo. Sesshomaru ducked without appearing to try as Kiba stabbed and clawed at him. Kiba became enraged by this casual demeanor before he tried another tactic on Akamaru. Gatsuga. Kiba and Akamaru transformed into razor-sharp, spinning tornadoes. Sesshomaru, however, continued to deflect all of the blows. Kiba attempted to increase the amount of attacks by using a shadow clone, but it was ineffective. Kiba misinterpreted Sesshomaru's dodging as an inability to attack, though. Kiba laughed, "Haha, you can't even attack, you weakling bitch." That was obviously the incorrect thing to say since the very next instant, Kiba, Akamaru, and his clone were all unexpectedly punched in the stomach and sent flying off. In an effort to catch his breath, Kiba coughed, and Akamaru did the same. The clone had already vanished after such a vicious assault. When Kiba looked up, he saw his rival calmly approaching them while looking down at them with disgust. This further infuriated Kiba. Kiba yelled, "Come on Akamaru, let's do this." Tensoga, while still utilizing Gatsuga, they leaped into the air. However, as they dug down, they merged with one another to create a massive drill that headed straight towards Sesshomaru. Sesshomaru just drew his blade, the Bakuseiga, the weapon that became evident when Sesshomaru finally completed his process of passage. Instead of attempting to avoid it, he first considered employing the explosive corrosion wave but ultimately chose to use a conventional strike that was filled with demons. Don't be too harsh on this helpless fool. He flung his blade right onto Kiba's strike, causing a big explosion. With cuts all over their bodies, Kiba and Akamaru were forced out of their attack. However, Kiba's dignity prevented him from giving up. "That's it. Let me prove to you why I'm the Inuzaku clan's alpha and you're just a dirty Omega mongrel," yelled Kiba, returned to the stands. Kiba's remark made Inuyasha wince. "Uo, that dude is screwed." His spouses shared his opinion. Hana wanted to disagree, but she knew that Kiba would come to regret what she had said. Jaken and Rin were yelling in support of Sesshomaru. Kaguya could only grin in anticipation of what lay ahead. Kiba's outburst made Naruto and Hinata cringe as well because they knew he would soon be in excruciating pain. Returning to the execution site, I refer to Arena 3. Before they both rode upon Akamaru, Kiba created a second copy of himself. Henge Santoro, Jinju Kongo. The three-headed wolf that was Kiba screamed, "Beat this." He instantly felt Sesshomaru's overpowering Kai coming at him before he could attack. He saw Sesshomaru's eyes turn blood red, and he was unable to move. His expression was becoming more ferocious as the wind grew around him like a terrible hurricane. He was suddenly enveloped in a pink aura that caused him to vanish. The pink light rose into the air and bounced around for a while before coming back to Earth. Instead of Sesshomaru in his typical form, a huge, vicious white dog demon stood in his place, easily towering over Kiba's shape. Kiba attempted to attack since he was not easily deterred. Gatenga Uiga. Kiba pivoted quickly in the direction of Sesshomaru, who deflected the blow with a careless swipe of his paw. After Kiba's attack was interrupted, it flew into a few trees before coming to an end. Sesshomaru jumped on him and put his paw on Kiba's neck before he could stand up. Sesshomaru uttered a low growl to make his point. "Listen, you little mutt. If you were to compare yourself to the other dogs in the hierarchy, you wouldn't even be a beta. You're an omega, the lowest of them all, and you don't know your place. Maybe you'll figure it out in the hereafter." Tatsuko, the announcer for this fight, was unable to quickly declare the winner. Sesshomaru used his other paw to strike the Omega, intending to kill him. However, the proctor who had been with the announcer prevented him from continuing. The strike was stopped with one hand by Ryzen Paku's elder, Hayato Furinji. The elder declared, "That's enough. This conflict is ended. There's no need to kill." Sesshomaru grumbled but followed orders. Despite his disdain for most people, he had respect for the people of Ryzen Paku, especially the elder, who could easily outfight him when fully powered. Sesshomaru was declared the winner by Tatsuko, who had at last gathered her composure. Akamaru and Kiba took the place of Kiba's wolf form and his ordinary form. After their near-death experience, both were shivering and certain that their opponent was the Alpha and that, in comparison to him, they were only Omegas. Although it was embarrassing, they knew better than to challenge the hierarchy. Arena 4. Suigetsu sliced at Sora, who deflected it and then returned fire. Suigetsu typically wouldn't mind because the standard swords back at the east didn't harm his liquid form. Suigetsu changed his typical reckless approach as a result of Sora's keyblade damaging that defense and bypassing his customary line of defense. Damn it, why do these Western fighters constantly have weapons that can easily avoid my water form? However, Suigetsu, he had no time to think any further as Sora threw his keyblade, which was covered in fire, at him and forced him to avoid it. The keyblade came flying back at Sora like a boomerang, but he managed to catch it and use his keyblade to send it to the ground where Suigetsu was. Launch dive. Suigetsu jumped back as far as he could after going pale at the sight of the lightning that was about to strike him. He raised his finger and pointed it like a gun at Sora before launching a barrage of water arrows. Sora quickly blocked them and then retreated toward him. Suigetsu made the decision to change course. Jetsu Water Clone. Before they all charged at Sora, 12 water clones had formed. Before jabbing his keyblade into one of them, Sora blocked a few. It adhered to his keyblade instead of changing shape. Before they could react, Sora was flailing the water clone around, striking the other clones in the process, and causing them to all dissolve. Sora made the decision to pick up the pace a little. "Give me courage," Sora cried. Before his attire turned from black to crimson, he was suddenly surrounded by light. Valor form. Sora suddenly found himself holding 2 keyblades and sprinted towards Suijutsu, slicing and cutting furiously. Suijutsu was completely unable to attack, and soon his entire body was covered with cuts and bruises. Suijutsu screamed, "All right, that's it," and leaped over to the area where the river was in the arena. Before absorbing all the water from the river and transforming into a huge mutant fish with tentacles, he rapidly gulped the water in his water bottle. Suijutsu slammed the tentacles towards the Sora and roared, "Take this." They left behind massive craters in the ground Sora was standing on, creating a sea of dust. Nobody was able to determine the outcome of Suijutsu's assault. They heard something break into bits a short while later. An explosion caused all of Suijutsu's tentacles to blow up. Wisdom form. Reflect. In a split second, Sora transformed from his Valor form into his Wisdom form. His attire also changed from red to blue, and he only had 1 keyblade with him. But suddenly he was gliding on the earth, hovering over it. Suijutsu sought to utilize a different strategy and created even more smaller tentacles than previously. Undeterred by Sora's strike, he was going for quantity over quality in the hopes that at least one attack would succeed. Sora dodged a few before coming up with an absurd notion. One of them was suddenly leaped over, and he landed on it before beginning to slide along it towards Suijutsu's main body. This stunned Suijutsu, who attempted to fight it with his attacks but failed. Soon, Sora leaped and landed on top of Suijutsu's enormous fish, exactly above where his main body was. Then Sora smiled, which made Suijutsu tremble. Sora yelled freeze, and hurled 5 enormous shards of ice in the direction of Suijutsu. The ice instantly froze the water upon touch, locking Suijutsu inside. Suijutsu was knocked out of his form and rendered unconscious as Sora dove down onto the now frozen fish, and slammed his keyblade down with all his power, cracking the ice. He was promptly crowned the victor by Raiden. Arena 5. Tenzo was not having fun. His opponent was simply burning through all of his attacks with indiscriminate fire despite the fact that he had Mokuton, one of the most feared bloodlines in the East. The time has come to avoid the flames. Fire Dragon's Roar, or Karyu no Haku. After taking a massive breath, Natsu released a powerful fireball that flew straight through Tenzo's earlier defense. Tenzo growled angrily, "I've heard of overwhelming firepower, but this is preposterous." The man takes it literally. Before cloning some wood, he intended to fool Natsu, approach him from behind, and put an end to it. Natsu was already approaching them with both of his hands on fire before they had a chance to disengage. When the flames are combined, the phrase "with a flame on the right hand and a flame on the left hand" is pronounced Karyu no Kon. As soon as Natsu joined his hands, a massive explosion occurred, centering Tenzo. His clones surrounded him in an effort to deflect the majority of the blow because he was unable to create a replacement in time. Tenzo was launched senseless into the air and into a neighboring river. Natsu became victorious. Deidara triumphs in Arena 6. The screen rapidly showed who will be fighting next on the west side of the chart when the east side's battles were finished. Arena 1, Goku vs Kakuzu. I wonder how much power I can extract out of it, and it'll be fun to take on his heart for my horde, thought Kakuzu. Orochimaru vs Anko in Arena 2. In preparation for taking revenge for all those years, Anko scowled at her former sensei. Orochimaru only grinned menacingly. Frankenstein vs Samui in Arena 3. Iwa Jounin receives a pass in Arena 4. Suna Jounin vs Suna Jounin in Arena 5. Sasuke vs Konoha in Arena 6. If Naruto hadn't requested Hisoka to silence Sakura, she would have utilized her banshee voice. He gummed her mouth shut and applied a silencing seal to her back. Orochimaru reminded Konoha, "Remember, I want you to persuade Sasuke to see Oto during the duel." Konoha replied, "Of course, Orochimaru-sama, anything for you." Arena 1. For Kakuzu, things were simply not going well. He believed he had seen every move Goku made, but it is obvious that Goku did not display all of his skills during his battle with the Kakuzu had first vowed to rip out Goku's heart for his own purposes. When he heard that, Goku had no mercy and immediately used Kaioken X2 to beat him senseless. Kakuzu suffered so much harm that he had to rely on his Earth Heart and Water Heart to survive. Goku demonstrated his ability to effortlessly punch through boulders, rendering his hardened skin ineffective. Goku abruptly filled the arena with light before Kakuzu could utilize his lighting mask to perform a jutsu. Before he realized his lightning mask was crumpled beneath Goku's foot, it seemed as though a sun had suddenly appeared in the arena, and briefly rendered him partially blind. Kakuzu hurriedly drew the lightning mask back and exclaimed, "That is it. I'm tired of losing my hearts. I don't even care if I destroy your heart before I can use it. Just die." It had just enough left over to launch one final significant assault. Katen, Zukaku. His fire mask opened up and a massive burst of flame gushed forth. Futon, Atsugai. His wind mask opened up and blasted wind from its mouth, causing the fire to grow even bigger. Raiten, Giant. Kakuzu himself channeled lightning into the blast. Triple element jutsu, Chaos Impulse. Goku didn't even seem worried at this huge attack that was coming towards him. Instead, he planted his feet down, focusing his chakra before putting his hand together behind him. Energy could clearly be seen gathering in his hands. Ha-me. A huge blast of blue energy left Goku's hands as soon as he put them in front of him. Both attacks met each other in the middle of the arena, causing it to be a stalemate. "Give up now. It's useless to struggle. I'll kill you and get my hearts from your pathetic friends," yelled Kakuzu as he tried to channel more chakra into his attack. Then he heard something he wished it wasn't true. "Kaioken," yelled Goku. "Nuo," said Kakuzu in disbelief. "Times," continued Goku, as if Kakuzu hadn't said anything. No, yelled Kakuzu, almost pleading Goku now. "4," shouted Goku, deciding to skip X3 and go straight for 4. No. Fuccc, yelled Kakuzu as his attack was pushed back even further and dispersed, leaving him to take the full brunt of Goku's attack. The attack carried him out of the arena and into the barrier that had been placed all around each arena. When Goku's attack finally dispersed, Kakuzu was barely alive with all his masks shattered and unconscious. Arena 2. Anko screamed in pain. She was clutching on the nape of her neck. The cursed seal that was on her neck was acting up, and she had no way to stop it from hurting. Orochimaru just grinned, relishing the fact that his latest victim was his first disciple. He opened his mouth, in which a snake appeared out that regurgitated his Kusanagi sword. The sword floated into the air bit before he took it by the hilt. Seeing that Anko couldn't continue anymore, Oobleck quickly announced that Orochimaru was the winner. Orochimaru either didn't hear him or ignored it as he charged towards Anko, intent on stabbing her. Suddenly Orochimaru saw Anko disappear in a blur and felt a kick to his chin. He shook his head and noticed that Oobleck had Anko in his arms while the proctor, Ma Kensei, had delivered the kick. "Enough. I won't forgive you if you hurt this beautiful lady," said Kensei. Orochimaru growled, but decided to obey. For now, he would just have to plan some way to grab revenge later on. Kensei tried to perform treatment on her, only to slightly grope her breasts before being chased by the Oobleck for improper conduct. Arena 3. Samui was breathing heavily. Her opponent seemed to be a normal butler, but she couldn't land an attack on him at all. It seemed like he knew what she was planning already, and could counter everything without even breaking a sweat. She still had no idea what his power was, as he stuck with the basics taijutsu. She remembered Yujito's warning about this opponent, but she couldn't imagine she would be this helpless. She decided to forfeit, thus letting Frankenstein go on to the next round. She didn't feel like fighting Orochimaru even if she did win. Arena 4. Iwa gets a pass, but gives up on account he freaks out he has to fight Itachi next round. Suna Jounin triumphs in Arena 5. Arena 6. Konoha managed to ensnare Sasuke into her hair. Sasuke easily cut through it, but not before Konoha whispered into his ears, "Come to Oto, and all your dreams will come true. Whether it would be power, women, or riches, Orochimaru will personally welcome you. Only the strong woman shall become your wives to sire your children and bring back the Uchiha to glory." Sasuke savagely kicked her away, but before he could follow up on the attack, Konoha announced her intention to surrender. As they were whisked back to the Colosseum, Sasuke took time to actually contemplate his decision to defect. And with Konoha's word, his decision to defect was growing stronger. Everyone hurried back to their chosen refuge after Eric proclaimed that the fights would begin tomorrow. Shikamaru was trying to plan out how to fight against Yusuke. Baki was terrified of fighting against Goku. And Orochimaru was planning on how to put his seal on a Western competitor to influence him to defect to him. Many of them asked what Hana had learned, seeing as she had actually sat in the audience with some of the Westerners. But she told them there wasn't much to learn. The Raikage was contemplating on how the Emperor when B started to rap again. He had to put those thoughts on hold to do a drop kick on B to stop making a fool of himself. After subjecting B to a few brotherly punches, he found himself alone with his village members. Samui quickly took this time to approach A. Yujiro Nisama gave me a letter and told me it was for you specifically. She mentioned something about putting a good word for us, and that the Emperor of the Imperial West would be willing to meet with us tonight. She specified only you, B, and me could come, whispered Samui. I didn't need long to think about it and immediately accepted when he read the letter. Later that night, when everyone was asleep, A, B, and Samui snuck to the meeting point, where they were blindfolded and lead teleported to the palace by Goku. They were quite shocked to see that the Emperor was Naruto, but quickly got down to business. They soon agreed on a non-aggression pact with some trade agreement. It was not as lenient as Kiri's or Suna, but it was expected since Neji still had a slight grudge on Kumo for what happened to his father. Meanwhile, Utakata was talking to Naruto and 3 other people, as Yujiro was still with Samui. Are you sure you want to come out like this, Naruto-sama? We don't necessarily need you for this part of the tournament. The others agreed. Thanks for the worry, guys, but I still plan to do this. Don't worry, those that don't know won't suspect a thing. That's what shadow clones are for, replied Naruto as the night crept in. The next day rolled out faster than the Easterners expected. As they got to their seats, Temari and Hana were actually invited to sit with Kagura in her box again. Sasuke was debating accepting Orochimaru's invitation as everyone took their seats. All he now required was a route there. An announcement came before he had a chance to consider this further. All right, everyone, I hope you're as thrilled as I am, yelled Eric. Today is the final day of this competition, and since just one fight will take place, everyone can focus on it. Even the Emperor and his consort are pleased. All the fights will be held in the Colosseum once more. The Emperor and his consort were already seated when the Easterners turned around to look at them. Those who already knew who he was just grinned, knowing that his identity would soon be shockingly revealed. Indeed, Port exclaimed. Now, just in case the seals aren't enough, we do have a backup plan. Allow us to introduce the 6 people who will supply chakra for the barrier jutsu. Please welcome our Jinchuriki Corps. Now, just in case the seals aren't enough, we do have a backup plan. Just in case the seals aren't enough, we do have a backup plan. Just in case the barriers aren't enough, the competitors may go use everything they have without. Just as they were about to leave the building, they requested the 7th member of their group, who had not planned to participate, to join them. Are you certain? Questioned Roshi. Everyone else had a similar worry. I want to let Akatsuki know they can no longer control me, the 7th member stated. Yes, I have been hidden for too long. I may not have purposefully led my town to such a horrible time, but it was still my fault that I was under a genjutsu. He was carrying a weapon that was much taller than him, and he had sutures under his left eye. 6 persons emerged, all of whom were clad in the same white shinobi uniform. They knew of Utakata and Yujiro, but the other astonished them all, especially Iwa. That's Hand of Steam, isn't it? Roshi is still around. Taki apparently mentioned Fu passed away. That Agora of Kiri, isn't it? I believed he perished during the Mist Uprising. Then, a 7th man came out, wearing the same outfit as the others. His sun-kissed golden hair was plain to see, and Konoha gasped as he realized it was Minato. The man was a close clone, or so they believed, but closer inspection revealed that the eye shape didn't belong to him, and the whisker traces revealed who he individual really was. Is that Naruto? Is that? Yelled Aruka. The demon of Konoha was actually residing in the West, still alive and part of the Imperial West. And every Easterner who didn't know Naruto was still alive grew wide at this revelation. Amura already started to make plans on somehow bringing Naruto back on fabricated charges. He was so sure that the Emperor wouldn't want Naruto once he found out who he was, and failed to realize that even demons were allowed to live peacefully in. All 7 of the Jinchuriki Corps performed the same hand signs, making sure Sasuke could not see it before slamming their hands down. A huge barrier formed around the arena, completely protecting the audience from any stray attacks. It soon cleared up, leaving it to be a see-through barrier, but its defense was strong enough to take a continuous burst of Biju blasts, and not leave. Naruto didn't even seem to acknowledge them as he took his place farth. Beginning on the east side, Match 1. Shikamaru was already trying to blaze through various scenarios and strategies when Yusuke and Shikamaru's fight began. As they stepped into the arena, it had been transformed into a forest, with trees between them. He didn't expect Yusuke to have such a direct approach, who just dove through the forest in a straight line, aiming for him. Shikamaru tried to adjust to the situation, thinking, damn it, I hate opponents who seem to just throw away basic tactics and abandon all forms of strategies. However, Yusuke was a battle savant and dodged through all of Shikamaru's tricks. He shot a Raigun at Shikamaru, who cursed and was forced to dodge, but Yusuke was already next to him and punched him in the stomach. Shikamaru groaned as he swiftly made the gesture have the shadows begin creeping up Yusuke's body. Thinking it was a marvel, he was still conscious after that punch. The end. Shikamaru, who was troubled by Yusuke's smile, questioned. Yusuke grinned, "Look below and see who should give up." There was no way for Shikamaru to avoid that shot, and his attacks could not kill Yusuke quickly enough. Then, he had a thought. Did Yusuke plan so far in advance that he purposely let himself be captured by the jutsu just to have his other hand prepared? Shikamaru looked down to see his opponent's left hand already in the shape of a gun, with chakra already gathered on the index finger ready to fire. I renounce. This game is very difficult. As the fight came to a close, Yusuke hooked his arm across Shikamaru and grinned madly. According to Shikamaru, "Nice battle, you're lucky that I've faced so many strategists already. But you seem to be quite intelligent. If you ever have time, come on over to my apartment. Perhaps you could play shogi with the old hag to keep her company," Yusuke said. Genkai sneezed in another location within her home. Match 2. To the majority of Kumo's surprise, B was engaged in combat with Sesshomaru and wasn't winning. His sword style had been rendered ineffective, and he was already using the power of his tailed beast. But even with Juki's, or the Hachibai's, power, he could not gain the upper hand. Sesshomaru's sword just kept cutting him, and when he used the Biju ball and fired, Sesshomaru countered. Corrosive explosive wave. Juki warned B not to make any abrupt moves or else he would die. Nonetheless, the assault collided with the ball and exploded. Before B could react in his demon form, he discovered Sesshomaru with his blade pointed precisely between his eyes. Seeing no other option, B surrendered the contest. Third match, Sora defeats Iwa. Match 4. I'm good. I'm so energized, Natsu shouted as he jumped up onto the stage. HMPH, I'll demonstrate to you how explosive art is, Deidara said. Deidara was a little surprised to see something blow but didn't think much about it, except that his opponent also liked to blow things up. He quickly created some explosive birds and sent them flying towards Natsu, who dodged them. The match continued for a while before Deidara was finally able to have some of his explosive spiders land on Natsu's shoulder. Haha, it's done. C3 explosion. Eat it. Natsu tried to remove the spiders off his body and throw them in front of him, but it was too late, yelled Deidara as he set off the bombs. Natsu was directly in the middle of a massive explosion when it occurred. Call it a ref, he has died, Deidara smirked as he turned away. But then he heard a slurping sound and turned to see the explosion was being eaten. He watched in shock as the explosion shrank and shrank until he could see his opponent actually eating the explosion. And soon, Natsu was done eating all the fire that had come from the explosion. I appreciate the cuisine, Natsu said. Who in the world are you? Deidara shouted. Feeling that he couldn't risk it any longer, he decided to unleash the jutsu he had been saving up for Itachi. He quickly molded his C4 while dodging Natsu's fire fists, but couldn't risk using the big version because he was in a limited zone and couldn't get out. So he took one of Natsu's punch while applying clay to his body. Hahaha, you're no longer alive. My strongest C4 explosion yet is inside that sphere. Deidara activated it, not expecting his clay sphere to abruptly explode. C4 explosions should cause micro-explosions inside my opponent's body to disintegrate his entire body, Deidara reasoned. Instead, he discovered Natsu, who was unharmed, but entirely engulfed in flames. Deidara was certain he heard a dragon roaring behind Natsu as he charged, but he soon realized that due to the fire surrounding Natsu, it was impossible for him to even get near to him because his C4 would be burned as soon as it made touch with the flames. Just who are you? Surprised that nothing was working, asked Deidara. I defeat dragons. Ingest it, yelled Natsu. Tajizume, Yokugeki, Kenkaku, and Karyu no Tekken. Natsu made the decision to end this bout since Deidara was in so much pain that he was unable to determine how many times he had been attacked. Guren Bakuinjin, Metsu no Aogi. Deidara would have loved to watch this attack because it involved explosives, but he was in no condition to do so after being struck by it and knocked unconscious as he was sent flying off the arena and into the barrier. Natsu raised his arm as he was pronounced the winner. North side. Match 1. Baki automatically lost because he had no interest in seeing how many hits from Goku he could take or how far he could push Kaioken. Match 2. A simple pretty boy butler shouldn't stand a chance against him, Orochimaru thought as he looked at his opponent. If you want to survive, why don't you forfeit the game? Or even better, let me test my hypothesis on you. Your physique will undoubtedly be a very useful asset. Since I am the world expert in human modification, sneered at Orochimaru. Orochimaru had spoken the wrong thing. At that threat, every Westerner shuddered. Orochimaru heard a chuckle coming from Frankenstein. Then it got louder and louder, until it was just maniacal laughter. You play around with me. That's absurd. I've heard all about your experiments. Frankenstein chuckled. How many tries you've made at life and how much you sought immortality. From one researcher to another. I'm not even allowed to call you a scientist. Just a novice who has no idea what he's doing. You're very rude. I've changed my mind. I'll murder you, yelled Orochimaru, feeling thoroughly belittled by this man. A few moments later, that body was impaled by several pointed purple poles that appeared out of nowhere as Orochimaru's neck expanded and attempted to bite the man. As soon as his mouth got close, the man felt danger in his very being and employed this particular mud clone replacement. They don't feel right, those powers, Orochimaru mused. He didn't have much time to think as his adversary appeared additional spears and hurled them in his direction. After dodging them, Orochimaru had to quickly jump to escape being struck. Exactly where? Frankenstein was already above him and firing more spears as Orochimaru looked up. He employed a fire jutsu to block it since he could think of no other option before using a wind jutsu to amp up his firepower. 2 spears, though, got through and stabbed him. He hurriedly took them out after landing, grunting in pain, in the hopes that his white snake strength would repair the harm. He then discovered that those spears had somehow rendered his healing abilities entirely useless. Although this poison was completely unfamiliar to him, it gave off the impression that it was poison. In front of Orochimaru, Frankenstein abruptly remarked, "Repeat what you said earlier. You are the global expert in altering human behavior, so why would you want to use me as a test subject?" Orochimaru roared, leaping back a good distance. "You'll pay for that." He removed the seals on some scrolls. He saw 2 almost dead bodies there. Orochimaru swiftly smashed his palms into the ground after breaking a few seals. Ito Tensei Kuchios. Coffins suddenly engulfed the 2 bodies. 2 bodies that appeared to be decomposing emerged as the casket doors slowly opened. I yelled, "Orochimaru, how dare you?" as the rest of Kumo likewise erupted in anger. Gaara yelled with the rest of his people, "That bastard," as he revived the 3rd Raikage and 3rd Kazekage. And Minoru, Orochimaru had essentially spit on their faces. I would have wanted to summon the Shadaime Hokage, but he's sealed up. I won't even have to move, mocked Orochimaru as he swiftly inserted Fudo seals into their heads. Fukuku. These cages were formidable fighters in their own time, he said. The cage's body soon took on its natural hue and appearance. Their dark eyes were the only distinction. Now, they were completely ruled by Orochimaru. Frankenstein cocked an eyebrow and remarked, "Summoning cannon fodder now. Still, to use lives of people without remorse, to bring them back from their eternal sleep, is despicable. Allow me to show you my weapon. Answer my call, Dark Spear." The Easterners were confused when the Jinchuriki easily pierced a hole in the top of the barrier. Suddenly, a dark lightning strike struck Frankenstein's hand as it dropped from the heavens. Frankenstein was holding a huge, 2-sided, dark purple spear when it suddenly took shape. But the aura it gave off made his rivals shudder. It had an aura that seemed to scream that it wanted to eat souls and felt very dark and active. Orochimaru thought, "And fascinating weapon. I'll have to study it when I remove it from your dead body." Suddenly attacking Frankenstein were 3A and Minoru. However, despite their strength and quickness, Frankenstein still appeared to be in charge of the situation. He demonstrated this by striking 3A with a cutting ranged attack. He avoided it, but Orochimaru was close behind him, requiring him to avoid it as well. Frankenstein asked mockingly, "What's wrong? I thought you said you didn't need to move." Along with his summoning, Orochimaru snarled and assaulted the man. Suddenly, Frankenstein actually flung his sword right at him, stabbing Minoru in the stomach. As Minoru attempted to draw the weapon, Orochimaru firmly retorted, "It's worthless. My summons are truly immortal and can't die by physical means." His self-assurance was dented as he observed Minoru unable to remove the weapon. Instead, the weapon began to grab onto his hands and spread corruption throughout his entire body. The remainder of the Easterners, including Orochimaru, gasped as they watched the weapon slowly eat Minoru. The Fuda seal was broken by the corruption, allowing Minoru to reclaim his free will. Before the weapon abruptly blurred everything around him and created a dark whirlwind, he gave Frankenstein one final glance and grinned as if to say thank you. Only the spear in the dirt was all that remained. As he ordered 3A to assault Frankenstein, Orochimaru yelled angrily, "What did you do to my summon?" Before deflecting 3A's attack, Frankenstein raised his hand and called his weapon back to him. Frankenstein curtly remarked, "My weapon liked him," without any further explanation. After deflecting 3A's assault, he launched another one that left a sizable gash in his body. The wound was contaminated by Frankenstein's magic, which made it heal much more slowly than usual. With just 2 adversaries to contend with, Frankenstein quickly consumed 3A with his spear. By this time, Orochimaru was genuinely scared of him. He was no longer able to summon them because his summons had somehow been eaten along with their souls. He lacked another nearly dead body to employ, and all of his jutsu were ineffective against this opponent. He considered utilizing Manda but ultimately concluded it wasn't worthwhile. As the spear was ready to stab Orochimaru between the eyes, he hastily conceded. Match 3. Itachi receives a free pass because his opponent withdrew prior to the bout. Match 4. Actually, the Sunanin were working against Sasuke's chances of triumph. Sasuke's fury increased until it finally burst. Sasuke cried out as his eyes changed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, a kaleidoscopic variation. I will not let some low-life peasant stop me from exacting my retribution, Itachi murmured. So, he too has obtained it. But the price he paid for it. He basically made up a story about how he got his to his brother. In actuality, he was so devastated by witnessing Shisui commit suicide that he developed his talent. However, he continued to hold himself accountable for his inaction. When they first saw the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto and Hinata both scowled. Their spies at the Pikara merchant house provided information on Sasuke's acquisition of it, including when and how he allegedly adopted a follower and treated him as a brother. The two became nearly inseparable as they grew closer. Sasuke gave him a Chidori through the heart when the disciple turned Chunin, while the disciple is said to have given him his Mangekyo Sharingan. For committing such a crime, the Shinobi Council planned to punish and even put him to death. He was only fined and given a smack on the wrist after the elders and the civilian council intervened. But this still didn't explain how he got it to them. Itachi explained to them that he only acquired eyes as a result of a horrific event. It shouldn't have been terrible enough to activate it since Sasuke didn't hesitate in the least to kill his own disciple. Sasuke activated Susanoo, the purple skeletal level 1, and launched a barrage of attacks. The Sunanin forfeited since he had no choice because he realized he had no chance. But before the referee could make a decision, Sasuke struck. Amaterasu, die. Unexpectedly, the Sunanin caught fire. It refused to burn off even when he rolled to try to smother it. Sasuke mocked him, saying, "You were a fool to oppose me. Die, knowing you are consumed by flames that will burn you for 7 days and nights and are impossible to put out." Next to the burning man, Natsu and Sora arrived out of nowhere. Sasuke laughed, believing there was nothing they could do. Natsu only lightly touched the flame, yet he wasn't burned. Natsu then began to breathe in, consuming all of the fire that was on the burning man. As soon as the fire was extinguished, Sora used Cure to instantly heal the man and then brought him to the medical tent. This infuriated Sasuke. He was unable to execute his brand of fair justice because of these idiots. Natsu roared to the skies and blew the extra fires into the sky before he had a chance to react. He finished and patted his belly. Natsu said, "Phew, those are some good flames. Flames that burn for a long time." As Sasuke moved closer to Natsu, members of Raizenpaku suddenly surrounded him. Sakaki yelled, "Try it. Give me an excuse to toss you out of here." Furinji Hayata warned, "Take one more step, and you'll find yourself in a world of pain." Before leaving the arena, Sasuke muttered a few expletives. He smiled at Naruto as he passed by. Sasuke mocked, "How does it feel to see me still above you? Dope." Team was actually standing above a pile of shit when Naruto only grinned back. Team, the only thing you're standing above right now is a pile of shit. Sasuke noticed that his foot was in fact on top of a mess of poop when he looked down. As everyone laughed at him, he grew angrier and huffed as he walked away with as much dignity as he could. The audience was granted an hour pause to take care of any business. Despite Sasuke's reluctance, all warriors were restored to full health. The matches were soon back up. Yusuke vs Sesshomaru, Match 1. With a well-placed Ryakuden to Sesshomaru's gut, Yusuke just about prevails. Second game, Sora vs Natsu. Natsu and Sora engage in combat utilizing their best techniques. Finally, Double Ko. Match 3, Frankenstein vs Goku. Even while Goku may not be intelligent, his fighting instincts are actually quite dangerous. As a result, Frankenstein's intentions are interrupted several times. Kai-Ken multiplied by 10 gives Goku the victory. Fourth match, Itachi vs Sasuke. Sasuke glared venomously at Itachi. The time has come for him to exact his clan's just retribution. The time has come when he would be free of his shadow. This was the day Itachi would pass away in public. This is where begin. Sasuke was startled out of his violent thoughts as he saw a sickle kick coming straight at him. He just managed to avoid it before getting a back kick to the gut. After being kicked backward, he rebounded by performing a backflip before slipping to the ground. 5 kunais were flying in his direction as he looked up, sharing an active. He blocked them with his kunai, but as he was about to swipe his right hand to stop the last one, a foot fell on his right arm. When he turned to face the approaching axe kick of Itachi, he grew pale. Even though he had to block with his left arm, the force of the blow nevertheless rattled his body. He leaped back and turned to gaze at Itachi, who had just vanished among a flock of crows. "You remain frail, I say." Itachi was pointing his kunai at his back and had his Sharingan activated as Sasuke turned to look behind him. Itachi remarked, "I don't know how I ever thought you would be the one to save the Uchiha name." Sasuke gave the hand signs for his preferred fire jutsu as he jumped away from him after becoming alarmed. Itachi easily avoided a massive fireball that was aimed at him. A Fuma Shuriken sped toward him. When Itachi dove, he noticed that another one was hiding in its shadow. He jumped into the tiny space between them. Upon observing this, Sasuke grinned and pulled the cords he had fastened to the shurikens. 2 of the blades split off and were directly aimed at him. Itachi would not have been able to avoid it if he was still sick with guilt and had worn-out eyes from being mistreated as a disability. He did, however, discover the best medical professionals and therapists in the West, who helped him heal and grow even more resilient than he had anticipated. He had to if he wanted to aid Naruto in taking over the West. Therefore, he dodged the swords by hurling 2 kunais in their direction. After recovering his position, he quickly moved in the direction of Sasuke. Sasuke continued to hurl shurikens in an attempt to stop Itachi, but Itachi quickly deflected them with his own shurikens before allowing some to pass. They missed by curving, causing it to go behind him. Sasuke pushed ahead while blazing through hand signals. Chidori. With that, Sasuke charged, determined to take Itachi's life. He was oblivious to the fact that some of Itachi's shurikens were actually doubled up and tossed together due to his extreme tunnel vision. As the shurikens bounced off one another at that precise moment, 3 of them were heading directly for Sasuke's back. Itachi grabbed the wrist of the Chidori and deflected the Chidori with wind chakra, dispelling the lightning chakra. Sasuke struggled and attempted to subdue his sibling as he gazed at Itachi with venom. He observed Itachi had already created the Mangekyo Sharingan when he looked him in the eye. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke unexpectedly found himself in a lifeless universe. He turned to gaze around and saw that this was Itachi's Genjutsu. Itachi materialized in front of him before he could escape from it. "Little brother, keep your composure. I need to speak with you first." Before being restrained to a cross, Sasuke growled and attempted to assault the man. Itachi took advantage of the opportunity to reveal the truth regarding Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Itachi told Sasuke everything, including his commitment to his parents. As he fell silent, Itachi gave Sasuke a choice when he finished his explanation: accept his invitation to join him and find serenity, or decline it. At first, Sasuke's contemplative demeanor gave Itachi the impression that he had persuaded his younger brother. That changed, though, when he noticed that Sasuke's eye was still burning with wrath and spat at him. "You're no Uchiha. You should pull those eyes out if you were clever. The Sharingan is the ultimate bloodline. The Uchiha clan had every right to overthrow those weaklings and demonstrate to the world who was the strongest. He has truly fallen far. Even employing Shusui's eye is no longer worthwhile." Itachi thought. "Goodbye, my brother," as Sasuke finally used his Mangekyo Sharingan to defeat Tsukuyomi. Only a few seconds had elapsed before they returned to the real world. Itachi would ordinarily have been exhausted after using Tsukuyomi just once, but because to his training and the knowledge he gained from Frankenstein about how to experiment with his bloodline, he was able to use it numerous times without breaking a sweat. "I'll kill you," Sasuke yelled. He grumbled as he felt 3 shurikens strike his back. This was Itachi's opportunity to kick him out of the way. Sasuke's Susanoo appeared out of nowhere. It was a humanoid one this time. "Die, like the traitor you are," Sasuke said. "See, my hatred for you has allowed me to improve my armor once more." In an effort to hit Itachi just once, he shot arrows at him using his form. Some even had black flames surrounding them. Itachi easily avoided them all while remaining composed. "I'll take all the strong women and have the Uchiha clan reborn. It's a shame that Hyuga bitch ran away. She would have made a fine bitch, considering she was well developed even when she was young. I also need to exact revenge on the shitty ramen cook." Her daughter would have made a nice sex toy for practice, yelled Sasuke, insanity obvious in his eyes. Hayashi, Naruto, and Neji, who was hiding someplace in the stadium, all tightened their fists at hearing Sasuke speak about Hinata. Even though Naruto believed Itachi belonged in this fight, he desperately wanted to charge in and beat the team to the ground. However, what might occur later is a different matter. Itachi questioned, "Do you mean I am Tuchai's daughter? She looked nice, but once I'm done with her, she'll look like a pig and be a whore. And she won't be blessed with any Uchiha children. Ha ha ha. URG, said Sasuke with a grin. Sasuke suddenly felt a punch enter his gut and pass through his Susanoo. When he looked down, Itachi appeared to teleport in front of him and delivered a devastating blow with just his fist and the crimson chakra that was encircling it. It caused Sasuke to become doubled over, and when Itachi drew back, Sasuke vomited the food he had just consumed. He snapped an angry glance up at Itachi before recoiling in terror. Itachi's normally grim expression was no longer on his face. Only that face and what appeared to be his cheerful expression were visible to Sasuke. Now, wrath could be seen all over Itachi's face, and it was fully directed at him. "You're talking about my future wife," Itachi said coldly. Naruto and his crew welcomed Ayame and Tuchai when they first arrived in the West. Everyone was surprised when Ayame slapped Itachi as a first response before shocking them all with an embrace and kiss. But this wasn't their first encounter. They used to play together when they were little. Even after Itachi turned 7 and became a genin, they continued to communicate. Ayame would become envious whenever Izumi flirted with Itachi, but Itachi continued telling her that it was only one-sided. Because of Itachi's employment, they spent extended periods of time apart as time passed. Nevertheless, they continued to get together whenever they could. From there, their feelings for one another began to grow. Ayame was unable to accept that Itachi would have slain his clan without a justification. Later, she discovered a message for her concealed in a location known only to her and Itachi. He promised in the letter that if she would be prepared to wait for him, he would return someday to explain and ask for forgiveness. While her father was concerned that she wouldn't be able to find someone, Ayame stuck to that commitment even after all those years, refusing even to go on dates. Tuchai was taken aback by Itachi and Ayame's secret, but he decided to put his trust in Itachi as the only Uchiha. Let it be known that this was one of the few times Itachi's expression displayed terror and dread. Despite this, he nevertheless took Itachi aside before giving him the talk. Itachi's chakra soared before Sasuke could even respond. His red Susanoo formed a completely complete body, easily surpassing Sasuke's. Sasuke has started to lash out once more. He believed he could finally defeat his brother, only to discover that their disparity was much wider. Itachi's Susanoo held up its right hand as if to mock him. A Rasengan eventually emerged when a recognizable swirl began to collect. Sasuke gaped. That's the Dobe's technique. Itachi only grinned. Itachi taught him nearly everything else while Naruto taught him the Rasengan throughout his time with Naruto, who even treated him like another little brother. Itachi really pleased Yusuke when they first met, and he informed him that even though he belonged to the inferior group, he might succeed in the West. Itachi accepted the comment gratefully even though he wasn't sure if it was a praise or an insult. Itachi said, "Part of it. Let me show you something I made." He added Amaterasu to his Rasengan while directing his attention there. The spiraling ball soon acquired all the characteristics of fire while keeping its shape. I'm not putting this in Japanese since I'm not sure how it would function. But Katen, illuminating spiral ball. Sasuke hurriedly retreated while injecting Susanoo with as much chakra as can. Bits of armor could be seen on his second-level humanoid Susanoo, but not enough to classify it as the third form. Itachi threw Sasuke his jutsu. It was completely cut through. Fortunately, Itachi made the decision to throw it a little bit higher to avoid hitting Sasuke's actual body. Sasuke was nearly unconscious when the consequences of destroying his Susanoo caused him to collapse. The winner was announced to be Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, though, put up his hand to correct the referee. I will now go by the name Shinka. It's no longer Uchiha. My brother is right. I no longer wish to be seen as one. Eric, the match's referee, announced, "Very well, Itachi Shinka wins." Most Easterners could only experience dejection. None of them had advanced to the semifinals in any way. Only the luck of the draw allowed Sasuke to get past the quarterfinals, and no one truly loved him. They didn't care who won because it would be a Westerner. As the competition came to an end, Yusuke emerged victorious. Mifune asked Han, who was the closest to them, to deliver a message to the Emperor as they all returned to their individual homes. Han was startled that a person from the East would actually address him with such courtesy, but he explained it as being in keeping with the samurai code. Mifune was still keen to exchange cultural information with Tetsu by inviting some of the swordsmen over in the future. Han bowed and requested that the Emperor receive the message. Sasuke decided Konoha had surpassed its purpose as they made their way back. He was moving to Oto and would return there one day to exact his retribution. Plan your route there now. Hana was coerced to divulge information by her village, but she remained silent. She wished to preserve her chance of bearing Sesshomaru's children. Soon Sakura was pleading with the Emperor for a meeting, saying that the Emperor should be humbled and honored that Konoha wanted to see him. She yelled about Naruto as well, up until one of the Brotherhood members put a silencing seal on her and knocked her out, saying she was raising a commotion. He wasn't actually held accountable for that. They began to pack everything as soon as they got back to their homes. They would depart the following day and start fighting once more. But Tsunade wasn't about to give up so simply. She approached a Brotherhood member and demanded the Emperor's presence as well as a private meeting with Naruto. The man replied with a nod and then vanished into the shadows. Tsutomu was indignant. When he sold the demons to Akatsuki, he believed that he also got rid of Kuretsuchi and those two demons. They posed a danger to his authority. Now that he knew they had survived, the fact that they were residing in the West was much worse. That is, not anymore. Tsutomu would issue demands, threatening to start a war unless they returned. He didn't realize how much trouble that would get him into. Or was doing something with his yelling and shouting brother B, who claimed he wanted to hang out with the Jinchuriki Corps. Only after several minutes of rapping, whining, vowing to return, promising to bring him back, and after Yujiro made the same promise, did grant him permission, but it didn't stop him from putting B in a headlock. Furious, Orochimaru was. The Brotherhood men seized Karin and vanished as soon as they returned. They explained that she was in Uzumaki and belonged where her clan was when asked why. Karin was the person Orochimaru would lose for allowing Zetsu to trespass. They also warned him. It was too late for Orochimaru to give that girl a cursed seal or some kind of spying apparatus. Orochimaru pondered the best way to inform Pain of this. Zetsu was dead. All the fighters were defeated, but Itachi and possibly Kasame were still alive. Since they still had one more day before they had to take an airship back, everyone went to sleep. Morning arrived quickly, and Tetsu had already negotiated a deal with the Emperor. Mifune is dismissed, and then the Iwa congregation comes. Han, Roshi, and Kuretsuchi, according to Tsutomu, betrayed Iwa and should be handed back to them immediately or else war would be declared. They intended to have Kuretsuchi executed, hold a fixed trial, and hand over Han and Roshi to Akatsuki. They were immediately dismissed for making such an absurd request. Because Iwa erred and they were allies, Oto was not allowed a hearing. Konoha was soon to meet with the Emperor for the first time. Tsunade was anxious because she wanted to meet some of them again, including Naruto. Asuma only wanted to make sure his nephew was still alive while Hayashi badly wanted to see his kids. The group's darker members, including Hamura, Sasuke, and Sakura, planned ways to exact revenge or kill Naruto, Itachi, or carry out any other terrible scheme. Welcoming the Konoha party, led by Hokage Senju Tsunade, they soon had access to all of the imperial palace's splendor and riches as the grand doors to the palace opened. They were led into the throne room, where the emperor was sitting on his throne with his consort by his side, his face and head still covered. The emperor was surrounded by several other large figures. 6 of them were wearing masks and were positioned close to the exits. 4 additional characters served as the emperor's counselors. They were Ozpin, head of civilian affairs, Ezio Auditor, Grand Master of the Brotherhood, Yusuke Ramshi, Grand General of the Emperor's Army, and Ukai. Alchemy United's Roy Mustang would have arrived, but he was occupied caring for his wife Riza, who was on the verge of giving birth. It's showtime, Naruto thought, clenching his hands. When Hinata noticed his anxiety, she took his hands in hers and carefully helped him relax. Time had come, lax. 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 Time had come, lax.
Tsunade bowed her head in awe and whispered, "Thank you for seeing us." Everyone else followed suit, save for Sasuke, who had his Sharingan activated and was giving the Emperor a glare. If the silent seal from yesterday wasn't still in place, Sakura would have been yelling about how awesome Sasuke was, but it was smoking a little. Tsunade yelled, "Uchiha, show some respect." Sasuke said, "HMPH. Uchiha is inherently above everyone. It should be him who is bowing to me." One of the masked men yanked off his mask after deciding enough was enough. The next instant, a figure appeared from behind him and pushed Sasuke's head to the floor. Shinka Itachi was there. Itachi said indifferently, "Ex-brother." Show some sort of respect, Sasuke yelled. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're the shame of all Uchiha, Itachi answered. I am no longer a Uchiha. I now go by Shinka, the Naruto said. That's enough. It's okay, Itachi. I won't hold this against Konoha for the time being, but please control your little shinobi. Or this will be a very brief meeting. Tsunade glared at Sasuke while nodding. In addition to Sasuke, several other Konoha shinobi were giving him the evil eye. The Emperor's voice, though, seemed familiar, but they were unable to identify its source. The Konoha Council has given me permission to handle negotiations, and we are prepared to pay any price. Your empire can even benefit from this alliance, Tsunade said. Your Majesty, he continued, Konoha stands in a war against Odo, Iwa, and Akatsuki and has no alliances. At this rate, Konoha will perish. Himura told a white lie, saying, not to mention, we are the strongest of the shinobi villages to the east, and you would have the backing of legendary shinobi, as well as part of our resources. The Emperor could not be harmed by what he did not know. Unfortunately, Naruto was already aware of the reality but chose to ignore it. When Heike Hyuga made the decision that it was time to speak his mind, Naruto pretended to be considering it, no matter what happens. The Hyuga insists that Neji Hyuga be handed up to them so they can punish him for his dissertation and teach him the right meaning of what it means to violate the main house. The future leader of the Hyuga appeared enraged in Hayashi's eyes, even though he didn't want Heike to be his heir. The elders won the vote, Heike said. Furthermore, any offspring of Neji Hyuga must be turned over to us, as well as the bitches Hinata and Hanabi should you have them. This is non-negotiable. Just when the victim thought things couldn't get much worse, before anyone in Konoha realized what had happened, the Empress herself had sent Heike flying out the door. She made a quiet return to her seat. The young single men couldn't help but admire her beauty, composure, and, most significantly, her bust as she strolled. Ino and Sakura were envious. Shikamaru and Shino prevented Sasuke from attempting to seduce the Empress in front of the Emperor and persuade her to bed with him. The latter sapped Sasuke's chakra until he had almost none left, while the former used his shadow jutsu to block him from moving. If I may say so myself. A lovely throw from a lovely woman, declared Ukai. Ezio signaled to his student Xiao Jun to handle it, saying, I'll make sure my men throw him in the dungeon for a while. The Konoha shinobi's heart leaped a little because they had completely missed Xiao. She gave a nod before dissipating and blending into the darkness. Osban drank his coffee as Yusuke simply grinned. My heir is not well versed in diplomacy. I apologize 1,000 times, so please disregard what he just said, said Hayashi. Himura decided it was time to dig Konoha a deeper hole just as Naruto was ready to nod. We also demand the return of Uzumaki Naruto, a Konoha shinobi who has the Kyuubi. You wouldn't want a demon among your ranks, would you? He must be brought back to us so that we may put him on trial, Kiba remarked. Yeah. Where is that moron? It would be funny to watch his expression when he finds out that everyone knows he's a demon. Tsunade was prepared to send her advisor's head flying without his body since she was so furious with Himura for what she had just done. They all turned to look at Yusuke's chuckle. The Westerners caught it easily, and soon everyone was laughing. Yusuke questioned, Did you forget that you guys saw demons living here peacefully? Himura forgot about that and flushed hotly. One of his charges just left. I understand how Konoha handles its people, but here in the West, we do not execute a hero while honoring a traitor, said Osban, taking a shot at their ego. I'm sure you will manage quite well without that pathetic individual, but Uzumaki Naruto should be returned to Konoha, stated Himura. Every moment Tsunade regretted bringing Himura along. Who would want such an imbecile? Kiba asked. It's not like he has a family here. I suppose his parents abandoned him or were stupid and perished, tripping and stabbing themselves. Clack, clack, clack. The entire Konoha entourage collapsed to the ground after experiencing a sudden sensation of being pulled downward. They all had trouble breathing as the air became dense. They were incapable of speaking or moving. Clack, clack, clack. The throne room was being entered by a person who was wearing wooden sandals. He moved past every member of Konoha's group. Clack, clack, clack. He had red hair and was a man. They could see 3 scars across his left eye when he turned to face them. Even though he had great vision, he was dressed in loose brown pants and a black coat over his body. He wore a white shirt that was only partially buttoned up, and a crimson sash that covered his stomach. The man was wearing a fine sword on his right hip, but what was most striking was that his left arm was gone. In addition, he was the origin of the lethal aura. The more senior shinobi in Konoha were aware of this individual when Uzu was still covered in the curriculum at the Shinobi Academy. He was taught there as well, unfortunately. The younger generation never learned about them because the elders and civilian council who controlled what was taught in the academy throughout the history of Uzu, saying they didn't need to waste time on a small village full of fools and whores, forgetting that Uzu was the reason Konoha even existed. He was the Uzumaki clan's most senior member. It was believed that he perished when Uzu was invaded, the man whose gaze could frighten away even the most courageous men. He might not have had his left arm, but he was just as dangerous. Before the fall, he gave the previous Kage advice regarding Uzu. Assassins were dispatched to kill him, but they all turned around and went home, broken, their faces horrified. He was Uzumaki Shanks, a legendary character regarded as the most potent. He declined the title of Kage because he didn't want to, and since the role occasionally didn't fit his easygoing personality. We are fucked. Asuma reasoned. They valued family. According to Uzumaki rules, as Uzumaki Urza demonstrated a few days ago, he could only be grateful that Kurenai had chosen to remain with Yugao. He questioned whether his child would make it through. Shanks lowered himself to Kiba's eye level and inquired, "Care to repeat that? Do you know how much Uzumaki cares about family? Shall I show you? Did you just insult my family?" Kiba was violently trembling. The aura of the man was sensed by all. But Kiba was the major target. Kiba experienced Shanks forcing his face slowly upward with his hands. Kiba fixed her gaze on Shanks and went to the bathroom. In this man's eyes, he insisted, he could see 1,000 different ways to die. This man's aura was screaming at Kiba to do whatever he could to survive, even if it meant embarrassing himself, even with just one arm, still wearing a disguise. Naruto responded, "That's enough, Elder Shanks." They could finally breathe again once Shanks simply nodded the oppressive vibe away. Osbin asked, "So, let me get this straight. You want some kind of political and military partnership with us. In return, you want our technology, our medicine, our knowledge, our people, and our emperor and empress. That doesn't exactly sound fair." Pretending as if nothing had happened, Tsunade began to perspire. When stated in that manner, it appeared, no, it was incredibly biased. The West's level of development surprised her. There was absolutely no benefit to the West from this. Tsunade was then perplexed by the final clause of Osbin's sentence. Tsunade remarked, "We don't want your emperor and empress." Osbin retorted, "Ah. But your advisor Himura and Shinobi Heike Hyuga did make demands for Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, didn't he?" Each person froze. Could it really be? Not possible. Why shouldn't it be? Ukai laughed. "Let me properly introduce them. Please extend a warm greeting to Uzumaki Hyuga Hinata, the wife of Emperor Uzumaki Naruto." At this information, every representative of Konoha froze. In order to reveal this, Naruto and Hinata took off their masks and hats. Naruto and Hinata were seated there as the Emperor and Empress of the West, in full view. "Troublesome. We're in trouble," Shikamaru reasoned. Sasuke exclaimed, "What deceit is this? There's no way that Dobe is the Emperor. The West was united to become what it is today because of Naruto, Yusuke, and a number of other individuals." According to Ezio, Himura was now perspiring. Initially, he believed he could persuade the Emperor to give them at least Naruto, to aid Konoha in regaining power. They would flush out all of Naruto's knowledge of the West there. After that, Naruto would be given to Danzo for root training so that he might be made into the weapon that Sarutobi's deeds should have made him. He could now see how this scheme was going to fail miserably. Naruto stated slowly, "Konoha has come to plead for help while treacherously plotting to backstab us. As usual, my answer to your plea for an alliance is, no, Konoha can burn for all I care. What I see is some are a group of people who wants me to waste my empire's resources and military on a war that doesn't even concern my people. It is simple, my people has seen enough war, and we do not need another one." "But, it's your house," Ino cried. "Save Konoha from annihilation, please. Naruto and Hinata, you must defend it. Remember all the good times you shared with it." The question was posed in the wrong way. Icy Naruto asked, "Defend it from what? A bunch of backstabbers who would praise a traitor and banish a loyal person? A mass of child beaters who have no idea between a human and a demon? What good times? All I remember is pain and suffering for something I had no control over. My wife and my brother-in-law are the same." "No, my response is the same. The Imperial West will not come to Konoha's aid." Kiba lost track of his previous circumstance and exclaimed, "You fucking traitor." 12 kunais flew in his direction before he could react, pinning him to the pillar. The last one was about a centimeter away from him, from hacking off his manhood. Due of this almost being castrated, Kiba passed out. Everyone turned to see that Tenten, the person who had hurled all those kunais, was standing next to Neji, who had removed his mask. Hinata declared aloud, I've had enough of the disrespect. Originally, the plan was to let you all explore what the West had to offer for a day before sending you back home, but now I see if we allowed Konoha such freedom, they would abuse it. Send them into the dungeon to allow them to think about their action. Make sure the other Konoha visitors who didn't come are also arrested. Before Guy or Lee could react, Hinata stepped in. Wait, but my child, Asuma cried out. He didn't want to subject his child to such trauma. The rest of you get to visit our dungeon, but we'll put your wife and child in a special chamber, assured Naruto. Sasuke yelled, "Ha! You can't do that to me, Dobe. I'm an elite. I'm above you." This was wearing on Naruto, so he made the decision to quiet him. He raised a kunai in the air with care. It rose in an arc before slowly descending in front of Sasuke while everyone watched. Then, in a split second, Naruto appeared behind Sasuke with a kunai poised to slit his throat. Everyone's eyes widened, including Sasuke's. To some degree, nobody could even detect his slightest movements. Was the Hurricane there? Abisu reflected, troublesome, somehow. Naruto discovered the Yondame's distinctive jutsu. Granted, his blonde hair, blue eyes, and ... oh shit, we banished his son make him appear just like him. The very last thing Shikamaru thought was completely out of character. Despite her fury, Sakura could not speak because of the seal, even if it appeared to be about to fail. Hayashi grinned. It seems like he was able to live up to his legacy. He did, however, wish he could have one last encounter with his kids before departing. They were all marched into the prison despite opposition, while every other hamlet had a final opportunity to tour the Imperial West. Naruto sighed and sat down after Konoha's brigade had left. Maintaining such an act in front of some of them was challenging. Even though he was still loved for who he was by some, he would not intervene to preserve Konoha. It simply wasn't worthwhile. You all right? Gaki, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Koyuki were walking in as Naruto looked up to see them. In response, Naruto merely nodded. When he had rejected the partnership, it had ached to see Tsunade, Shizune, and Uruka look at him in pain, but it had to be done. Kit, I think I have a plan for you, Kiruma muttered to himself. Long ago, when they were in the West, they had reconciled with one another. They soon started debating what to do as a group, even though Konoha was dishonest. There were still certain people they wished to aid in escaping. Obviously, the shinobi clans that opposed exile were the primary ones. The rest could burn in hell. A strategy was quickly worked up. To do this, they would need to persuade the fire daimyo, though. In the prisons, Yugao questioned Anko, "Are you all right?" She was also taken into the dungeon. One of them noticed the cursed seal on Anko's neck as they were ready to toss her in and applied something to it. Then they ripped it off with a loud rip. Anko, however, was in such excruciating pain as a result that she collapsed while grabbing her neck. Anko finally took her hand off her neck to stretch, saying, "Yeah, I'm feeling a little better now after what those bastards did to me. Actually, I'm feeling better than I ever did. What's going on?" Yugao stared at her neck with wide open eyes. Yugao yelled, "Anko, the seal, it's gone." Anko hurried up to a mirror to take a look. Everything was taken from them before they were placed in the dungeon, but for their clothing. She focused on the spot where the cursed seal formerly was while gazing in the mirror. There was only flesh left, and it had actually vanished. She broke down in tears and expressed gratitude to the West that it was gone. The group was divided into a number of cells. One cell was taken by Sasuke, Kiba, Sakura, Haiki, Sai, and Hamura. Another was taken by Lee, Guy, Chaoji, Shino, Abisu, Tenzo, and two more Jounin contestants, Ino, Shino, Hana. Yugao and Hana took the third cell. Tsunade, Shizune, Hayashi, Asuma, and Uruka were in the final cell. Uruka seized the final one. A room inside the palace was assigned to Kurenai and her kid, and guards were posted outside their doors. "We're in trouble," Shikamaru said, except for those who were assigned to cell 1. Everyone had to concur with him. Sakura yelled, "We don't need that baka." Her voice made everyone shiver. They removed the muting seal, but as Sakura continued to speak, they wished they were being tormented. "We should put that brat in the bingo books for stealing a Konoha jutsu," remarked Haiki. HMPH, I don't know how the Yondame's jutsu was stolen by that brat. Idiots, Shikamaru retorted. Everyone who didn't know the reality puzzled over him. Would you care to guess who else had blonde hair and blue eyes? I'll give you a hint. Who else is the father of Naruto? There are only the Senju, Yamanaka, and Namikaze. And we already know that Tsunade is the sole Senju, Naruto is not a Yamanaka, and only the Minato wa. Asuma scratched his sideburns a little. He instantly spun to Tsunade after that. Asuma, whose face was beginning to droop, asked, Is he who I think he is? What is it, sensei? Shaoji questioned. Ibisu said. The Yondaime Hokage was Minato Namikaze. Ibisu trembled, however. That doesn't make sense unless Naruto is H. Impossible, Ino exclaimed. Don't stop like that. Tell us. Uruka began to tremble as well as he suddenly remembered teaching about the Hokages when he compared the picture of the Yondaime to Naruto, which he had seen numerous times. He concluded that their similarities were too striking to be a coincidence. Shikamaru said, Ino, consider it. Why does Naruto resemble the Yondaime so much? All of the people who weren't aware of the secret had a sudden light bulb moment, but Kiba's was still completely black. Kiba yelled, GRR, just tell us already. Hana scowled at the intelligence of her younger brother. You're telling me the Yondaime is the father of the dope? Sasuke yelled. That fits it perfectly, doesn't it? Tsunade realized there was no point in lying any longer and Shikamaru remarked, it is real. The parents of Naruto are Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. The son of our favorite hero was exiled by the council's wise decision because Uchiha, Sasuke and Heike didn't care. Sakura and Kiba were disputing it. Sai was considering informing Danzo, and Hamura merely grumbled. Only those in Cell 1 and those who already knew the truth were shaken by it and had to sit down. When a cell containing Tsunade's party opened, they were awakened and blindfolded before being taken to a room, where they were finally allowed to remove their blindfolds and saw what their hearts desired. Hours passed, and soon, for some strange reason, everyone in the dungeon fell asleep. The truth was released, some demonic sleeping gas inside. Surprisingly, Kurenai and her child were present, as well as Naruto, Hinata, Hanabi, Neji, Tenten, and Maru. Jiraiya decided to join in and took a seat next to Naruto. Itachi and Kasama believed that they should be elsewhere. Shizune and Uruka hurried to hug Naruto. Asuma ran to hug his nephew, and Tsunade hugged both Jiraiya and Naruto before turning to face his family and breaking his customary grim demeanor. Tsunade shouted out, "Thank God you're okay." As tears trickled down her cheek, Shizune and Uruka fiercely hugged Naruto, nearly breaking his ribs, but they didn't care because the person they were so concerned about was safe. Hayashi spent his time embracing each member of his family, finding solace in the fact that they were all okay. Maru was having too much fun playing with his niece, whose name was Mirai, and explaining to Asuma why he changed his name to It's Maru, now Uncle Asuma. Hayashi demonstrated to his family how Hinata and occasionally Hanabi inherited their propensity to faint when embarrassed when he learned he would have grandchildren. Tsunade sneaked up to Jiraiya and tapped him on the shoulder as everyone else was praising them, which bewildered Jiraiya when he looked back and saw Tsunade not joining in. Slap. When they turned to see who it was coming from, they noticed Tsunade's hand still in the air and a crimson handprint on Jiraiya's face. That's for not telling me earlier that you were aware Naruto was fine. After clutching Jiraiya's face with her hand and bringing him closer for a passionate kiss, she eventually broke it off with Jiraiya still in Mala World. Tsunade grinned. And that's for everything else. Hayashi took Maru to give him some warnings. He couldn't do this with Naruto or Tenten because they were already married, but he had to do it at least once. And it was just sad that Maru was the only target available. As the hours passed, they all talked about what was happening. So, you're still determined to fail to save Konoha? Uruka inquired. Yes, Naruto said with a nod. Unbelievably corrupted is the village. Tsunade sighed but couldn't help but agree. But it didn't feel right to just abandon Konoha that her grandfather, granduncle, and sensei put into it. However, the next sentence caught her attention, and soon, she was filled in on what they had been planning. Soon, they were sadly separated and put back to their cell to avoid suspicion. Hayashi gave his daughters and nephew one last hug before he left. Itachi and everyone else who disrespected him would soon be crushed under his feet, and he would take his rightful throne as the emperor. The next day flew by quickly, and everyone was sent back to the land of spring by airship without a hitch. As they landed back onto their lands, each village went their separate ways. Before they left, Orochimaru managed to slip a note to Sasuke, telling him when would be the best time to run. Gaara was happy that his brother in bond was doing well and looked forward to trading with his empire. Samui was sad to part with Yujito, but their agreement with the West would allow Yujito to visit soon. Mei wanted to entice Sanji home, but he politely declined, saying that he was needed at the kitchens. Sanji did, however, promise to visit, which made Mei swoon a little. A day after arriving back in Konoha, the heirs of the clan were also asked to come in order to provide additional information, and the council was immediately reconvened after Tsunade and everyone else returned. Lady Tsunade, Okay, I take it that the West has decided to form an alliance. The civilian council dreamed of soaking up all that the West possessed before sending them out to fend for themselves. But Tsunade's response put an end to their plan, questioned a pompous councilman. No, Tsunade had to slap her fist onto her desk to break the stillness in the council room before everyone began to shout, "Tsunade-sama, couldn't you persuade the emperor to form an alliance?" Inoichi inquired. "The issue is who the emperor is." Hamura retorted stiffly. "Who would defy us?" yelled Asano. "I could have used my Kato Matsukami to sway the emperor to my will. So I should have gone with them," Danzo reasoned. "One of us used to be the emperor of the Imperial West. He was ejected from the area by us. The name of the emperor is Naruto Uzumaki," proclaimed Asuma. Everyone in the council room started shouting as soon as Asuma said that, with shouts ranging from "kill the demon" to "that's impossible." Eventually, everyone was able to settle down when Tsunade slammed her desk once more. "It's not a dream. We learned that Naruto was the emperor of the West. Additionally, we now have proof that Hinata and Neji are still alive, with Hinata serving as Naruto's wife," stated Ino. They were lucky that Naruto didn't join forces with Oda because there was no chance he would send assistance. The survivors of Uzushiogakure still reside in the West, and they are displeased that one of their own was mistreated, remarked Hayashi, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone in the Shinobi Council froze, and Danzo and Koharu began to perspire. They were the ones who had lied to Kenshin, and now the truth was coming back into their face. They would be lucky to even be alive. Danzo wasn't even sure he would prevail against an enraged Kenshin with all his Sharingans. And he really didn't want to even think about Shanks. PFFT. Who cares about a group of untalented individuals? They had forgotten that Tsunade was also Uzumaki by blood. The council was further thrown into chaos when it was revealed that Naruto was the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, son of two beloved heroes. The civilians denied this to be true and laughed at the naive civilian councilman who said, "Just a bunch of people made up of bastards and whores." He soon had no more worries, however, as Tsuna. At the meeting in Akatsuki, however, Pain was not happy when he dispatched his men to the west to acquire intelligence and make more money, only to learn that they had been humiliated, returned empty-handed, and that Zetsu, their top intelligence operative, had been slain in some mysterious way. "Orochimaru, explain this to me right away. Otherwise, you might not make it to tomorrow," warned Pain. "How was Zetsu so quickly and easily uncovered?" Conan questioned, after the meeting was over. Pain pondered and thought for a bit until Orochimaru delivered a full summary of what had occurred, including all bouts pertinent to them. "There seemed to be a lot of individuals I could have used as puppets," Sasori commented. "Wish I had gone. Tobai believes he ought to have gone as well," said Tobai. Babido was furious in his head. He was upset that his plans had been postponed and angry that Kakashi appeared to have moved on from Rin. He would have to go see Koyuki sometime and teach Kakashi what misery entailed. For the time being, leave the West alone. "I'll handle them myself," said Pain. "No matter how strong they are powerless against a deity. We shall instead concentrate on capturing the one-tailed Biju first. Prepare your troops, Orochimaru. We will shortly invade." He walked away to ruminate in his thoughts, and Conan came over. Nagato asked, "Do you not want to meet your family members? They are Uzumakis, just like you," Conan inquired. "I used to be Nagato Uzumaki." Pain shook his head. "But now I am Pain, a deity. I don't value ties to the familiar world." 3 days after the Daimyo Palace fire. "Welcome, dear Emperor Naruto." "Welcome. What more can I do to help?" the fire daimyo said. He had no idea what Naruto wanted and was extremely afraid of him. And he had good reason to be afraid because Naruto had plenty of military power, political power, and economic power. In reality, he was sweating buckets. There was no need for indirect diplomacy in this situation. So Naruto chose to be direct. Konoha has become corrupt and should burn from the ruins. A new village can develop, cleaning itself. Uzushiogakure was the primary reason why Konoha existed in the first place. And Konoha's spiral on their leaf was to honor them. Now that all the Uzumakis knew that Konoha had no longer any respect for them, they decided to revoke Konoha's right to their own symbol. The fire daimyo wasn't happy to hear this. But after showing proof after proof they had gathered, he found himself agreeing. Tsunade received the news that would cause her blood pressure to soar just 1 week after returning from the west. "Hokage-sama, from Konoha. Sasuke Uchiha has broken away, according to our sources. While on patrol, he killed his companions and then fled. He was reported to have been last spotted moving towards Odo. So we heard Itachi was the last loyal Uchiha. not Sasuke. And Tsunade spat on that part because she had predicted this would happen and wanted to put a tagging seal on him to prevent him from going to places he wasn't allowed. But she was overruled because such restrictions would have made the last loyal Uchiha more likely to defect. Soon, a council meeting was called to decide what to do. "This is impossible," grumbled a councilman from the civilian community. "Hokage-sama, you ought to have given Uchiha-sama the freedom to choose whatever woman he desired. His allegiance would have been strengthened, and more Sharingan users would have joined." Asano Haruno yelled. The chiefs of the Shinobi clan shook their heads at this. It was evident that Sasuke would have defected even with that. And none of them wanted their kid to birth a traitor's child. Suddenly, the doors burst wide, and samurais surged in. "Who dared to enter this conference, intruder?" Danzo exclaimed. As the fire daimyo entered, he responded, "I do," and Danzo immediately grew pale and stiff. "Daimyo-sama, what else can we do to help?" Tsunade inquired. "Sasuke Uchiha is rumored to have turned rogue once more." "According to rumors. Is this a fact?" Well, it could be," Himura mumbled, before inquiring about Tsunade's honesty. The fire daimyo cast an ugly stare at Himura. After discovering the truth, he exclaimed, "I see. Then I pronounce Sasuke Uchiha to be a traitor of the leaf. His is going to be an S-class missing nin. Dear Lord, that is not something you can do. The Sharingan would be further away from us if we took such action. He must keep his peace." Koharu exclaimed, "Are you shouting at me and doubting my authority?" The fire daimyo sternly demanded of Koharu, who was now quiet. "I don't see any value in allowing this fool to continue living as though he is deserving of everything. It's time for him to realize the repercussions of his behavior. He is to be executed immediately as of right now. All rules apply. The leaf must go quickly or it will descend into chaos." The fire daimyo left a hidden message, which Tsunade deciphered. The keyword was move and spiral, which signified that Naruto had spoken with the fire daimyo and they had agreed to it. It was now up to her to organize how she would expel those who had not been corrupted by this village. At Odo, Hyukuku, "Greetings, Sasuke. I anticipated your arrival," Orochimaru stated. "Just enter this door and all your wishes will come true. But first, take off your headband. It makes my eyes itch." As Orochimaru unlocked a door, women of all ages were put naked in front of him. Sasuke laughed as he threw aside his Konoha headband, vowing to study everything this place had to offer in order to kill everyone who stood in his way to greatness. "Sasuke-sama, come," one of the ladies sighed. "We're all waiting for you with our legs out for you to bless us with your holy sperm." As he approached them to bless them with his seeds, he grinned. The plan was to liquidate all of the Uchiha's money for the village. But it turned out that Sasuke had managed to spend all of his money early on, and had been living off people's generosity and credit. And all that money spent on a traitor was coming back to bite them in the ass. A few weeks had passed since Sasuke Uchiha's betrayal, and Konoha was even more unpopular as a result, and was on the verge of Hokage-sama. According to our scouts, Iwa has encroached on the west. Was Iwa insane, or were they just plain dumb to assume they could prevail after being exposed to such overwhelming firepower? Tsunade stood up at this. Another messenger entered abruptly. Angakira is reportedly gathering a sizable force to assault Suna. According to a rumor, Orochimaru is in charge and appears to have gathered an army of the undead using the Kuchiyos. Ito Tensei. They appear to have Sasori and Deidara with them. A third messenger then emerged. Sasuke Uchiha is nowhere to be found, but it is most likely that he is still in Odo, taking control of the town. Hidden and Kakuza have gone with them. Odo has sent an invading army to assault Kirigakure. They can be seen on the shoreline, ready to load onto boats to invade. Tsunade was limited to gaping. It was a full-scale conflict. If this invasion was successful, they intended to strike and utterly isolate Konoha. Tsunade said, "Muster our forces, send reinforcements to Suna," although she knew it would be difficult for them to arrive in time. She also wished to send Kiri reinforcements. Danzo said as he entered, "Don't bother. We have no use for weaklings, let them fend for themselves." Tsunade yelled, "If this invasion succeeds, then we'll be attacked from all sides. I've just proclaimed a state of emergency, and the council's authority has been suspended." Danzo obeyed while gritting his teeth. Although what she said was truthful, he didn't agree with it. He would do everything he could to put them off, though, but before long, he would be strong enough to depose Tsunade from her throne, ascend to the position of Hokage, and usher Konoha into a golden age. He had already dispatched a few root men to kill Naruto in the west while they were hiding. He thought they'd make it. Akatsuki Kabuto was instructed to use Ito Tensei to lead the troops while Orochimaru grinned. They had the components required to produce Zetsus in large quantities because they had abducted Yamamoto and revived Jinkaku and Kinkaku. They were able to create the bodies thanks to the Mokyudan blood. And they were able to give them life thanks to the two brothers Kyuubi chakra. They provided chakra to the statue that was generating the Zetsu. However, it was not as much as they had hoped. Each Akatsuki member, as well as the Odo Nin and Iwa Nins, contributed a sizable amount of chakra to the creation of Zetsus. During the Empire, a messenger informed the king, "Your Majesty, we hear information that Suna, Kirigakure, and our front are being invaded, according to our spies." Akatsuki only intended for Suna and Kiri, but Iwa has chosen to act out on its own, and they are capitalizing on it. They have also dispatched reinforcements with Iwa. "So it starts," thought Ozpin. Ukai asked, "Your orders." Ryazanpaku has already gone to the front lines to assist with the evacuation. Naruto averted his gaze. "So it had started." He reopened them. "Have Luffy lead the naval forces to Kiri. With our ship speed, they should be able to reach Kiri in time. Have soldier troops accompany them. Ukai, you take our army and storm the front. Azio, get me Sid and have him prepare our airships. I want our Shinigami soldiers there, along with Uzumaki clan members. They'll be heading off to Suna to aid them, led by Uzumaki Kenshin. Yusuke, I want you." All of them who had been given orders yelled, "Yes, sir." Iwa had built up camp after invading the west and said, "One final thing. Send in the riders at the front first. Let them take first blood before going on to the next hamlet." They intended to conquer it and exhaust all of its resources. However, there was a bad vibe among them all. They hadn't lost anyone yet, but Ryazanpaku's involvement caused them to sustain numerous wounds and prevented them from raping or raising anyone. They had a force of 15,000 people, including 1,000 missing ninjas and mercenaries, 1,000 Iwa shinobi, and 3,000 Zetsus. First up, the Iwa Nins. But they all fell short. Ryazanpaku had departed before backup could arrive. When Tsutomu thought back on what had happened, he grit his teeth. Flashback. Tsutomu led his soldiers through and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, these Westerners are feeble. Why were our ancestors so afraid about them?" They had destroyed a village, and now they were pursuing the residents. They unexpectedly moved quickly to flee, but they were unable to do so. Tsutomu licked his lips as he planned his revenge on the captured women. One of his superiors suddenly approached him and appeared to be in a panic. "Tsuchikage-sama, there has been strong pushback." Tsutomu asked, "Oh, how many? 50 or 100? Just wipe them out and let them see the power of Iwa." The messenger gave a cautious response. "There are only 7 of them, sir." "What are they using?" "Rank S ninjutsu." "Demons, heavy weapons?" exclaimed Tsutomu in shock. "They're doing it. They're using at the skewed conflicts. I mean a battlefield. Iwa no Yoroi Daten." Then Iwa Nin, who used this technique alongside 5 others, yelled, "Ha ha! You future corpses don't stand a chance now." He was suddenly and effortlessly snatched up, surprising everyone. The person being lifted up exclaimed, "Wait, what are you doing? Release me right away." Another person was being pulled up when he yelled, "Yua, let go of me." Hito Furenji, using the earth armor technique. Elder Furenji grabbed up all 6 of the shinobi and began throwing them like Fuma Shuriken against the opposing soldiers. Some managed to avoid the human projectile, but most of them were struck. The human missiles themselves stopped spinning and quickly puked, rendering them useless. One of them cried, Monster." Another yelled, "Just kill him. Use your highest ranking jutsus." Different ranging jutsus began to fall quickly on the Elder Furenji. Hashiri Furenji Namba, Furenji's evasion from the crisis zone. Even though he was abnormally tall and well built, it turned out to be very difficult to attack the man. Suddenly, as the other Ryazanpaku members entered the conflict, bodies flew everywhere. The Kasama stated as he began tossing his foes into the air, "I don't welcome violence." A pile of bound individuals was created when a few bones were broken and joints were attached to other individuals. Jajasen Kotsuji Sekaijin, one of the men in ties, moaned, "Such violence." He was unaware that his arms could be used to lock with others, immobilizing him. Wanto, Sokudo, Heido Shudo Achai. With each attack, Sakaki launched men into the air. A group of men who had been attacked lay on the ground, several of their bones fractured but still alive. Sakaki exclaimed, "Aha! Now this is fun. Too bad they don't seem to have any skilled taijutsu practitioners." A man moaned, "Bastard. They did send some, but the skill gap was simply too great." Ma Kensei jumped into a group of Iwa Nins and exclaimed, "Shame there's no woman in this gathering." Whirlwind cloud-breaking kicks are called Shin Senpu Sen Untu Kyaku. That sent them soaring. A couple Kunoichis were then seen attempting to attack him, before shooting pictures. Kensei attacked them by stripping them off and binding their wrists and legs together with their clothing. A big man, almost as tall as Sakaki, but not as muscular, said, "I'll deal with them." Instead, he possessed a lot of fat, which he used to overwhelm adversaries. His bulk did not match his speed, which frequently caught his adversaries off guard. Apache abruptly materialized in front of him. Papa Metron. The fat man was knocked out by taking so many blows at once, sending him flying and into other Iwanins. A Jounin said, used range attacks on these bastards. Shurikens were fired in the direction of the Ryazanpaku. A flash of a blade and the clatter of a weapon being sheathed appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, all of the projectiles were sliced to bits. Kusaka. Shiger split in half all of the incoming projectiles in an instant, even though in actuality they could all have ducked with ease. The sight of their projectiles being disintegrated was more terrifying. Seiga Furinji said, "Everyone, we've done evacuating. Let's leave right away." A couple men attempted to jump him, but he punched them away without hesitation. Everyone nodded before running off at speeds the adversary couldn't possibly keep up with. Flashback is over. The embarrassing thing was that Ryazanpaku had effectively stopped Iwa's advance despite using only pure Teijutsu and no ninjutsu at all. As they set up camp, everyone attended to their wounds or assisted in releasing the knots that a Kasama had tied. "I'm offering 20 million Ryos in promotions to anyone who can kill them and bring their heads to me. I swear. Those individuals will regret such action," yelled Tsutomu. High among the clouds, in the air above them. "You guys ready?" A man on a darkly shaped flying creature questioned. The man was obviously the leader. He had shaggy brown hair and leaf green eyes. A blonde riding an axe on a blue flying reptile with scales answered, "Yes, sweetie, let's do this already. We're all prepared and have been." A woman with blonde braids yelled, "I bet I'll be the most obnoxious one." She was perched atop the neck of a two-headed creature. She appeared to be the twin of the man who was perched on the other neck. The twin yelled, "No. I'll be the most irritating." When the leader urged them to stop, they began to argue. The leader put his helmet on and said to his mount, "All right, buddy, let's teach them what terror is all about." The pack leader was moving far quicker than the rest of them as they all dove from the skies. The camp, when they all abruptly began to ache. Suzumbachi was ministering to her summons at the time. She heard a whistling sound from the skies before she could inquire as to what was happening. Not just her, but others also heard it. Everyone in the camp put an end to what they were doing and searched for the noise's origin. They were just aware that it was coming from above. They began to tremble from the sound as it drew nearer though. It sounded like the depraved progeny of lightning and death. A bolt of plasma fire blasted their medical supplies out of the blue. Before anyone could respond, the shadowy figure rushed off in the opposite direction. They were able to see something passing through, but otherwise nothing. It was impossible to notice because the thing was already climbing to the skies. A shinobi commander cried, "Put out that fire. Save anything that can be utilized. I want torches and lights up in the sky." When the shrieking sound started to return, everyone moved, trying to preserve what could be salvaged. This time, the fireball slammed into their arsenal and instantly destroyed everything. With all the light, they were able to identify their attackers. A dragon it was. Everyone was able to notice its ferocious eyes due to its black scales and slim form. They were even more shocked to see a man riding the beast. He yelled, "Toothless, bank left." The dragon immediately complied and avoided the shurikens and ire that were thrown at it. The dragon immediately ascended to the skies once more. Tsutomu exclaimed, "There is just one dragon. We outnumber it. Suzumbachi, send your clan to the skies with your summons. And have your bees slay that dragon." The Night Fury returned, but it wasn't by itself. And Suzumbachi nodded before leading her troops into the skies. Dragons. The dragons all fired fire, consuming all the summons and anybody in the air. As Suzumbachi yelled, flaming muscles weighing 5,000 pounds are emerging. Snout loud. The rider yelled, "My dragon's body is gigantic, and it's immediately covered in flames as it flies right past the enemy forces. Oh why oh why oh why oh why oh, call me fishlegs," yelled a fat beefy man as his dragon, a gronkle, let out a big ball of flame that exploded on their food source. Astrid, focus on the areas we talked about. The leader yelled, "Hiccup, you've got it. Let's go." Stormfly. The blonde girl atop the deadly Natter dragon retorted. In response, the dragon shrieked and hurled 5 lethal spikes at the main command post, killing several of the more senior shinobi in the process. Barfane belch. The two-headed dragon inundated some of the crucial regions with gas, And all it took was one spark to set it off. The dragons were wreaking havoc everywhere. Especially the Night Fury. Kill them off, in front of me. I want them dead, exclaimed Tsutomu. Tsutomu was furious. He still had many shinobi, zetsus, and mercenaries ready for the invasion, but without supplies, they wouldn't be able to push in far. He decided instead of charging for the capital, he would take the villages that around it, returning to Western Base Camp. So, as I expected, they moved. Hiccup nodded in response. They were all in a huge tent with a map spread out in front. Aoki was seated at the head of the table, and the generals seated at the sides were all poised to move out. Excellent. I want the forces on the right to be taken by the Venati's army, led by the 7 Venatis and Tiger. Take the band of Hawks to the left. Griffith, Guts, take your high Shin units, young Shin, and join them. As always, you will be independent of them while working. I'll bring my troops to the center. Let our adversaries see what it means to enter our houses. Point out the mistakes they made today. I get it, sir, screamed the commanders as they prepared for battle. The Iwanins were thirsty for vengeance the next morning, and they divided, determined to take the 3 villages to reclaim supplies. But they didn't expect to meet armies so soon when they divided. At first, they expected to be able to destroy them. But as time passed, they would discover just how hopelessly outmatched they were. Combat with the Venati's army. The army was on its way to the village when they saw a lone man with red hair wielding a black bow. When the man first shot at them 300 feet away, they laughed, thinking the man was trying to buy time. They stopped laughing when the arrow pierced through the head of an elite Jounin commander, surprising them. They tried to counterattack by throwing weapons or jutsu at the man, but their apprehension prevented them. For a while, it appeared that Iwa was holding its own, but soon, a force of soldiers rushed to the front lines to attack. Suddenly, they found themselves being flanked from the right, with a white-haired woman with a big chest, wearing the title of a Venatis and wielding a long sword. The other Vanitas followed shortly. The invaders thought they could have easily fought the Venatis, and seeing as how the endgame came when all the Venatis gathered around Tiger, who returned. Tiger pulled back his bowstring with all his might. Suddenly, all the Venatis' weapons shone brightly, the light forming in front of him. He released the arrow, causing a huge wave of various elements to combine into one blow that destroyed more than half of the invading army's forces. The invading army soon withdrew back toward Tsutomu. Battle against High Shin and Band of Hawks. The invaders claimed Griffith was like a white hawk, riding through battle, encouraging all his allies. If the White Knight was someone who made his allies become courageous, then Guts was the Black Knight that struck fear into the enemy. With his huge sword and black armor, Guts struck fear into the enemy. The Band of Hawks were small in number, but they were effective in cutting them down. What scared the invaders was what seemed to be a White Knight leading the Band of Hawks. Same as before? Questioned Guts as he slashed 4 victims in one motion. HMPH. The Iwa forces were suddenly assaulted from behind by the High Shin army, cutting down the invaders and forcing them to flee to the right, seeking to catch up with Tsutomu and his army. Griffith responded, still laughing as he parried a blade and slashed the man's throat. Invaders would later claim she appeared possessed as she entered a deep trance and moved with what appeared to be bizarre movement. Suddenly, the Iwa forces were hit from behind by the High Shin army, with Shin himself leading the charge and cutting everyone in his path. Protecting his back was a petite, beautiful woman who wielded the sword with deadly results. Guts remarked, "Nice to see Major General Shin doing well. He looks up to you and Ukai and wants to be the next Grand General of the army. He has good instincts, and they will only get better. Still, he does have a bright fire within him," said Griffith, "and he also looks up to you for swordplay." With Ka Ryo-ten and Kaiwukai, Shin's right-hand woman and strategist, by his side, it will only get stronger, Griffith remarked. Combat with Ukai. The 2 other armies were grouped with Tsutomu with heavy losses, and the 2 armies pursuing him. He decided it was time to cut his losses and run. They could invade another day when they grew in power again. Suddenly, when they were in full retreat, the same whistling noise came back again. The yellow flash was among them all once more. And when the invading army saw Naruto, dressed for battle in light armor meant for maximum maneuverability and the same white cloak Minato used to wear, they were immediately struck with fear. Hiccup and Toothless were back, but this time, instead of raining hellfire on them, he threw a kunai to the ground in front of the entire army. "I am Emperor of the Imperial West Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. My father was Namikaze Minato, the person you all dreaded and told to flee at the first sign of him. You won't suffer any harm if you surrender. I guarantee that if you lay down your weapons and crouch down with your hands behind your back, You will survive. You've got 30 seconds, Naruto yelled. Haha, I'm not scared of you. You're playing a bluff, yelled Tsutomu. But some of the more sage shinobi followed orders. Seize him. If you kill him, we win. The ones that didn't surrender and all the Zetsus ran at him, shouting time's up, as Naruto said, just as their quickest shinobi was about 5 feet away from him. The ground began to tremble, and they were in the middle of a ring of Hurricane kunais that was already a mile in diameter. The Iwanins were reminded of why Minato had a flee on side order, and this fear had been passed down to his son. It was over in a flash. Body parts were sent flying. Nobody could react quickly enough. Naruto was slashing and gouging, cutting and hacking, dismembering and severing. The Iwanins were reminded why Minato had a flee on site order, as the Imperial West Army withdrew back to base, letting the survivors who wisely gave up to go back home with their tails between their legs. Kuretsuchi made a decision. She would need to persuade Nara that she was right. The armies encroaching on Suna drew nearer and nearer, as all of his Edo Tensei summons were successful. Orochimaru chuckled. He was disappointed that he couldn't call upon the 3rd Raikage and 3rd Kazekage. But he had a lot of options. They'd spent years honing this approach with Kabuto, and now they had achieved perfection. They had perfect control over their puppets, but the animals still had all of their knowledge and memories. He eagerly anticipated watching the soldiers of Suna go up against their own household names or loved ones. As a result, Kabuto could manage all of the Edo Tensei summons from his base while he went to the front lines. He reasoned that there was no way they could send assistance in time with Iwa's soldiers occupying the west. Konoha wasn't concerned about them, though he might try to help. Additionally, he was aware that Danzo would temporarily stop Tsunade, giving them plenty of opportunity to eliminate Suna and seize Gaara. They had a force of around 13,000 with 7,000 Zetsu, 1,000 undead summons, 4,000 aim ninjas, 1,000 mercenaries, missing ninjas, and 3S ranked ninjas. In addition, the majority of the summoned undead were renowned shinobi. Suna was effectively dead. A massive tsunami of sand suddenly burst forth as they were getting closer to Sunagaku. One of the zombie summons went through a few hand signs before pouring gold sand into the wave, driving it down, which would have carried many of them away. Gaara could be seen floating on a sand cloud when the man looked up. Father, I'm Gaara, and I'm here. I'm Rasa, and I'm here to say hello to you, son. How are Kinkuro and Temari faring? Those names came next to Gaara out of nowhere. Kyukuku, what a lovely family gathering. Orochimaru said, let me simplify. I might let most of your people live if you give up Gaara and swear allegiance to Akatsuki. Temari swung open her fan and yelled, fuck you. Kankuro nodded and instantly prepared 5 puppets. Kankuro yelled, we're not handing up our brother, the Kazekage. So easy, he's a Kage. Rasa exclaimed, how did that happen? Gaara retorted, no thanks to you for sure. I was hoping you'd say that, Cuckoo. Now that Suna is destroyed, we can have more bodies for my experiments, stated Orochimaru. Deidara remarked, you're sick, guy. Oh well, time to prove that art is an explosion. Sasori pulled out his best puppet and stated, Orochimaru, I want some of the bodies for my puppets. The Sandame Kazekage was there. You filthy traitor. Sasori, a voice yelled, you killed our Sandame. All of Suna's shinobi suddenly appeared alongside Gaara, with Chiyo taking the initiative. Chiyo-ba-sama, Temari exclaimed, I thought we instructed you all to flee while we purchased time. Leave you brats behind. Chiyo answered. We would be the embarrassment of all shinobi if we turned our back on our own Kazekage. Gaara glanced around, a hint of tears in his eyes. Gaara stated as he pulled power from his biju. Shikaku, thank you, everyone. He was able to access the beast's full strength without changing because the West fixed his seal. Hyukuku, so many possible candidates. Then, get ready to pass away, Orochimaru ordered, raising his hand. For this duel, which would determine Suna's fate. Everyone tensed up. In the upper atmosphere, is everyone prepared? Kenshin questioned the crowd. They mostly all had wooden sandals and black kimonos, indicating they were Shinigami Squadron's members. The other group wore whatever they thought appropriate, but their clothing still displayed the Uzu swirl, because he didn't want his girlfriend, Uzumaki Kairi, to fight by herself. Sora entered the battle. Endermask made the decision to accompany Inzu and Irami because he didn't want the 2 teens he had come to view as his own children to leave on their own. Natsu joined because, due to his salmon-colored hair, he was regarded as an honorary member of the Uzumaki clan, but more significantly, he accepted its family-centered tenets. He was little sorry that he came, though, because he had forgotten how easily he became motion ill. Soul, wear a black star in Tsubaki, said Maka. A young woman with pigtails. She also was donning the Shinigami garb. Him? I'm not sure. Hey, Patty, Liz. And Kid, Soul questioned. Do you guys know where Black Star went? Kid, a young man with 3 half rings in his hair who otherwise had a symmetrical appearance, answered. You were meant to keep watch. Mecha Chop. Maka caused Soul to receive a book on his head. Kenshin-sama. A soldier cried. Black Star and Tsubaki have already abandoned ship. An orange-haired soldier by the name of Kurosaki Ichigo exclaimed. That idiot. Before that moron does something even more idiotic. Let's leave. Each person nodded as they hurriedly exited the ship. The airship had to be evacuated of Natsu. A voice could be heard from everywhere as Orochimaru was going to lay his hand down to start the combat. They could all hear it. The first rule of assassination is to disappear into the shadows. Regulate your breathing. Additionally, watch for your target to lower his guard. Rule number 2. Focus on your goals. Predict his ideas and behavior. Rule number 3. Make contact with your objective before he sees you. Everyone was perplexed as to where this voice was coming from until a young youngster with blue spiky hair and a chainsaw suddenly materialized in front of them. I am the legendary Black Star. I'm here to murder you all, Black Star said. Yahoo! While posing, even the undead summons began to perspire at this scene. Gaara thought Naruto might have gotten along with this newcomer when he was younger. All of a sudden, Shinigami chop. Death. The kid employed Black Star with the chop he had inherited from his father. Idiot, you exposed us, exclaimed Kid. The scythe, which had just acquired a feminine head, apologized. Who the 2 adolescents and the talking head were left everyone perplexed. However, Gaara had a hunch. Are you Western reinforcements? Gaara queried. Yes, that's us, Kid said. While internally outraged, Orochimaru chuckled aloud. This is what the West sends? Chusnots all alone with a talking weapon? Snaky. Be careful what you say, Black Star declared. I just came in first to show off. Suddenly, roughly 500 people descended in the direction of Orochimaru in front of the Suna soldiers. Some of them, they saw, had the Uzu swirl. One of the men then moved forward. You won't suffer any harm if you give up right away, I guarantee it. Uzumaki Kenshin drew his blade and gave him a soul-piercing gaze. If you refuse, then you must face this one to the death. Most of the summoned undead would have retreated in dread if they had been able to respond on their own. Screw that, Kenpachi yelled as he moved forward. Let's murder them all. One of the missing nin suddenly appeared in front of him brandishing a blade. As he came crashing down, the man said, You're wide open. Kenpachi made no attempt to block it, in an effort to get the first blood. The man sliced directly at his chest. Invaders cheered. Suna forces made an effort to assist, while the West appeared bored and made no effort to move. They all learned why no one bothered to offer assistance, despite the man's best efforts. The blade that had struck Kenpachi did not even cut or move. The moment Kenpachi looked down at the attacker, the latter immediately peed his trousers. Hey, Kenpachi casually removed the blade with his bare hand and asked, Were you attempting to injure me with that dull blade? I don't have time to toy with dunces like you. You know, he swung his blade and split the victim in two as he charged into the melee. Kenpachi yelled, I want to have fun. Kenshin said, Follow him and attack. The conflict has begun. Orochimaru became aware of a problem once the fight began. Typically, Ito Tensei renders summoned invincible when a Shinigami member delivered a death blow to it. However, it didn't appear that this was always the case. They all disintegrated and didn't come back to life. Surprised, when Orochimaru turned to look at the source of the voice, he saw Frankenstein and another man who had numerous stitches and a screw in his head. Shinigami Squadron receives training that allows them to interact with a real Shinigami god and receive some of its blessings, enough to return these souls to the hereafter, where they merit to rest in peace for all eternity, declared Frankenstein. Indeed, I'd like to say hello, the guy with the screw in his skull said. I'm Professor Stein. It's the last name you'll recall, she said. He said that and wound the screw as he spat out his sword to strike the two. Orochimaru roared. Kabuto was perspiring, without his consent. All summonses were being abruptly dismissed. Given no other option, he made the choice to call upon a stranger. Some of the previous Kages of the 5 shinobi villages unexpectedly emerged from coffins that had been erected in the middle of the conflict. It's over for you all, Kikuku. Kabuto has chosen to call out some well-known Kages. Even you all cannot survive this, Orochimaru stated. Professor Stein and Frankenstein simply shrugged before resuming their assault. Orochimaru's lips were quickly sewed shut before he could speak, before punching him away. Professor Stein remarked, You talk too much. Two people appeared in the air abruptly. It was the Mu and Anoki. which Kabuto had both revived, without even caring if their allies were there. Both had their hands aimed at the majority of the enemy troops. Jinkai Hakuri Jutsu, says Jinten, out of their hands. 2 cylinders shot towards the direction of the Suna and Shinigami soldiers. Gaara tried to block it with a sand barrier while cursing, but Rasa managed to take it down. Gaara tried to use all of his chakra for defense and did all he could before abruptly, the Moonfang Heaven Piercer Getsuga Tenshu, a massive light blue sword slash, collided with the jutsu and flew into the attack. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the air, rendering both attacks useless. Everyone, with the exception of the Westerners, stared in awe at the orange-haired lad brandishing a large sword that resembled a cleaver and had no guard. Some sort of white wrappings were on the handle, until a noble-looking man said, "Stop showing off, Kurosaki Ichigo." He was only grinning. Ichigo screamed, "Kuchiki, stop talking, just assist me in getting rid of them." HMPH, Kuchiki Byakuya answered, turning to face the majority of Zensus. "I'll aid you once I wipe out all these ugly plants." Senbins began to fall from the sky to where he was all of a sudden. Kuchiki effortlessly avoided it and then faced the person who had done it. Sasori sprung from his puppet Haruko. Some white-haired boy had broken his Sandaime puppet by freezing it and snapping it into bits. Shio lamented, "Sasori, you truly did turn yourself like a puppet. How repulsive." "My preferred puppet was obliterated," Sasori asked. "Maybe I could replace it with your body." The scroll that was on his back was thrown, and it was then opened. Hundreds of threads shouted out as his right chest opened at the same time. 100 puppets emerged after the scroll poofed. He was in control of them all since the strings were all attached to the puppet and floated in the air. Hayaki no Son, Akahigi, look at my top strategy. With one method alone, I have destroyed an entire nation, Sasori yelled. "This is bad," Chiyo murmured, calling for assistance from her 10 puppets. "You are incapable of managing this on your own." However, Byakuya utterly disregarded her and moved forward. Shio was going to complain after being insulted when a hand grabbed her. The little boy with white hair who earlier smashed the puppet was back. "He will be okay," the young man who identified himself as Toshiro Hitsugeya added. "He's exactly like that." Kuchiki just raised his sword, turned it so the blade was towards the earth, and then let it fall, sinking into the ground. "Are you giving up?" Sasori inquired in shock. The man, he believed, would at least object. Kuchiki just briefly pointed at Sasori. Rikujikoro, Bekudo 61. Sasori was unexpectedly imprisoned by light rods that materialized out of nowhere. He struggled, but he was unable to move because he was stuck. His puppets, though, were excellent, as he gave them the order to attack. He grinned. Then, when 100 blades appeared all around the blade that Kuchiki had fallen, his expression changed to one of dread. Senbin's Akira Kage is the Bankai. All of them abruptly dispersed into 1,000,000 Sakura petals. Sasori became aware that the petals could be used as swords when one of them accidentally touched a puppet and caused a sword wound. "I'm unsure. Can you manage your puppets while dodging or blocking 1,000,000 blade petals coming at you?" demanded Kuchiki. Then, all of the petals came together to form a tidal wave, which struck Sasori and his puppets. Everyone saw the S-rank nin Sasori of the Red Sands dead when the Sakura blossoms began to fall. His puppets were all disassembled. One attack was all it took. Deidara yelled, "Sasori." He was still having problems defeating Kairi and Sora as his adversaries, although he first felt fortunate not to be facing Natsu. He was now growing irritated with those two. He made 5 explosive birds to fly at them, but they were all destroyed by those keyblades before they could explode. He was suddenly dragged down by a chain sickle that became attached to the bird he was riding, before he had time to recuperate. Maka appeared with her scythe burning brilliantly until it assumed the shape of an enormous axe. "Monster Hunter." "Oh, fuck," said Deidara. He didn't have time to argue his case or take someone else's position. His assault from Maka cut him in half. Ichigo was engaged in an air battle with Onoki and Mu. Fortunately, he had learned how to solidify chakra beneath himself to make it appear as though he were standing on solid ground. However, he was compelled to take the defense because every time the two utilized dust release, he had to stop it with his sword slash to prevent his teammates from being hit. Mu was suddenly pierced by a dark spear. Ichigo noticed Frankenstein had thrown it when he looked down, as Orochimaru spat furiously once again. He grinned. Orochimaru hissed at Frankenstein, who was a master of strategy. He had once more set Frankenstein up to attack him with his spear by baiting him into that posture. Having avoided it, Orochimaru was ready to make fun of him when he heard it strike something. Mu had been just behind him when he turned around and saw this. Mu was immediately absorbed by the dark spear, rendering him harmless, despite Kabuto now sweating in response to it. Anoki didn't even respond to it. Another was lying flat. Ichigo yelled, "I'm finishing this right now." Tensa Zenjutsu Bankai. Ichigo's chakra suddenly erupted in full view of everyone. Every Easterner would have sworn that his chakra level was comparable to Kasama if they had been able to compare chakra level. Ichigo had changed into a long, black cloak and a sword that was considerably smaller than his original one when the chakra flares subsided. It was a chained, pitch-black katana with a black blade. Anoki attempted to use his dust discharge once again before a mercenary could comment on it. This time, he drew nearer and formed a square, encasing Ichigo inside of it, before he could use it to end Ichigo's life. Ichigo turned his sword around and produced a Getsuga Tenshu that was as dark as the night. It destroyed the jutsu, rendering it useless. The instant the jutsu was cut, Anoki was already being pierced by Ichigo before he could react. Most people didn't even notice Ichigo move. Rasa attempted to kill Gaara, but with the aid of his siblings, Gaara was able to catch him and imprison him in the sand coffin. Rasa was sealed away by sealing tags that were buried in the sand before he could act. When Genjutsu H-Suki, the Nide Mizukage, suddenly materialized behind Kinkuro with the intention of chopping off his head, he exhaled in relief. Gaara had missed it because of his skill and genjustice. Azuki was about to cut off Kinkuro's head when Natsu's fire fist knocked him to the ground, just as Uzumaki Kenshin's sword began to descend. He regained consciousness. One of the Shinigami squad stabbed the body of the man with his head chopped off to dispatch him. Orochimaru was now in a full-blown rage. All of his strengths had been exposed. He still had a chance to use his numerical superiority to kill them. Now, though, he wished to murder them all. After finally breaking the cords that had kept his mouth shut, he quickly took some of the blood that was dripping down his face and beckoned Manda. "Manda, I paid you respects prior to this conflict. I now want your ability to assist me. All these tasty mortals are yours in exchange." A chant could be heard halting them before Manda could attack. "Irony summons the power of the forest. I call the spirits of the elements that reside here. Silavion is exceptionally strong. Galagolm, one who encloses everything." Cardalioin sprang from the gloomy disarray and shadows. "Yolni, you shine like a pearl. Calcadian of enchantment. Yenis Nabuin, who induces deep sleep in everyone. Nauseous, who directs regrowth and growth. Kashamilhan, the freedom stealer, a repository of recollections. Return my call." They observed Irony, a teenage Uzumaki girl with red hair, moving slowly forward while summoning circles were all around her. They soon merged into a monster that was much larger than Manda. "Kahaha," Irony yelled. "Eat this," as the creature she had called out raised its fist, when the second hand swooped in and grabbed him by the neck. Manda was unable to avoid it after dodging the first fist. Now, Enzu leapt from the golem and swung his blade more quickly than ever before. The snake boss was beheaded by a direct air slash to Manda's head that struck him square in the neck. Manda disappeared into the smoke, but he would no longer return indefinitely. A tan man with long brown hair and 3 red markings on each cheek materialized in front of the Zetsus and mercenaries as they attempted to charge in and overpower the two. "I must at least take action. Can't let my kids brag," the Ettermasked man stated. Storm clouds began to form as he raised his hands. Before they knew it, lightning struck them all and instantly killed them. More than half of the troops were dead. Kenpachi enjoyed simply taking out everyone else. "This is plenty for me," Orochimaru yelled, demonstrating his best skill with a few hand gestures. "This time, you all die." Waka no Jutsu, even bigger than Manda, Orochimaru evolved into an 8-headed serpent. Each of them had to jump back in order to avoid its powerful head sweep. Everyone but one. Death the Kid was struck because he was preoccupied with something else. "Kid," Maka yelled, "what are you doing?" "I can't dodge," Kid answered. "Kyukuku. Tiny child, are you afraid of me?" laughed at Orochimaru, Liz and Patty. The Kid's goons exclaimed, "Oh no, not this again." Kid said, "You're perfectly symmetrical. You have 8 heads, which is the ideal number for symmetry." This revelation caused utter shock throughout the whole Eastern world. Soul poked his head out from inside Maka's scythe and murmured, "Erg, Kid's always preoccupied with symmetry." Orochimaru screamed, "Cuckoo. Well, if you're not going to avoid, then die." One of the snake's mouths opened up, revealing his body. Kid gave him a stern look. Then he continued to look at him. Kid assumed a contemplative posture. Kid screamed, "You ruined symmetry," as he pointed his weapons at Orochimaru. When a bullet went straight through the head of one of his snakes. Orochimaru was confused. "You were symmetrical in every way. I was unable to disrupt the symmetry. It's not symmetrical now that you've exposed yourself in the jaws of one of the snakes without even doing it, though. It would have been acceptable if you had any head with an odd number and arrived in the center. However, now you've ruined it," yelled Kid as he began to fire his weapons towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru yelled, This little brat. As he was severely wounded by all of his shots, he instructed all of his snakes to collect chakra at the center, growing larger. A chakra ball emerged from the center. It resembled a biju bomb. Horrible monster. Eat this, kid yelled. His handguns became into enormous cannons made of golden hands. His hair's unfinished stripes started to gleam. As each row's lines of Sanzu became finished, Liz stated, resonance rate at 2000%. No sounds at all, Patty yelled. Feedback is finished. Anytime, exclaimed Liz. Patty cried. Kaboom. Killer cannon. The two cannons both discharged at once, creating a massive shot. Orochimaru shot his chakra ball rapidly, but it was entirely destroyed. Orochimaru's form was instantly obliterated when the cannon shot passed through. A small white snake, nevertheless, was able to slither away from the main body in time. The projectile traveled all the way to the ocean and exploded there. By this time, all of the Zetsus had been wiped off, and the remaining mercenaries had simply given up. Gaara said, "We appreciate your helping us. Thanks are unnecessary, Gaara-sama. You truly are our emperor's friend," Kenshin retorted with reverence. Only 20 Suna shinobi were lost and 100 were hurt on their side after the invasion army was completely destroyed. The Western has 40 injuries but no fatalities. Kenshin turned to face Kiri in that direction. The Navy soldiers, he thought, would arrive in time. His concerns were focused on the war against Iwa since he had no doubt that they would prevail. Mei was not doing well. After Kakuzu hit her directly, she coughed up some blood. Kiri did their best to defend their village, but it wasn't enough when they faced two S-rank ninja leading about 12,000 shinobi, Zetsus, and mercenaries. Not only that, but most Odo soldiers also had some kind of implant in their bodies and used cursed marks, even though most of them were crazy. It didn't matter because all they wanted to do was kill. Even worse, Odo was able to hire pirates and about 30 ships to steal from and help the navy. Only a small number of Kiri's troops were still alive. When Mei looked up, she saw that 6 of her 7 swordsmen were asleep. Hidden was to blame for Ao's heavy bleeding. He was her right-hand man. Suijutsu washed away the seal and attacked him, which was the only thing that saved him. Hidden couldn't get blood from Suijutsu because he was a fish, but this didn't put him at a disadvantage. Instead, he kept hacking at Sugetsu, hoping to get his blood as a side effect. This made Suijutsu have to act defensively. Shijuro was having trouble breathing because he had used up all of his chakra fighting off so many cursed seal shinobi who used the second level even if it meant losing their minds. Kakuzu laughed as he lifted Mei up slowly with his tentacles and choked her to death. Since you have 2 bloodlines, I've always been curious to see how your heart works for me, even though your mind and body will die. You have nothing to worry about. You'll live on inside me. Any last words? Teased Kakuzu. Mei could only gag and choke as she tried in vain to break free of the tentacle and get air into her lungs, her legs dangling helplessly. Ao tried to stop him, but he fell because he was losing blood and going to sleep slowly. Chijuro couldn't move at all because he had used up all of his chakra, and Suijutsu was busy fighting Hidden. I thought so, Kakuzu said as a tentacle got ready to go through her body and pierce her heart. Mei slowly shut her eyes as her vision began to blur. She still wanted to make her dreams come true. Being Mizukage was just the first step toward reaching that goal. She wanted to find her true love, get married, and have her own children. Children who could grow up in a safe village without too much trouble. As her vision was getting worse, she swore she could hear angels' wings beating down from the sky to lead her to the afterlife. She thought she heard something thwump, but she wasn't sure what it was. She opened her eyes just a little and saw that Kakuzu wasn't looking at her anymore. Instead, he was trying to figure out where that strange noise was coming from. Just like she was. Her vision was still getting worse quickly because she wasn't getting enough oxygen. But she could tell Kakuzu was confused. She wasn't the only one who heard it. It seems it was heard by everyone. Thwump, 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 thrup. As the noise got louder, a voice said, "There's a lady." Kakuzu quickly used one of his justice to make his skin so dense that they were almost as hard as diamond. Daten, Damu, call me, the voice yelled. All of a sudden, a familiar black leg kicked Kakuzu away from Mei. Kakuzu was knocked back a few feet and hit a wall. Mei was finally able to breathe when her rescuer dropped her down into his arms. As her sight slowly came back and her lungs gasped for air, she saw that the man was very familiar. He had a curly brow, blonde hair, a suit, and a cigarette. It was Sanji. The man who had been so forward with her had saved her. "Are you all right, mademoiselle?" asked Sanji, as he gently put her against the wall to rest. Mei could only nod. Kakuzu slowly stood up and yelled, "Who the hell are you?" Even though his skin was as hard as a diamond, he felt the kick. Sanji took a slow drag on his cigarette and then let it out slowly before answering, The hunter. The man who is going to find you because you hurt a woman. Ah, you're that cook, Hidden said as he cut Suijutsu with no care. You're stupid to come here by yourself to save a damsel who is about to die. First, don't make fun of chivalry. Second, who said I came alone? Suddenly, cannon fires could be heard, and holes could be seen in the ships that were attacking Kiri. A strangely brightly colored ship with a sun on its front led the charge. 2 other ships were following it side by side. The sails on one were black, and the sails on the other were strangely shimmering. Read Thousand Sunny, Black Pearl, and Flying Dutchman on the names. There were about 5 other ships behind it. But you're still out, started Suijutsu when they all saw the main ship Thousand Sunny open its figurehead so a cannon could pop out. When the Corsairs saw it, they turned their ships around to get away from it. But it was already too late. Gaon-hu, when it was fired. The huge air pressure cannon was much bigger than all of Odo's windpipes, which were built into the arms of some of the shinobi. It instantly destroyed 2/3 of the enemy fleet. It was like comparing a slingshot to a bazooka in terms of weapons. When the Corsairs saw this path of destruction and how many ships were still alive, they tried to get away right away. Then, the Imperial West Fleet split into 2 groups. The Flying Dutchman and the Black Pearl went after 2 other ships, and the rest of the crew went with the Thousand Sunny to help Kiri on land. When Thousand Sunny got to land, there were sounds of turning. A big robot came out from inside the ship a few seconds later. Behold, Franky Shogun. A voice inside the robot yelled as the robot held its arms high in the air in a pose. Everyone from the east stopped for a moment to watch. All of the male soldiers on the battlefield yelled, "So cool." Most of the women did nothing but stare. Kakuzu was drooling and his eyes were shining with yellow sparkles when he saw this. He liked big robots so much that he named all of his attacks after them. He quickly got over it. He then saw Monkey D. Luffy coming toward him. All of the West didn't seem to follow his orders, so he thought that man was the most important general. All units, attack and slow down the Western forces until I finish off the Mizukage. I'll pay 100 million ryos to whoever brings me the head of their general. Almost all of the Odo forces rushed toward him at this point. It was fun to kill, but greed was another big reason. Mei yelled, "No." She tried to tell her troops to protect him, but Sanji stopped her by raising his hand. "Don't worry about him. There's a reason he's the fleet admiral and our emperor's personal rival," said Sanji. On the battlefield, Odo had surrounded Luffy and were all charging at him. "I'll take his head." "No, I own it. This is mine." They were getting closer. 50 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. A pulse of invisible energy seemed to come from Luffy all of a sudden. A few seconds later, almost all of the people who tried to kill Luffy immediately passed out. White bubbles coming out of their mouths. Not even those on level 2 with cursed seals were awake. Only about 1,000 of the invaders were still awake at most. Did he just kill the enemy with a look? Suijutsu asked. Since he wasn't paying attention, Hidden cut him. But as usual, no blood came out. "That's my captain for you," Sanji said as he began to spin quickly. When he stopped spinning, no one could figure out why he was doing what he was doing. His right leg all of a sudden started to glow hot red. Diable jam, Kakuzu said. "HMPH, you think a little special effect will help? Your kick barely hurt me before." Sanji hit Kakuzu in the face with a kick, sending him up into the air. Even with his earth spear on, he was so surprised that the kick hurt, that it burned, even though the attack didn't leave bruises on his skin. It burned so badly that he felt like he had just been cooked. When he looked up, Sanji was already spinning around him and giving him red-hot kicks. Shoot the venison. After what seemed like the 30th kick, Sanji finished with an axe kick, which sent Kakuzu flying away from Mei and into the battlefield, where he landed on top of many unconscious invaders. Sanji landed back where Mei and the others were on the ground. He walked slowly while drawing on his cigarette. He looked so cool that he made Mei blush, and Ao looked very envious, until Sanji changed his mind about how he felt. "Mei Swan, did you fall in love with me?" Melorine, said Sanji as he danced with his arms moving like waves and eyes that were filled with hearts. Everyone in the room who was still fighting in the deathmatch dropped their sweat at this attitude. Mei, on the other hand, thought it was funny and that this knight in shining armor should be rewarded. She walked up to him slowly and gave him a kiss on the lips. Before Mei finally broke the kiss, a lot of time had passed. Chijuro was crying in the background because his idol had been taken. "Yes, Sanji-kun. Yes, I did," said Mei sultry. Sanji was knocked out cold when he got a nosebleed so strong that it threw him against a wall. Hidden started to sweat, but he still tried to get Sanji's blood to hurt him. Suijutsu washed the blood off quickly and then drank some more water and a soldier pill, while Mei was trying to stop bleeding. Ao also gave him a soldier pill. Mei yelled, "Hidden, you are outnumbered. Give up now." When he was suddenly stuck in a bubble, Hidden just laughed crazily and tried to slash at Mei, no matter how hard he cut. The bubble held. Your turn is over now. They looked to see if Utataka and Yagura were coming in, when Utakata started to make the bubble rise up into the air right above them. Hidden started to fight even harder, before Yagura gathered a lot of chakra in front of his mouth. He changed into his three-tailed beast chakra form. He pointed it up, making the chakra ball in front of him grow bigger. Yagura yelled as he fired his Biju ball. I may not have been a good Kage, but I was still the Yonde Mizukage. And I swear on that name that I will beat you. Oh, fuck, Jashin will, Hidden started to say. But he was killed before he could finish. Kakuzu slowly opened his eyes so he could see how badly he had been hurt. He was still alive, but when that stupid cook attacked him, he lost his mask. He saw Hidden get blown away by the explosion. And Luffy and his crew were slowly making their way toward him. The people who were still alive after Luffy's blast tried to attack, but they were quickly put down. Kakuzu quickly let out his chakra, and the masks on his face turned into different people. Then he realized that everyone around him was wearing blue uniforms and that Cloud, Zack, and Sephiroth were in charge. Kakuzu snarled and started making hand gestures. Zack and Cloud stepped in and cut in half two of the masks. Sephiroth, on the other hand, sat in the back and let his two commanders do the work. He didn't have to use his power yet. Kakuzu grunted because he was down to just two masks. He wanted to collect chakra, but Cloud and Zack wouldn't let him. Cloud, Zack called out. Cloud jumped up and said, "Got it." Zack swung the sword by using the flat side. Cloud landed on the sword and was thrown right at Kakuzu. Cloud swung his sword hard, cutting off the heads of both masks. Kakuzu was now in his final life. Corsairs bombed the hell out of them. Some of the ships that weren't attacked turned their cannons on Cloud and Zack. They heard a laugh before they could shoot. Ha ha ha. It's time to eat. When they looked up, they saw Kasama riding a big wave that hit the ship. Kasama jumped on the ship and used his greatsword to cut up his enemies. Worse, white sharks were swimming around the ship he was on, so any pirates who tried to jump ship were eaten. SHT. I should have known Kasama was still alive if Itachi was still alive. I need to find a way to tell Pain, Kakuzu muttered. Zack swung his sword up in an arc, sending Kakuzu flying. Zack and Cloud both started swinging their swords in a circle and said, "This is over now." They both let go and the ball went up. The swords broke apart all around him into many different kinds of swords. Kakuzu looked around with a look on his face that hadn't been there for a long time. Fear. Cloud and Zack became what looked like streams of light around their bodies all of a sudden. They each grabbed one of the many swords in the air and slashed Kakuzu as they flew right past him. Every time, they both cut across Kakuzu in the air, crossing each other. Kakuzu couldn't even defend himself. After so many slashes, Zack and Cloud's last one came from below and above, respectively, before he blew up into pieces. The last slash cut him into thirds. Kakuzu was dead. Captain Jack Sparrow wasn't enjoying himself. The rum in his bottle was gone. Using his magical compass, he found more inside the enemy ship they were boarding. After winning a few sword fights, he slowly made his way up to the deck, where more fighting was happening. He drank some rum, then grabbed a rope and swung himself onto another ship. It was too bad that their crew hadn't been there yet. He looked up as he landed and saw that the Corsairs were looking at him. As Jack tried to swing back, he said, "Excuse me, but I'm on the wrong ship. I must have made a mistake." His way out was blocked, since everyone was slowly moving toward him. He did the only thing he could. He drank some of his rum and then ran away. Jack yelled "WAAA" as he ducked and blocked his enemy's blades. He used anything he could find to keep them from going. Because of him, cannons were moved out of place. After chasing for 10 minutes, the Corsairs were very tired. They ran up some stairs and finally cornered him when they saw something that made them sick to their stomachs. They were now being shot at by two cannons, and Jack was lighting both of them up. He took another sip of his rum while ropes were tied around his body into one of the cannons. "You're mad," said a Corsair in disbelief. "Thank God for that, because if I wasn't, this would never work," said Jack. One of the cannons hit the Corsair's ship's main mast, while the other was aimed at the main deck. The cannon pulled back, pulling the rope with it. Jack was thrown up into the air right away. Jack yelled, "Whoa!" as he took off into the air. He landed right next to Captain Will Turner on the Flying Dutchman because he was very careful. Jack said to himself as he took another sip of his rum, "Did anyone see that? Because I'm not going to do that again." "Even so, you seem to do it every time," said Captain Will Turner with a laugh. "Shut up," said Jack. "Just get me back to my ship. This fight is over, and I need a long drink with my rum." After a day, Kiri attacked the land of spring at night. We haven't heard anything about the failure yet. Abido Uchiha, also known as Tobai, grinned as he sneaked into Koyuki's palace. If you could walk through walls, it was easy to get past any defense. Soon, he was in her room, where she appeared to be sleeping alone. He was with 20 Odo shinobi who had cursed seals. If he needed a distraction, he could use them. Baka Kakashi must be outside doing his job. Too bad he'll find out he failed again when he gets back, just like he did with Rin. Abido thought as he slowly reached for Koyuki's neck. He could picture her face as she slowly died. And he knew that the last thing she would hear was that Kakashi was to blame for her death. His hand kept coming closer and closer until it was almost on her neck. He could either suffocate her or just break her neck. You shouldn't do that at all. Abido threw a kunai at the voice because it surprised him. A shadow came out of nowhere and caught the kunai with ease. Soon, the cloud moved out of the way so the moon could be seen. Kakashi came out of the shadow, still wearing his headband over his left eye. Kakashi said, "She's had a long day and needs to rest." Before Abido could do anything, Kakashi was already on him with his hand on his mask. He tossed Abido out of the window and onto the grounds of the castle to clear his mind and look around. Tobai shook his head. He was surprised to see that the people around him were not demons. Yusuke, Hiei, Inuyasha, Sesshomaru, Koga, Riku Onura, and Sararo Oikawa had surrounded him. Koga, dressed like a wolf, had a long braid of black hair and acted like a wolf. Riku wore a black kimono with a blue cloak. His hair was white, but there were black streaks in it. Sarara's hair was light blue on top and black in the back. She wore a scarf with her kimono. Abido tried to keep up his act by saying, Tobai was surprised. Tobai doesn't like how this looks, but you won't be able to catch Tobai now. He tried to run and phase past them, but Yusuke hit him in the stomach with his fist, stopping him in his tracks. Yusuke hit him back into the middle with a punch. How? Abido coughed. Koga laughed. Don't think you're invincible just because you can teleport parts of yourself to another dimension. When Kakashi grabbed you, he also put a seal on you that makes you stay in this dimension, thanks to the Uzumaki clan. Abido glared and growled at them. Kakashi landed in front of them all out of the blue. Kakashi growled, "Leave him to me. We have a score to settle. Especially since he tried to kill my wife." Abido let out a loud whistle. The 20 Odo shinobi all of a sudden tried to kill them. The demon brigade was too strong for them, as Abido and Kakashi went around each other. Abido tried to play it off with his fake personality. You've put Tobai in a bad situation, and he doesn't know what to do. Shut up, Kakashi yelled. I know who you are. You say you're Madara Uchiha, but the West Spy Network and Itachi say you're not him. When your true identity was revealed to me, I couldn't believe it, but now I know I must if I want to protect the people I love. Abido was shocked to find out that someone had stolen his identity, but he kept his cool. He still had his Mangekyo Sharingan on his right eye, and he had a backup Sharingan on his left eye for Izanagi. He decided to take off the mask because there was no longer any reason to hide who he was. He put a patch over his left eye, though, to hide the fact that he had stolen a Sharingan. So, you finally figured out that I was alive, Abido said as he stopped being his fake self for good. It was shocking to find out that someone I thought of as a friend wanted to kill Sensei's son. And it was even scarier to learn that you helped kill Sensei, his wife, and even the Uchiha clan, said Kakashi. How could you do that to Minato Sensei? He was her guardian and teacher. Abido yelled. And whose fault was that? You couldn't protect Rin. Kakashi didn't say anything after hearing that. Abido thought that the silence meant that he was going to be scolded again. You can't do anything, right, Kakashi? You killed Rin. I saw it with my own eyes. That's why this world can't exist. I won't live in a world where Rin isn't alive. You should have been the one to die. I will right this wrong and make a world where Rin is alive and in my arms. I don't care who gets in my way. Abido stopped Kakashi when he tried to explain. I know you didn't do it on purpose. She jumped into your attack while you were trying to protect her, but that doesn't change the fact that you didn't protect her. You broke your promise. Abido picked up a sword and threw it at Kakashi. Abido said, if you're really sorry you couldn't protect Rin, take your own life. Make up for it with your death. Kakashi took the sword slowly. When Kakashi threw it back at him, Abido laughed like he was crazy. Abido teased Kakashi. What is this? Are you so afraid of dying and meeting everyone to tell them about your failures? Kakashi just shook his head and said, it's true. I couldn't protect Rin. I didn't do a good job trying to help Sensei's son, even though you were the reason he became an orphan. When Naruto was banished, I was lost on the road to life. I took out the Sharingan you gave me and destroyed it, and I traveled the lands to find him. I had to teach myself how to fight without my Sharingan, Abido asked sarcastically. And that's it, Kakashi said. To protect the people I care about and never let anything bad happen to them. especially Koyuki and my unborn child. And you think that will make all the people you hurt forgive you, yelled Obito. It's a start, and I think it's a good one, Kakashi said. When you think of Rin, does she smile at you? He asked Obito. Obito charged at him with a roar instead of talking back. Even without the Sharingan, Kakashi showed that he was a stronger opponent than Obito. After a few minutes of fighting, Kakashi made some space between himself and Obito by ducking a punch and putting his foot into Obito's stomach. Obito closed his eye for a few seconds while they both took deep breaths. In his mind, he could see Rin, the girl he loved, but she was still making a face at him. Obito decided to ask, "Tell me, Kakashi, if Rin isn't smiling at me, is she smiling at you?" He asked in a teasing way. Kakashi just shut his eyes for a moment. He said, "No, this goes beyond that." When I gave them my answer, they all smiled at me and walked away. I tried to follow them, but they waved at me and told me that it was enough and that I should let it go. I don't even see them in my dreams anymore. But I know that one smile from them was enough. That smile told me that I should move on with my life and that they had forgiven me. "Liar," yelled Obito. "If Rin isn't smiling at you, it should be mine." Again, Obito charged in, as he kept blocking Obito's attacks. Kakashi sighed and thought, "This is how far you've fallen, Obito, that you can't get over the past and see what's really going on. Rin gave her life for the sake of the village. I did not want to kill her at all. Before she died, she tried to mouth something to me. But I was so scared that I couldn't see or hear it. I could only see her swearing at me. But I remember now, her last words. It said, 'Sorry, Kakashi, for making you do this. Don't blame yourself. Now, my ex-friend is threatening to kill my family, including Naruto. I'll never fail again, even if it means killing my best friend all over again.'" At this, Kakashi kicked Obito away and pulled up the headband to show that his eye was closed. Obito made fun of him, asking, "What are you doing, Baka Kakashi?" "Yes, I got rid of it," said Kakashi, "but since I have contacts with the West and the Emperor of the West is actually Minato's son, Sensei's, I got something interesting to replace it." Obito went still at that. He knew that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was in the West, but he had no idea that he was the Emperor. He began to think about how to build his Sharingan. If he could control the Kyuubi with his eyes, it would be easy for him to control the Emperor. With that much power, they could help him finish his plans. He didn't even notice or care that it was the son of his teacher. When Kakashi finally opened his left eye, he said, "I can see that you don't even care that our sensei's son is still alive. All I see on your face is pure greed for how to get him." It was not the same eye. Its iris was violet, which was very different from his own eyes. Before it started to glow, it looked like a normal eye. "HMPH, said Hiei. "Looks like he used it after all." The Odo Shinobi tried to use this to his advantage, but he was cut up before he realized he was dead. Obito was shocked as he looked at it. It seemed to look right into his heart. "It's a modification of the original, but it's still the Jagan Eye," Kakashi said. "To be honest, it's much better than the Sharingan. Even in its modified form, the original is much more powerful. But I couldn't handle it. Instead, it gives me some of the same abilities as a 3-Tomo Sharingan. My perception is heightened. Jinjutsu doesn't work against me. And best of all, I have remote vision." Obito could only be angry about this. Kakashi really gave up his eye to get something better. Kakashi said, "But the best thing is that I can watch my wife take a shower while I walk around the castle." Everyone fell flat on their faces at this. Kakashi did, in fact, have a secret sexual life. Hiei yelled, "Damn it, Kakashi. I didn't let you get one so you could spy on people." In secret, he had done that, but it was an accident. Jiraiya also wanted one, but no one would let him have one. Kakashi just smiled and said, "That's true, but the pain I had to go through was awful. I can't even imagine how bad it would have been if I had gone through with the original procedure instead. I probably wouldn't have made it. Kakashi, just die." Obito yelled as he fired wooden poles at Kakashi. Kakashi would die if one of them stabbed him. Each one was easy for Kakashi to avoid. But when Obito tried to stab him, they were face to face. He easily blocked it, then grabbed a kunai, put a lightning chakra charge on it, and stabbed Obito. Even with his Sharingan, Obito just barely avoided it. Kakashi let go of his kunai and kicked it straight toward his chest as soon as he did. It would have killed Obito if he hadn't used his fake hand to block it. Obito yelled, "Is that all you've got?" "Fine," Kakashi said. "You asked for it." He quickly went through the hand signs for his original attack, CA, and at the end, the famous Raikiri in his hand came to life. But soon, the Rasengan appeared right above it. Slowly, the electricity went into the spiraling ball, and soon a Rasengan with a lighting pattern was made. Kakashi finally did what Minato couldn't do and merged elemental composition into the racing. He kept trying different things for 5 long years before he finally got it. Rasenkiri. In Kakashi's right hand was a spiral ball full of blue lightning that could kill. With a loud roar, Kakashi rushed forward faster than Obito thought he could do. It's been 7 years. Kakashi had trained as hard as he could for 7 years so that when he found Naruto, he could protect him like his father had done for him. But Naruto didn't need protection, but Koyuki, his wife, did. Kakashi pierced Obito's chest with all of his training. As the attack hit home, Obito coughed up blood. Because of the seal, he couldn't phase through it. And he couldn't dodge it because it was moving too fast. Before the ball exploded, it sent him flying away, like the Rasen Shuriken. It grew bigger, but not as much as the Rasen Shuriken. But it was there that the difference became clear. While the Rasen Shuriken attacked the body like needles stabbing each cell, this attack cut through the cells and overloaded each one with electricity, causing them to stop working and sometimes explode. Shit, if I don't use it, I will die. Izanagi, Obito thought. Before everyone, he faded into a faint image and then reappeared on the roofs. Scene 2 was at first planned for Kakashi. So, same scene, but a different move. Kakashi was surrounded right away by a black, fiery aura. Kakashi used Reikiri, a well-known jutsu, on his right hand. The black aura shrunk all the way down to his right hand, and the blue lightning turned into jet black. It looked like fire and lightning at the same time. This fire, which has nothing to do with Amaterasu, is black flames called up from the depths of the demon world. They are so powerful that they will burn everything in their path. If Itachi's flame came from the heavens, this one comes from hell, Kakashi said as he began his technique. Chao Ran Satsu Ryukiri. Kakashi's right hand turned into the head of a powerful dragon. With a loud roar, Kakashi rushed forward faster than Obito thought he could do. It's been 7 years. Kakashi had trained as hard as he could for 7 years so that when he found Naruto, he could protect him like his father had done for him. But Naruto didn't need protection, but Koyuki, his wife, did. Kakashi pierced Obito's chest with all of his training. As the attack hit home, Obito coughed up blood. Because of the seal, he couldn't phase through it, and he couldn't dodge it because it was moving too fast. All of a sudden, the flames began to spread over his body, consuming him in hellfire. Shit, if I don't use it, I will die. Izanagi, Obito thought. Before everyone, he faded into a faint image and then reappeared on the roofs. Obito teased Kakashi. Too bad you won't get a second chance. Watch out for your wife. If you don't, she'll die, and I'll make sure to see you suffer. Kakashi just smiled in his eyes and said, you won't get another chance. Before Obito could understand what Kakashi said, a wind blade came out of his chest. Obito spat out blood and said, what? He had just used Izanagi, so he couldn't risk losing his other eye. And he needed some time to rest, which they wouldn't let him have. He slowly turned around and looked straight into bright ocean blue eyes and sun-kissed yellow hair. He knew it was Naruto, but he couldn't stop thinking it was Minato Namikaze. The yellow flash, he didn't realize it, but Yusuke left a Hurricane marker on him when he punched him. Naruto couldn't use the Hurricane marker that was on Minato because it was on him. It had to be his own. So he gave Yusuke one to mark Obito. Naruto whispered, this is for my mother and father, who cared for you, treated you like family, and who you betrayed. It was the last thing he heard before Naruto got another kunai, put wind chakra into it, and cut off his head. At spring, the battle was over. As the demon brigade cleaned up, Naruto and Kakashi looked at Obito's body one last time. They looked up into the skies, where a bit of rain started to fall. Whether it was from the rain or not, nobody could tell if they shed any tears. The deed had been done. The man who had been one man's best friend, another's possible uncle, the one who murdered so many to deny his reality, had finally fallen. Back at Akatsuki hideout, how did this happen? Raged Pain. It was one of the rare times he actually showed emotion. Akatsuki had now been reduced to just 3 of them, him, Konan, and Orochimaru, who had taken over a backup body. He wanted Sasuke but decided it was not the time to do such a thing yet. He contemplated on even taking over a Konoha ninja's body, or if he was lucky, Senjutsu Tsunade, but it was too risky. Even Tobai, who claimed to be Madara Uchiha, was missing in action. His last message was that he was heading to Spring to correct some personal things, and had not reported back for a week. All of this leads back to one person, crackled Orochimaru. Naruto Uzumaki. Kill him. and everything should crumble in your path. Perhaps we should stop this for a bit, commented Conan. Take a step back to survey all the damage before making another hasty decision. Clearly, we didn't see this through. Pain shook his head. No, I am God. Nobody can stand up against me. I will head to the west myself and take care of this Imperial West. No demons, humans, or even family will stand in my way for peace through pain, especially not some cocky emperor. Suddenly, the boulder that blocked the entrance to their hideout exploded, dust and rocks scattering everywhere. They were forced to cover their eyes until it settled down. I'm going to have to stop you there, remarked a voice as the man stepped through the dust. Both Pain and Conan visibly jumped at who came. Jiraiya-sensei. No, stated Jiraiya darkly. The moment your organization targeted my godson, you stopped being my students. You have no right to call me sensei. Just as I have no real right to be Naruto's godfather. Even so, I will do my duty to protect him. Pain chuckled. Nobody stands in the way of Pain. Not even you, Jiraiya. You're outnumbered and outclassed. That would be true if he was alone, called out another voice. Soon, 6 more people joined him. Sephiroth, Urza, Itachi, Shanks, and 2 other people stepped up. One of the last 2 had black hair, blood-red eyes, and a clean black suit that made him look like the most noble person in the world. The other man's silver hair grew out all over the place and reached his legs. It was styled in a wild way. Pain growled, Itachi, after he found out Itachi was still alive. Conan told him to move, but he didn't think Itachi would be bold enough to come. Shanks said, can't we talk about this, Pain, or should I say Nagato Uzumaki? This made both Pain and Conan jump. They had clearly underestimated how good the West was at getting information. Shanks ignored this and said, you, who are family, must learn to let go of this. We would welcome you and your possible mate into our clan. Your family would give you comfort again. Pain said without any emotion, I have no family. I am a god. No one is like me or has anything in common with me. Shanks closed his eyes and said, all right, then. He turned around, walked to the nearest wall, and put his back against it. Then you guys go crazy. Before Orochimaru could react, Jiraiya jumped at him and hit him with a bone-crushing punch, sending him flying outside. I'll take my old friend. I don't want to fight my old students. But Orochimaru is a different story, Jiraiya said as he quickly called Ma and Pa and put them on his shoulders. Jiraiya worked even harder to finish his sage form after Naruto was sent away. He left the house to go after him. Sephiroth raised his black wing and said, I'll go with him to make sure he's safe. He vanished in a flash, leaving only a few feathers to show that he had been there. I'll take the woman, Urza said as she put on her battle armor. Shall we take this outside? Conan nodded, and then he and Urza jumped out of the cave, just in case Itachi decided to follow them. We'll take on Mr. Piercing, right? The man with silver hair asked the man who looked like a nobleman. He nodded. Pain called all of his other paths to him at once. Pain told him, you have no chance. You will die knowing what it means to go against a god. I don't think so. Where are my manners? My name is Musaka, and Mr. Expressionless's full name is Kadizidamadi Razel. But you can just call him Razel, the man with silver hair said with a smirk. HMPH. It doesn't matter. All names are meaningless to me, just like all lives are worthless when you stand in front of me. The main Pain said as he raised his hand. He felt a chill go through him all of a sudden, even though his main body was far away. He could suddenly feel Razel staring at him with a slightly disgusted expression. Razel asked, what gives you the right to kill people so easily? Because I'm God, and I'm the one who will make the world peaceful by using pain, said Pain as the 6 bodies surrounded the 2. It's high, Razel said out of the blue. Pain asked, what? As all 6 paths began to get ready to kill. Right, the eye level, Musaka asked. Pain said, HMPH. My eye is different from everyone else's. It's the same as the sage of the 6 paths, better than everyone else's. That's why I was chosen to be a god. Kneel. All 6 paths fell to the ground at once, even though Nagato was far away. He could feel his body move down to obey. Pain was having trouble and looked up at the 2 men. That's the difference between your eye level and ours, Musaka said with a smirk as his muscles started to get bigger and fur grew on different parts of his body and limbs. He threw a bag full of blood out in front of him. When it opened, Obito's head with his mask on came out, together with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Sephiroth. Orochimaru was really angry. He still wasn't used to his new body, and now he had to fight to the death with one of his old teammates. Worse still, Sephiroth was just standing there and not even looking around. He couldn't take advantage of that, though, because he couldn't take his eyes off Jiraiya. When Orochimaru's pet boy Kabuto jumped in to stop the fight, They finally had a chance. Orochimaru used this chance to pull out a scroll and open a special, almost dead body that had been changed. Orochimaru quickly used Ito Tensei to decide it was time to pull out the last trick. They didn't call this body because they were afraid they wouldn't be able to control it, but now they had no choice. A legendary figure from the world of shinobi came out of the tomb, Madara Uchiha. When Madara turned around and saw Orochimaru fighting Jiraiya, who had already killed Kabuto, he frowned. His plan didn't look like it was working out. He looked to see Sephiroth and got a chill. As soon as he thought about it, he felt sick. Afraid. He was Uchiha fucking Madara. Shinobi who are famous. When people fought him, they were scared. He could only be matched by Hashirama. And now he was in a body that was both immortal and had an unlimited amount of chakra. Who could even compete with him? Who are you? Demanded Madara. Where do you come from? Sephiroth, said Sephiroth. And I'm from the west, over the wall. This made Madara swear. He told Abido, no. He warned Abido, no. He ordered Abido to never anger anyone from the west. First, they had to carry out their plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi, which drained the power of everyone in the east. Madara could only hope to take over the whole world after he got that power. Still, he might have had a chance with this body. Madara quickly moved his eye to the Rinnegan and called a meteorite. Hoping to end this quickly, he said, let's see how you do against this then. Sephiroth laughed at this. And then he raised his 9 feet long Masamian sword and cut right through the meteor from a distance. He then gave it a series of quick cuts, which broke it into even smaller pieces. Finally, he used the Faraga spell to burn it to ashes. Madara was shocked and worried. And when Sephiroth said, my turn, her worry turned into fear. Sephiroth raised his hand, and a second meteor, almost the same size as the first, came flying out and crashed into Madara. Madara wouldn't let go of his pride and take the hit. And he knew he would live, so he took it on head-on, his eyes changing back to the Sharingan. He called up his Susanoo at full power and shot at the meteor with Yasaka Yagatama, which are Yasaka beads. He switched quickly to the Rinnegan and used the Diva Path Shinra Tensei to push the beads into the meteor even faster. He quickly took a deep breath and held up only one hand. Katen, Goka Mekiaku, following the beads. A wide flame grew out of his mouth. The beads went inside, exploded, and broke the meteorite into pieces. The fire jutsu took care of the rest after the piece fell. Madara said, it looks like we can both call up meteors. This made Sephiroth roll his eyes. In comparison, the meteor he had called up was just a small one. He could have called up a huge one that would have destroyed the planet. But he had to think about the Empire. Madara used Susanoo in its full form and ran forward while holding a sword that Orochimaru had given him. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stopped fighting and looked at each other. Orochimaru was breathing hard, but Jiraiya only seemed to have a little bit of sweat on him. Orochimaru tried to run away, but he couldn't because Ma and Pa were on his shoulders. As soon as Orochimaru opened his eyes, Jiraiya ran at him. Orochimaru was thrown into the air by an uppercut because he couldn't move fast enough. Jiraiya quickly used his chakra to make a copy of himself as a shadow. Both of them charged a Rasengan they were holding, but when the Sage Chakra was added to both of them, the size grew so much that both of them had to move their hands back to let it grow. Jiraiya leaped into the air and dove straight at Orochimaru when he hit the ground. The clone jumped up and attacked Orochimaru from 2 directions. Senpo, Chidama Rasengan. Orochimaru couldn't move out of the way, so 2 Rasengans tore him apart while he screamed in pain. When the bright light of the explosion finally went out, the attack was over. The body of Orochimaru fell to the ground. He couldn't try to use his escape snake because it took him a while just to make the special escape chakra. Overall, it appeared that he was dead. Jiraiya slowly walked up to his body and said, that's what you get for killing Sensei. Orochimaru's neck suddenly stretched out, and he stabbed Jiraiya in the stomach with his Kusanagi, which was sticking out of his mouth. As he coughed up blood, Ma and Pa Toad were scared. Hee, who gets the last laugh now? Idiot, don't worry, Naruto will be with you soon. Tsunade. I might keep her here a little longer so I can test her genes with Sasuke's. Who knows, maybe I'll have a little fun with her. Orochimaru teased as he watched Jiraiya slowly die. Suddenly, Jiraiya poofed. What? A shadow clone? Orochimaru yelled. All of a sudden, he felt a chill down his back. Before he could do anything, Jiraiya hit him in the neck with another Rasengan, which stopped him from moving. Orochimaru looked up weakly and saw something that scared him. Jiraiya was mad before, but now he was really angry. Orochimaru could tell from the flames in his eyes that he had no chance of living now. But that didn't stop him from asking. Jiraiya made a clone and another Rasengan and said, enough. Pa spat some oil into the Rasengan, and Ma put more nature chakra into it. Soon, another Chidama Rasengan formed, but inside it, oil was swirling. This time, Jiraiya used his other hand to make a small flame. He then threw the flame into the Rasengan. It caught on fire soon after. It's not the same as adding elements from nature, but it works, Jiraiya said. Now, die, Senpo. Moru Chidama Rasengan. Jiraiya's attack hit Orochimaru right in the head. When the attack was over, his head had been burned to ashes. Still, Jiraiya burned the rest of Orochimaru's body to make sure he was dead. Jiraiya looked up at the sky as the last flames went out. Goodbye, old friend, said Jiraiya. Back to Nagato in 6 paths versus Musaka and Razel. Nagato was already on his main path, which was the body of Yahiko. Every other body had been killed by Musaka, who beat them until they couldn't move, or by Razel's strange blood attacks. Shinra Tensei didn't stop them from coming in, so they did. They were just too strong and fast. Musaka asked Asura Path, as he crushed his head with his hand, do you still think you're a god? Pain growled and used his strongest move, Chibaku Tensei. Right away, Musaka smiled as a gravity ball appeared out of nowhere above them. As his energy level rose, he yelled, this is more like it. Razel did the same thing, raising his hand. Soon, a fierce wolf formed above him, while a blood phoenix formed above Razel. Both attacks were fired at the gravity ball, destroying it right away. Pain yelled, impossible, because he had just used up all of his chakra. Musaka won the fight by putting his hand right through Pain's chest and into his heart. Soon, even Pain was gone. There was no one else, and when Razel looked into Pain's mind, she already knew where he was. Urza versus Conan. Conan was losing badly. Urza kept calling up too many swords, and each one had its own special power. She felt like Nagato's puppets had all fallen at once. Nagato, she yelled as she ran away from the battle to join him. Urza, however, stopped her again. Conan yelled, get out of my way, as she used all of her chakra for one last attack. Urza was surrounded by a swirl of papers. Most of them were tags that exploded. Soon, they were all going to go off. But then, Nakagami armor. The paper was cut into pieces all of a sudden, without even going off. Conan stared in shock when he saw Urza in another strange piece of armor that left her chest bare. But Urza attacked before she could do anything. Nakagami Starlight. The blow hit Conan right where it should have, and she fell to the ground, bleeding heavily. Urza said, it's too bad, because you don't seem like the bad type at all. Itachi said, she only stuck with Nagato to stay alive and because she was Nagato's only friend left, even if it meant ruining her own sense of right and wrong. He had no choice but to cry. Nagato's plan was doomed to fail, and she couldn't even help her last friend, her last link to Yahiko. Even though all of Nagato's plans broke her heart, she stayed with him for the sake of their bond. Itachi went over to her as she lay on the floor slowly dying. Itachi told him, look into my eyes. Since she didn't have a choice, she looked at Itachi to watch the Mangekyo sharing in form. Tsukuyomi. She was in bed when she woke up to the sun. She blinked when she felt something move near her. She gasped when she saw Yahiko without all of his piercings. Slowly, his eyes opened, revealing brown eyes she hadn't seen before. Yahiko asked, what's up, honey? Conan couldn't stop crying, so she gave Yahiko a hug. Even if they were both naked, it didn't matter. Even if this was all a dream, it didn't matter. She only cared about seeing Yahiko one more time. Even though time seemed to pass quickly, Conan didn't care. As they lived their lives, she saw peace. Yahiko as her husband, and Nagato as their best friend. It was more than she could have hoped for. She got older with Yahiko and Nagato, met Jiraiya, and died holding her loved ones in her arms. Conan died with a smile on her face and blurry eyes. Urza worried about Itachi's health and looked over at him, but he shook it off and said he was fine. This illusion took a lot more chakra, but it was worth it. Other than Kasame, he respected Conan the most out of the Akatsuki. Before taking out a flower he had hidden, he made her close her eyes. He put it on her chest as she began to break up into pieces of paper. Soon, a wind picked her up and carried her away, scattering her ashes wherever it went. Razel, Shanks, and Musaka found where Nagato was hiding. He coughed up blood because he had used so much chakra. Nagato moaned, "Nu, I'm God. You can't stop me from doing what I'm meant to do." Razel moved forward a few steps and used his finger to wipe some blood off Nagato's face. "No one has the right to end a life when they think it's best," Razel said. Nagato said, "I am a god, so I have the right." "No, your sin," Razel said as his red eyes lit up in a scary way. All of a sudden, the blood on his finger started to spurt out and seemed to grow. It made a tornado of blood around Nagato. Nagato was scared and felt it all over his body. "Shall be buried by your blood," Ryuzel said to end the sentence, as the blood tornado came closer to Nagato. It shot up into the air. Soon, it went away, and nothing of Nagato Uzumaki was left. Shanks walked toward where Nagato had been. He pulled out his sword and got on his knees to pray. Even though Nagato didn't believe in the Uzumaki religion, he was still a member of the family and deserved one last prayer. Back at Madara versus Sephiroth, Madara was taking in a lot of air. It didn't help, though, because Sephiroth kept kicking him like a child. Madara's sharing and could barely read Sephiroth's moves. And even if it couldn't help him avoid all of them. Sephiroth's reach was ridiculously far, and Susanoo was no match for his sword. Even when I switched to the Rinnegan, it didn't help. All of a sudden, Sephiroth vanished again in a flurry of feathers. As Madara tried to figure out where he was, he heard a voice coming from above. "This is over." When Madara looked up, Sephiroth was floating in the air and his free hand was making a small halo. Then, the words that came next sealed his fate. "Heartless Angel Sin Harvest." Sephiroth's hand crushed the halo. All of a sudden, there was a halo above Madara's head. Before he knew it, he was in pain he couldn't describe. His chakra levels were also gone, leaving him with nothing, even though Ito Tensei's chakra seems to be limitless. "This is better." "What did you do?" shouted Madara. As he touched down, Sephiroth said nothing. Then, in an instant, he seemed to appear behind Madara. When Madara saw that he was being cut up, he turned around and tried to attack him. Sephiroth didn't magically move. He had come at him quickly and cut him 8 times. Sephiroth dropped a tag on Ito Tensei as he tried to put himself back together. Madara was thrown back to the land of the dead, the pure world. All of a sudden, Sephiroth said, "This seal is from the Shinigami Squadron, and it has the power to send people back who don't belong here." Madara screamed and fought, but the Shinigami's call was too strong. Soon, he was sent back to his world and could no longer come back. They all came back to the cave soon after. Jiraiya looked up to the sky and said, "It's over." "What about Sasuke, Uchiha, and Odo?" Shanks said. "Naruto has decided that killing Sasuke isn't worth it. Let Odo and Konoha fight in their little war. As long as they don't try to invade the West or any of our current allies, we have no problem with them," Urza reminded him. "Sasuke will probably still do something stupid." Shanks grinned and said, "That's when we strike. We don't want to look like the bad guys." Itachi laughed before making a bet. 1 week says he'll try to kill someone for the West. 3 weeks before he actually does something to piss off the West. Musaka smiled and asked, "You don't think your brother has more patience or strength than that?" Itachi replied, "It's my ex-brother, and I'm sure that's the most patience and strength he has." This made Musaka laugh out loud. There was a party going on in Konoha. Akatsuki had been defeated, and Iwa had been killed. All that was left was Odo, who was still getting better. Of course, they forgot that it was the West that had destroyed their enemies against their will. Most people were having a party and saying that their village was the one chosen to be in charge. The West wasn't important to them. Most of Tsunade's shinobi forces were humiliated that they couldn't do anything because of Danzo. Random accidents slowed down the movement of shinobi forces a lot. When they finally got their troops together, the battle in Suna was already over. Still, they didn't hear that it was done, so when they brought half of their army to Suna, Suna asked if they were coming to invade. They left Suna and ran back to Konoha when they realized how late it was. It seems that the West sent Suna things to help them get back on their feet. No backstabbing moves were even made to rub it in even more. A building for the Western Consult had already been built in Suna, which showed how close they were. Konoha didn't bring back any war spoils. Soon, though, Tsunade called a meeting that everyone had to attend. The Shinobi Council came to the meeting right on time. On the other hand, the Civilian Council was very late. In fact, it took Anbu units to find them and drag them, even though they were drunk, to the meeting. A Civilian Council member asked, with drool coming out of his mouth, "What is it, Tsunade?" The lack of manners made many shinobi shake their heads in disgust. Tsunade, however, was grinning inside. She would soon be able to leave the cursed village. Her first plan was to run as fast as she could to the land of spring. We could wait to get drunk, finally getting back together with Jiraiya and all her other loved ones. She already had everything packed up and was ready to go at any time. "Hold on," said Tsunade. "It looks like Danzo and one more important guest are still on their way." Danzo soon came and took a seat. When Tsunade saw this, she knew it was time. "Council members, I've called you all together to tell you something very important," Tsunade said loudly. making some of the civilian members wince. "What is it, Hokage-sama?" Hayashi asked with a grin on his face. He knew what was going to happen and had packed his things in secret. When it was time, he went back to his family in a straight line. He was excited to play with his grandchildren, who were coming to visit. He would let any branch members and a few main members who didn't have a log up their asses come, thanks to the West, who helped us without meaning to, Tsunade said. She was cut off by a member of the council who said, "PSHH, it was meant to be that they would help us. That so-called emperor should be happy to serve us. But a simple task is not enough to make up for his mistake. He should be chained up and brought to us. And everything he owns should be given to Konoha so that we can get back to the top. Uchiha-sama would definitely come back if we made him the emperor and gave him a whore to be his consort." The elders and the other civilian members of the group quickly agreed, except for the Kurama clan. The other shinobi on the council looked at them with disgust. Even the head of the Inuzaku family, Tsume, was disgusted by this behavior. "Silence. I won't let Naruto be talked to that way while the traitorous Uchiha is praised," Tsunade yelled. "Then I think we should get a new Hokage. I nominate Sasuke Uchiha-sama. Kami knows that the little demon wanted the job. What better way to show how useless it is than to give it to someone who really deserves it?" Asano Haruna screamed. Asuma growled as he slowly pulled out his trench knives and said, "That sounds like treason." HMPH, another council member who was not a shinobi, said, "This is why you shinobi shouldn't be on the council. You only think about violence and not politics. The civilian council is always looking out for what's best for the people." Inoichi was getting angry and yelled, "You mean your best interest? What makes Konoha great is that we care about it," shouted another civilian member. The room was full of people, and only a loud bang got their attention. But Tsunade did not hit the desk to make this noise. Instead, the door's opening was what made this bang. "Who dares to interrupt this meeting?" Danzo yelled as he raised his hand, ready to have his ninjas get rid of the person who was in the way. "I do," the fire daimyo replied. He gave Danzo a hard look, which made Danzo sag a little and look down. He quickly put his hand down to tell his shinobis not to move. The flames daimyo stared at each member, and they all fell apart under his angry gaze. He finally stopped when he got to Tsunade and gave her a nod. "Go ahead and say what you were going to say." "Lady Tsunade." "Thank you, daimyo-sama," said Tsunade. "I came here to tell you that we are no longer under martial law, and that the war with Odo has stopped because Orochimaru and Akatsuki have died. We are now at peace, so I'm stepping down." At this, people started shouting and begging her not to quit, while others started putting forward other people. When the fire daimyo coughed once, everyone had to be quiet. "So, that's that. Any suggestions for Hokage? And if I hear someone saying something stupid as the Uchiha, I'll have my guards cut off their head." The fire daimyo was told. There were ideas, but none of them worked. Soon, the meeting ended so that everyone could think about who they wanted overnight. The fire daimyo let this happen and told his guards that he would stay to hear what they decided. As everyone was leaving, Tsunade gave Hayashi and Asuma a note that said they should meet at the Senju compound. They could bring other clan heads with them. The elders and the civilian council have already decided what to do. They would vote for Danzo, and the Shinobi Kurama clan was also ready to vote for Danzo in exchange for good choices. Soon, it was night, and all of the Shinobi clan heads except for the heads of the Kurama and Inuzaku clans were in the Senju compound. Tsume was very controversial because she voted for Naruto to be sent away. Instead, Hana came and told Tsunade that she strongly disagreed with what her mother had chosen. Everyone was surprised to see that Tsunade had already packed and was ready to go. She told them that after this last thing, she had lost all faith in Konoha and was ready to leave. The other leaders of her clan were saddened by her decision, but they respected it. When she told them that Naruto would let them stay somewhere else temporarily if they wanted to leave Konoha, he let them. Some of them took that chance, especially after their children told them about the amazing things in the West. They went back home quickly. Soon, in the morning, Shinobi messengers came in to tell them that there was an urgent meeting to be held. The new Hokage had already been chosen. "So, it starts," Tsunade said with a grim face as she walked toward the council meeting. The fire daimyo was the only one who didn't show up, which was strange. Even so, the civilian council and Danzo went ahead with their attack. "I was put forward as a candidate for Hokage last night, and I won with the most votes. We don't want to keep the fire daimyo from getting a good night's sleep, so we will keep this meeting going. As my first order, I am taking away all shinobi's freedom to travel until they have all sworn to be loyal to Konoha and been re-educated. That includes the rights you have as a Sannin," Tsunade declared Danzo. He laughed at her because he thought she had found them. Tsunade smiled back at him and then told him to go away. Danzo was about to have his root Andu attack her and catch her for disobeying the council, which made him angry. With her DNA, they might be able to bring the Mokiden back to life. The door was suddenly blown open again. Danzo was ready for Hamura and Koharu to talk the fire daimyo into agreeing that this was a good idea. Even Kato Matasukami was ready to put him to sleep, but he wasn't ready for the sudden heavy feeling that came over this council room. Everyone just fell into their seats, unable to fight what they were feeling. Clack, click, click, click. Two men with red hair walked into the room. Clack, click, click, click. Everyone could see who they were because they stood in the middle of the room. Uzumaki Kenshin and Uzumaki Shanks. Fear made Danzo start to sweat. He did not want to meet either one of them. We, the Uzumaki clan, helped build this village. The same village that left us when they came to attack our village. The same village that made fun of a member of the Uzumaki family. Shanks growled in a dangerous way. Is this the same village that tried to kill him, his wife, and his son a few days ago? Asked Kenshin. What do you mean? The fire daimyo asked as he walked into the room. Unfazed by the heavy air, Shanks was leaving him out on purpose. Kenshin pulled out a scroll and unrolled it in the middle of the room. When the smoke cleared, 4 root shinobi and Sai were lying there as clear as day. 3 of them were already dead. 1 was barely alive, and Sai was the only one who wasn't hurt. Sai? Asked Choza. Sai jerked back right away and curled up while yelling, "Don't force me to return. I don't want to. I'm scared." Danzo was completely shocked. Shinobi were taught not to show any feelings. One of his best works was Sai, and now he was in a terrible state. Soon, Kenshin got sick of him freaking out, so he hit him in the back of the head, knocking him out. Let us explain, Shanks said. Flashback. 2 days had passed since Akatsuki was defeated. Danzo sent out his root shinobi with the plan to kill the emperor. If the West was in chaos, it wouldn't be a threat to Konoha, and Danzo could easily sweep through it and take all of its resources for his village. Konoha would be the capital of this whole continent. He sent 4 of his best shinobi with Sai, who had been there before. They rode a ship from the land of the waves all the way to the west along a trade route. It wasn't until recently that Konoha found out that the land of the waves could trade with the west, one that they had tried to use before but couldn't because the fire daimyo told them not to. They finally got to the west, where they pretended to be traders, to make their disguises even better. They were carrying weapons they had stolen from the land of Tetsu and other valuable items to sell. After they got into the city, they waited until night to sneak into the palace. They knew he was away on personal business, so they waited until he was gone to attack. As they walked through the palace, they took note of anything valuable that Danzo-sama might find useful. Slurp. When they turned around to see where the voice was coming from, they saw Osbin looking at them while holding a mug in one hand and a cane in the other. Well, I don't think you're lost. I know Sai has been here because he and his peers have been told not to go into the Emperor's home unless they are invited. And yet, here you are. Osbin said so. The leader of the group of shinobi asked, "Who is this?" Sai. "Simple person. He is in charge of all civilian matters," Sai answered. So this person is helpful to the West. If you tell us where the demon brat is, we'll make sure that your time in Danzo T and Isama's unit is more bearable," the leader was asked. Osbin just sipped from his mug to answer. When the leader lost his cool, he told 3 of them to kill Osbin. They ran toward him, eager to do what he said. They didn't want to use jutsu because it could lead people to where they were. Right now, it was important to be quiet. They thought it would be easy to get Osbin. They were so wrong. Before they knew what was going on, they were all thrown against the wall. The only difference was that Osbin was now using his walking stick as a weapon instead of as a walking stick. When Sai looked closely, he saw that each person who had been knocked out had a mark the same size as the cane in different places. Osbin said, "It's true that I'm in charge of civilian matters, but that doesn't mean I don't know how to fight. Even more so if it's just people who tend to think less of others." As the leader went through the hand signals, he growled. He no longer cared about being hidden, since it was clear that his ability to be quiet had been lost. Katen, Goryu Nagar. Osbin was hit by a stream of fire that looked like a dragon, but Osbin just slammed his stick down, and the attack was stopped by a clear barrier. Even though fire was coming at Osbin, it didn't stop him. He kept walking forward, even though it was clear that the barrier was moving toward the user. The leader tried to give it more chakra, but Osbin's shield was strong. Soon, Osbin was close enough to the leader that he could poke him in the throat with his cane. The leader couldn't breathe, so he stopped his jutsu and tried to get some air. Sai tried to move, but all of a sudden, a bunch of hidden weapons pinned him down. When he looked up, he saw a woman with short hair hanging upside down. She looked at him and smiled. He was scared by this grin. Osbin sighed as he put the leader out of his mind. Yuffie, you've already got dummies to use as targets. You don't have to use a real person to test your skills. 3 shinobi who had been thrown into a wall finally woke up and tried to escape. But Maru and Hanabi were there and stopped them. As the 3 tried to attack, they yelled, "Die, traitors!" But once again, they are way too harsh on someone. Hanabi and Maru worked together while they were being trained by their idols, senseis, during the war. They got nicknames for each other. Hanabi wore white most of the time, and Maru wore black. Both outfits had a little bit of the other color on the right shoulder. People called them yin and yang, 2 parts of a whole that would kill anyone who got in their way. And these idiots were about to find out why they were called that. Soon, it was clear that Sai was the only one who was still awake. "I won't say anything," said Sai. Osbin snapped his fingers and said, "You won't have a choice." Soon, the shadows came to life and grabbed Sai, pulling him into the dark. As Sai fought, he swore he saw a lot of red eyes in the shadows. Osbin talked to the shadows as he was being pulled into them. "We need him to be alive, Alucard. If not, you can do what you want." Flashback ends. So, we put them in jail for trying to take over the West. If Konoha had done something like this, the West would have gone to war with it. Shanks was calm as he spoke to the fire daimyo. "HMPH, then let's go to war," yelled a civilian counselor. "We are the better village. We humans are the best. Your small empire will be destroyed by Konoha's will." At this point, many people were looking at the criminal as if he were stupid. The fire daimyo sighed when he saw this mess. Sarutobi Hiruzen may have been a good Hokage, but he let too much corruption grow. So Tsunade had a lot on her plate. He told his samurai to cut off the member's head so that his genes wouldn't mix with the rest. "Apologies, Uzumaki Shanks. I don't want my money to be used to fight a war that Konoha can't win. I promise that I will have my people find out what's going on," Henshin said. "That's a good apology, Daimyo-sama, but I'm afraid we have more to talk about." The Flames daimyo gave a tired nod and sat down. Shanks again took the floor. "So, I heard that Danzo Shimura is the new Hokage. Is that true?" Even though the fire daimyo wasn't in favor of it, everyone in the town gasped at this. They knew that the fire daimyo had to agree with this choice for this person to be Hokage. But they didn't care about that. Shanks didn't care and kept going. And it looks like his first move was to take away all the rights of shinobi until they swore to be loyal to him. And because of this, Tsunade couldn't go back to her family. Hamura yelled, "She is a senju. She is the last of her people. You forget that her grandmother is also in Uzumaki," Shanks said in a cold voice. "Still, she can't leave," said Koharu. "Her family was one of the first people to live in Konoha, so she can't go. She needs to bring people back to it someday. And the Senju would be angry with what this village has become now," Kenshin said with a snarl. "It's full of people who cheat, lie, and keep family away," he said. "You have already lied and kept my nephew from me, which was your job and not yours to do. And now, right in front of me, you want to stop my family from coming home." "That's enough," said the fire daimyo. "I'll let Danzo become Hokage. But anyone in the village can leave if they don't feel safe with Danzo in charge. Shinobi and regular people will be able to leave without getting in trouble for the next 72 hours. No one, not even seals, are allowed to stop them from leaving." Asano yelled, "That could destroy Konoha. If you all say Danzo is such a good leader, you shouldn't have anything to worry about," said the fire daimyo. "I have my own guards and some Uzumaki clan members patrolling. For now, you should think of the Uzumaki as my personal guards. And any attack on them is the same as an attack on me. I fully back them if they want to defend themselves." After he said that, he and his guards and Uzumakis left right away. When Danzo took a quick look at the Shinobi Council, he didn't like what he saw. Many of them were thinking about leaving for good. He decided that he needed to give an inspiring speech and make full use of Kato Matasukami. As he began to gather chakra, he felt it cut off all of a sudden. When he turned around, he saw Tsunade grinning and tapping on a seal with her hand. When he saw that it was an Uzumaki's sealing tag, he became very angry. He couldn't use his Kato Matasukami anymore. Just like Koharu and Himura, he would have to rely on his smooth talk. "Clan leaders, members of the public, I beseech you, we need to stand together against the coming darkness. The darkness that Naruto Uzumaki is known to be. If we don't work together, we will fall. But when we work together, we are strong and can stop the demon. We can show the world what the will of fire is and how it really burns in all of us. This demon feeds on bad things and people who are helpless. We do not. Instead, we help people in need by being fair, kind, and honest. I won't listen to your stupid talk." Tsunade cut her off. When Danzo gave his speech, she laughed at him. Victimize the weak. That was always what Danzo did. Now he was acting like a liar. She threw Danzo her headband from Konoha, which she had brought with her. I'm out. I have relatives I didn't know about who are still alive. But I'm not missing out on them. Everything is coming with me. Konoha will not take away my family or my past. People stared at her as she left, then laughed and called her a drunk old hag. Now that the traitor is gone, maybe we can all work together. Koharu began. She stopped when Tsunade was joined by another Hyatt. Asuma owned it. I'm out. I'm not going to put my family in danger here. Too many important people from the Sarutobi clan have died. I'm going. Those in the Sarutobi clan who want to stay can. But I'm leaving. He left by giving Danzo the finger, before putting it in the pile. Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza looked at each other. Asano yelled, "You can't do this." Clank. Hayashi put it in and walked away proudly, ready to get all of his things ready to go. Inuzaku Tsume was in a bad way. She cared most about the pack and being loyal, but she knew she couldn't trust Danzo. She was also not sure if she could trust the West. At the end of the day, their instincts told them that Naruto was the fox. When Shibai put her hand on her shoulder, that was the last straw. Do you really think that after what your pack has done, they will be able to live in Konoha? You have shown your pack how important family is. Still, we can see now that the elders and people in power were willing to split up families to get what they wanted. Pick what you think is right. Can you really say that Naruto is the demon? Or do you just not know enough about Fuinjutsu to do the right thing? Even though Shibai didn't talk much, he said more than Tsume had ever heard him say. He left after throwing his hat on the pile. When it came down to the last choice, Tsume threw hers in. It was a big move. Shinobi from different departments left when they heard that Danzo was going to be in charge. Ibiki, Anko, and a few other important people in the T&I department left quickly, as did Ibiki. Everything that could be taken was. There are no more sealing scrolls. And only after the Uzumaki gave a few extras did some valuable things leave the clan. Tsunade took everything from the Senju compound, including the 4 Hokage's ashes. She was stopped because it was against the law and rude, but she got her way by punching them in the face. The first 2 Hokages were Senju. The third was her teacher and also Asuma's request. And the fourth was in Uzumaki by marriage. The Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara clans moved with everything they owned. They thought it would be best to stick together and maybe try their luck in the West. The other lands didn't sound very good. And when Choji told his father that the food was best in the West, it was easy to get the head of the Akimichi clan to decide. The Aburame instead chose to go towards spring. With the new weather, the bugs might do better, and they might even come up with bugs that can handle the cold. They could also promise to keep Koyuki's house clean and free of bugs. The fact that spring had a strong alliance with the West also helped them make their decision. Also, no one knew, but all of them were perverts. People couldn't tell if they were staring or admiring someone's body if they wore sunglasses all the time. If someone was wearing a high collar, no one could tell if they were bleeding from the nose if they saw something wrong. Along with the fact that they were thought to be noble, it was the perfect disguise. Knowing a certain movie star did affect that choice. The Sarutobi family broke up. Some of the others wanted to go to Sand, but Asuma took his family to the West. In the end, most of the people went to the West, while a few went to the country of Sand. The Hyuga clan and the Inuzaku clan were both in a mess. They didn't agree with each other at all. Hayashi didn't listen to the wisdom of the older people when he said that Heike would take over as head of the clan. Heike's first order was that no one could leave unless they were killed. Because of this, Hisoka had to use his chakra chains. It wasn't like Kushina, which was made of chains of sticky gum. He pushed Heike against the wall and put paper on the foreheads of every branch member, who had no idea what was going on. Some people from the main branch tried to help, but Urza's swords, which were floating around, stopped them. With a quick pull, the chains that were stuck on the papers came off, making a loud ripping sound. The branch members winced in pain, but as soon as they realized they were free, they cried tears of joy. Of course, the people who were freed wanted to go to the West. Most of the main branch members left Konoha because they said they didn't need the weaker branch members. Hayashi was glad to leave. The Inuzaku clan broke up into 3 groups. Kiba was trying to say that he was an alpha and that they should stay in Konoha. No need to worry about being dead last. Hana was already planning to go to the West, and she had persuaded a few other members to go with her. She said that there were real alpha mates in the West, unlike Kiba, who was just bragging. Tsume was torn, but he chose to go to spring in the end. 1/10 of the clan went to the West. 3 tenths stayed, and the other 6 tenths went for spring. Most of the shinobi who were not part of a clan went their own way. 1/5 went to the west, and the other half went wherever the wind took them. Iruka, who was dating Anko behind his friend's back, was glad that Anko was coming to the west with him. Not everyone liked Danzo as a choice. Soon, it would be time to leave. Everyone who wanted to come to Sand and Spring was welcome. Irami quickly uprooted the spies that Danzo tried to sneak in. People who were going somewhere else but not to the west decided to stay and see how the people going to the west did. All that was left was for the transportation to arrive from the west. Most people had heard about the airships, but they laughed it off, thinking that the people who told them were making it up or that their memories were all mixed up. Soon, though, you could hear the sound of blades spinning in the sky. When the high wind came down to the ground, everyone looked up and their jaws dropped. When the door opened, Naruto was the first thing everyone saw. He was no longer wearing his emperor clothes. Instead, he was wearing his favorite orange shirt that he always wore. But now he had a white cape with flames at the bottom. It was both a gift and a joke from Jiraiya and Kakashi. No one could now say that Naruto did not look like Minato. It's the little devil. He's breaking the law. He was kicked out. We are allowed to kill him. Someone kill, Asano yelled. But Iruka knocked him out because he was getting on his nerves. Tsunade walked over to Naruto and hugged him. Naruto said in a whisper, "Let's go home, boss-san." Tsunade cried and gave a nod. Jiraiya came out of the ship with his arms wide open. Tsunade didn't wait and jumped on him right away. "I got my sensei back. My Heim," Jiraiya said in a whisper. "You weren't forced to. I'd rather you have a better chance of living with me than with someone else," Tsunade replied with a whisper. Despite that, she enjoyed his warmth. Soon, everyone who was going to the west got on board. Soon, there were only 2 people left. Uzumaki Shanks and Kenshin looked in the direction of Konoha. They focused on Danzo, Himura, and Koharu. They could feel the sharp look they were giving them. "Let me be clear," Kenshin snarled. "If you do something stupid like this again, you won't be able to hide. Before you ask, yes, that is a threat. Also, it's a promise." Kenshin quickly cut open the bandages around Danzo's eye with his sword, showing everyone that his Sharingan had been stolen. He put his left hand on it to hide it, but it was too late. Everyone had seen it. "Our network also told us that you stole some valuable parts of your body. We in the West won't do anything, but if you try anything, you had better be ready to die. The Uzumakis will kill you no matter how good your blood is." Kenshin and Shanks laughed and turned around to leave.
Most of Konoha's army had left, leaving Danzo to pick up the pieces. Before Danzo took over as Hokage, there were about 20,000 active shinobi in Konoha. Now that he was the Hokage, only about 8,000 shinobi would stay with him. That meant that 60% of the shinobi did not want Danzo to be their leader, so they left quickly. Because of this, some people who lived in Konoha decided it was no longer safe and left to find new homes. After losing so many people, Konoha had about as many people and as much power as a small village. Not something Danzo wanted. He quickly called a meeting and took the power away from the civilian council. He told them that they needed a strong leader with only one voice if they wanted to make it through. They were upset, but Danzo told them that when the danger was over, they would go back to their positions of power. He didn't have any plans to keep that promise. After that, he forced every shinobi still living in Konoha who wasn't part of a clan and every orphan he could find to go through root training. Next, he made a deal with Kiba, the new patriarch of the remaining in Yuzaku clan, to have some of their members also go through the training. In exchange, he promised Hinata and other women things. Kiba thought with his libido and agreed, which should come as no surprise. But when he went to the orphanages, he found that none of them had any kids. Naruto made sure that Tsunade brought all the orphans with her. He wanted them to have a second chance at life instead of rotting away in a hellhole where they would be forced to live a life they didn't want. Danzo decided, with clenched teeth, that he needed to reach out to other cities. There had to be kids who had no parents. If that didn't work, the next plan was to take a few kids from some families. In the end, it was for the better. He was stopped in his tracks, though, when the fire daimyo told him that he could never send his forces farther than a certain distance from Konoha. So that this would happen, he had the Uzumaki clan build a seal-powered borderline. If someone tried to break the seals, he would know. He would know if anything with chakra went through it. Danzo was pretty much locked up. People in the West who went there to try their luck were shocked by what they saw. Naruto had already told them where they were going to live. They were going to come in the next day to find out what jobs would be a good fit for them. Inoichi said, "Ino wasn't joking when she said the West would destroy us. It's too hard to think about," Shikaku said in response. Chaoji dragged the Akamichi clan into the dining room after getting permission to let them try Sanji's food. He found Luffy, and the two of them decided to have an eating contest. Chuza and a few others wanted to join in, as you might expect. Hana ran straight to where Kaguya was. The other and Yuzaku clans liked Koga's clan because they were interested in their wolf packs. The Sarutobi clan decided to stay where they were and try to get used to it. Jiraiya and Shizune went with Tsunade to the Uzumaki compound. At the end of the day, Tsunade was so happy that so many of her family members were still alive, even if they were from the Uzumaki side. Hayashi went right away to look for his family. He was glad to see that Hinata and Tenten's pregnancy was going well. The other Hyuga members were still shocked by how quickly they were freed, so they decided to just chill out in their new place. Itachi was right. Sasuke tried to have his Odo shinobi attack a western caravan within a week. His forces were easily turned back, and because the Rice daimyo was under pressure, Sasuke had to stop attacking the west. A week after that attack, they heard that Odo and Konoha had stopped fighting and were now working together. That made Naruto roll his eyes. He knew that both leaders were putting their disagreements aside just to kill him before they tried to rip each other's throats out. After another week, there was a group of people who said they were sent from both Odo and Konoha. Naruto was sitting on his throne and thinking about what to do about the so-called peaceful visitors when he heard that they had arrived. Sasuke, who was as proud as usual, was in charge of the group. Behind him were Hamura and Koharu from Konoha, who weren't worried about anything. Even though he seemed nervous, Kabuto was with them. Hiba and Haikyuu, who were there to represent their clan, and Sakura were the last people in the group. There were 5 root shinobi behind them to protect them. Naruto asked with boredom, "So, what can the West do for you today?" "Watch what you say, Dobe," said Sasuke. "You're in front of a higher-ranking person. Bow to me to show that you respect me." "Wow," Naruto said. "Even after all that being made fun of, you still think you're better." "It doesn't matter," Koharu said. "Not after you do what we say." "Obey?" asked Naruto. "You, who claim to be messengers of peace, have come to the Emperor of the West to make demands, not to talk about peace." Hamura yelled, "Shut up, demon boy. You won't be emperor for long, not after our talks." "They, Baka, shut your mouth, get down on your knees, and lick the floor where Sasuke walks," yelled Sakura. When the door opened, Hinata was standing there with a big belly. As Hinata walked toward Naruto, Kiba and Sasuke looked at her. "Honey, can you stop making all that noise? It's making a baby shower less fun. Also, hurry up with these bothersome things. My husband needs to be there," asked Hinata. Before Sakura could say anything else, she started to feel like she wasn't getting enough air. She couldn't talk or even breathe. She fell asleep after 30 seconds. It was embarrassing because most Chunin-level shinobi should have been able to hold their breath for at least 3 minutes if they had trained well. This just shows that Sakura hasn't changed at all in all these years. Hinata said, "Thank you, Kaguya," to a figure at the door. "No problem, Your Majesty," said Kaguya. "I just didn't want to hear her talk anymore." Hiba walked toward Hinata without caring that she was married and expecting a child. "Hey, Hinata, we'll get you out of that dobe, so don't worry. Once he's gone and you've had an abortion, you can move in with me. I'll give you the baby you want and the best time of your life while you're riding on my dick. I'm sure that you don't want a demon from." Kiba never got to the end of his thought. He got a juken punch to his genitalia, which killed any chance of it working. Then she hit him in the face, which sent him flying out of the room. She and Kaguya walked out of the room in a huff. When Kiba landed outside the palace in a yard, he looked up, and when he saw who he was looking at, he gulped in fear. "You still don't know your place," Sesshomaru growled. "I've told you before, trying to steal an alpha's mate, and even worse, trying to kill a baby that hasn't even been born yet. It's time to put you where you belong." Kiba screamed in pain as Sesshomaru caused him a lot of pain. Hamura chose to ignore that for now and move on with his demands. "First of all, you will give Konoha and Odo your ridiculous title that you don't deserve. The future of your lands will be decided by Danzo-sama and Uchiha-sama. They will get everything you have earned. They will share all medical, technological, and other advances so that Konoha can become great again. Your military will be retrained to show the rest of the world what real force is. We will be a part of any military alliances." Koharu kept going with her demands, saying, "You will be tried for treason against the Leaf, just like you were supposed to be 7 years ago, before you are put to death for treason. As punishment, Kiba and Sasuke will share your wife and treat her like a slave. So that demon blood doesn't spread, that child of yours will be killed. Also, every Konoha clan, including the Uzumaki clan, will promise to be loyal to Konoha and Odo. To stop riots, all of the current leaders will be killed." After this, Haikyuu decided to make his own demands. Also, the caged bird seal will be given to all the Hyuga who left, and the Uzumaki will make it better. To stop treason against us, we will also kill any Hyuga children who live in the West. Greatness will come from the main blood. Finally, Hamura said, all demons in the West must bow down to our wishes. They are not as important as other people, so they should be treated that way. If you don't listen, the land of waves and spring will have to pay for your unreasonable and unfair refusal. They'll swear at you. You can't want that, can you? He smiled because he thought they now had Naruto. Naruto slowly got off his throne and made his way to the window, where he looked out. After 10 minutes of standing still, finally figured out your fate, Dobe. Sasuke asked. Don't worry, I'll take care of your whore and everything that belongs to me. Still, Naruto didn't say a word. Answer me. I assume from your silence that you agree, Koharu said. Excellent, then let's. No, said Naruto. No, surely you know that acting like a child will hurt you. Koharu asked. No means no. I won't give in to your stupid request that has no power behind it, Naruto said, his eyes starting to glow. You come here to satisfy both your twisted sense of justice and your greed. I'll tell you right now that I know you don't even have permission from your daimyo to do this. Go home and never come back. If you do even the slightest thing wrong, you will be destroyed. Koharu and Hamura huffed because they knew they had been caught out. Sasuke, however, didn't like being threatened. Die, Dobe. Sasuke yelled as he turned on his Manjikayo Sharingan right away. He used Susanoo and tried to get it to shoot arrows at Amaterasu so that he would be killed. He thought that if he killed Naruto, the West would be his. It doesn't matter that they wouldn't take him. He thought they would give him money and women and praise him. All of them were easy for Naruto to avoid, and then he just vanished in a flash. Before Sasuke realized what was going on, he felt something move behind him. When he looked down, a wind blade was sticking out of his chest. When he looked back, he saw that Naruto had stabbed him from behind, and Koharu and Hamura were shocked. Sasuke didn't remember that Naruto had tagged him before, and the mark of a Hiriashin never goes away. You can't kill me, Sasuke stuttered. I'm better than you. Naruto didn't say anything as he pulled out another kunai and put it through Sasuke's head, killing him. 3 weeks. Itachi had a point. When they turned around, Shanks, Yusuke, Luffy, Ozpin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were there. It took Sasuke 3 weeks to piss off the West, Jiraiya said. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you must help us. The demon ran away and killed a person who didn't deserve it. Worse still, he killed Konoha's last loyal Uchiha. They were part of making Konoha. He has to die. Hamura yelled. You need to get your head checked, said Tsunade. Sasuke Uchiha stopped being loyal when he left. Also, he attacked Naruto out of his own anger. Last, you forget that the Uzumaki clan helped build Konoha more than the Uchiha. But, said Koharu, stop. You have already hurt the Uzumaki clan in terrible ways. Shut up if you care about your life, said Shanks. Yusuke said, man, you guys are supposed to be helping run the village, but you're dumber than Luffy, and that's saying something. Hamura and Koharu did nothing but puff. Luffy suddenly reached out to grab Kabuto and a root shinobi who were trying to sneak away toward the door where Hinata had gone. Shishishi, where are you going? Said Luffy, grinning. Kabuto could only sweat out of fear. Naruto was tired of it. Leave my land alone. Go back to your dumb Danzo and die there. Odo has tried to fight us, so they will be the first to go. Several Brotherhood members showed up out of nowhere and handcuffed them all before they could even try to explain. They were taken out of the West quickly. Several airships came into Odo without giving any warning. Naruto forced the Rice Daimyo to see his point, so he had no choice but to let this happen. When Danzo got back to Konoha, he killed the shinobi who were with the emissaries right away. There was no way to fail. Odo was wiped out completely. No survivors. Any woman who might have given birth to Sasuke's child was killed. None of them had it, which was a good thing. What hadn't been said was that when Itachi insulted Iam, Sasuke decided to punish him. Without him noticing, he had a small needle filled with a special liquid that would make the person injected sterile until the cure was taken. Back in the West, Kabuto was put to death. Danzo was growling in anger. His plans were all going wrong. All because he wasn't given to that cursed brat when he was born. If Sarutobi hadn't been so nice, Naruto would have been his best way to get rid of him and make Konoha the strongest place. Quickly, a meeting was set up to talk about what would happen to Konoha. Koharu and Hamura were going on and on about how unfair the West was. Danzo thought about what to do next. Kiba was at the hospital because Sesshomaru hurt him and he missed his dick. Sesshomaru wanted to stop him from acting out again, so he decided to castrate him. Kiba was humiliated because even his own clan could see that he was an Omega. Even his faithful friend Akamaru looked at him with disgust. If he wanted to keep any of his dignity, his only hope was to change his gender. Even the message to Suna and Spring had gone horribly wrong. Gaara didn't give in to their demands. Instead, he sent them away with Sandwave and told them the next Konoha ninja would die. When 5 messengers tried to kill Koyuki, Kakashi killed all of them. They didn't even come close. Danzo disobeyed the fire daimyo, which made the clan leader who used to be with Konoha very angry. A messenger from the fire daimyo came all of a sudden. Danzo-sama, the fire daimyo has sent you an important message. He wants me to read it in Konoha in front of everyone. Danzo grinned. Maybe his trip to him will work. When Danzo went to see the fire daimyo for a meeting to try to get him to give Konoha more money, he used Karamatsu-kami on him. To the Konoha people, I've heard that there's something going on deep inside Konoha, something that no one has ever seen before. It goes so far down that no other village has one like it. It's something that only Konoha has. Everyone was grinning. Maybe the fire daimyo would help them, and Naruto would have to bow down. After taking a deep breath, the messenger went on with his message. It's wrongdoing. It is a lie. It is so deeply rooted in Konoha that no amount of treatment can get rid of it. The final straw was when the current Hokage tried to change my mind because he thought he was better than everyone else. So instead of wasting money trying to treat it, I will go with the other option. I, the fire daimyo, am taking away all of Konoha's money. I already had ideas for a new village in a different place. The new village will be ready faster than expected because some of the forces are good at what they do and are honest. The location won't be given away just yet. The Uzumaki has also told me some interesting things. The spiral in Konoha's mark was put there to honor them, a fact you haven't thought about. The Uzumaki have the right to take back their sign, which was written into the rules when Konoha was made. Since they are still alive and you all thought they were dead, they have decided that you can no longer use it. In short, Konoha does not exist any longer. The messenger then turned into smoke, which showed that it was a shadow clone, but the message was still on the scroll, and everyone could see that it was real because it had the mark of the fire daimyo. Danzo just stood there, stunned. All of his hopes that Konoha would be the best village have died. Amira and Koharu were shocked and just stood there. All of the hard work they had done for the village went to waste. Even more people were shocked. Their glorious past, their mark, and their sense of who they were had just been taken away. Danzo quickly got better, and then he decided he had nothing to lose and everything to gain by trying something new. My people, my friends, we've been lied to. The fire daimyo doesn't care about real justice anymore because he has given in to his weakness. We are strong, though. We will be around. We only need to get rid of the one person who started all of this. The one who dresses up as a person. The person who fools other people into thinking he is kind. The one who lied about where he came from. The one with the name Uzumaki Naruto. People were desperate to get a hold of something, and this became a reason to kill Naruto. So, everyone who was still in Konoha got ready for war. They never even thought they might lose. It was said that the West had messed up the tournament to make themselves look good. After a few days, everyone was ready to just march into the West and kill Naruto. They didn't think for a second that they would lose badly. They were sure that justice would be done. But before they could march out, people from everywhere stopped them. They looked around in shock and saw people from the West. They soon made a path, and the fire daimyo stepped out in front of them. "What are you up to?" asked the fire daimyo with a cold tone. Danzo stepped out of the crowd and said, "HMPH, we don't know you as our daimyo. We're the ones who keep Konoha's history alive. We will fight against those who go against the will of fire. We will protect it from people who want to mess it up." Most people in the West didn't like what they saw. For so long, the power had gone to their heads, and their egos had grown to be as big as planets. "The flames if this is your way," said Daimyo, shaking his head. "So, that's that. I already told all of the other daimyo and other leaders about this betrayal. The last straw was when you tried to force me to do what you wanted by looking at me. The Uzumaki gave me a seal to protect me from that, which was a good thing. You control your own death." After that, he went away. The next few minutes couldn't even be called a legendary battle. It was a story, no doubt. A famous place to kill animals. It was unfair to Konoha in every way. All of the people from Konoha died in the end. Tifa killed Sakura first with a right hook. She didn't do her best in the tournament, which hurt her. Inuyasha cut Kiba, who was now called Kina because he had turned into a girl, in half. Everyone except Danzo, who was hiding behind Koharu as he ran away from the battle. He was the first person who ran away. Naruto got in the way of Danzo while he was running. HMPH, if it's not the devil child. Danzo spat out those words like they were poison. "It's over," Naruto said, his eyes getting wider. "Never," said Danzo. "I will be the one to make my village great. If it's not Konoha, I'll just make another. One that will be better than anything you can think of." When Danzo took off his bandages, he showed all of the Sharingans and the stolen Mokuton bloodline. "I have both the Uchiha and Senju powers. You can't beat me because you're just a brat with the Kyuubi." Danzo yelled. Both bloodlines could beat it. His eyes showed that he was going crazy. I was chosen to be the leader of the continent. And to start, I'll kill you. No, Naruto said firmly. You're just a thief sitting on a throne that you stole. Danzo attacked, but no matter what he did, he always ended up looking at the end of a kunai right before it killed him. He didn't die because of Izanagi, but he was running out of eyes. Naruto was using the Hurricane to teleport everywhere and was stabbing Danzo before he could react. Even the Sharingan, which could see fast-moving things, couldn't help him. No, I will not die. Danzo yelled as his last eye went out for Izanagi. Before he could do anything, he found himself suddenly surrounded by black fire. He looked up as he screamed in pain and saw that Itachi had come and was already using Susanoo. Naruto asked, "You want this one?" Itachi gave a nod, and Naruto took a big step back. It wasn't enough that you took Shusui's eyes, you also had to take the eyes of everyone else in my family. You will die, Itachi yelled as he stabbed him with the sword on his Susanoo. Danzo coughed up blood and tried to use Izanagi, but he wasn't able to. When he looked down, his body was melting into the knife. What is it? Danzo yelled as he felt his soul being pulled into a jar Itachi's Susanoo was holding. Itachi replied, Tasuka no Tsurubi. This sword will trap you in a world of drunken dreams. Since you are a power-crazed madman, it makes sense that you will be stuck in this world for all time. Danzo fought, but he soon got lost. Now, both his body and soul were stuck inside the gourd. Itachi flicked his hand and pulled Shusui's Sharingan out of Danzo just as he was about to go in. Itachi whispered to Danzo as he faded into the jar, "You don't even deserve this to be close to you." Naruto looked off into the distance and said, "It's over. There's just one more thing." As everyone from the west and its allies left what was left of Konoha, taking any valuables with them, Naruto stood on top of the Hokage monument and looked down. Anyone who made it back to Konoha was helped. This was where he was born, in this village, where his parents were supposed to take care of him. They died while trying to keep him and the village safe, and the village gave them hate, stupidity, and violence in return. This village used to be clean, but now it was full of bad things. He would put an end to it and leave it all in the past. Naruto reached for his chakra and said, "Kurama, it's your turn now." HMPH. Looks like I'll get to have fun, roared Kurama. Naruto leaped and turned into the Kyuubi with a powerful roar. The monument was broken up by his tails when they hit it. The buildings were torn down by his claws. As Naruto and Kurama tore through the village, the few people who were still alive panicked and tried to run away, but they were killed. At this point, there was no Hokage to save the village. Asano yelled, "Get away from me." Kurama bit her body in half, killing her. People begged for mercy. Naruto did the same things they did to him, and he didn't care about them as he killed them all. Naruto jumped into the air in his fox form as most of the village was in ruins. He made a Biju cannon and fired it at the middle of the village. Konoha was destroyed by a huge explosion. After the dust settled, there was nothing left. As Kurama broke the chakra connection, Naruto changed back into his human form. "Let's all go home," Naruto called out. The West nodded, and its allies did the same. Then everyone went home. After 3 years, a new hidden village was built in the Land of Fire. Naruto took his wife and 3 kids to the opening ceremony with him. The first child was a boy, and they named him Minato, which was his father's name. The second time, Hinata had twins who were different from each other. Boruto and Himawari were the names of the two. They chose Itachi and Koyuki to be their godparents because they could trust them the most. Naruto was the one who told the village about the new cage. When everyone stopped talking, Naruto coughed. "Everyone, I'm glad you could be here for this important event. I won't put this off any longer, so please welcome the Shodaime Hokage of the new village hidden in the sun. Sarutobi Maru," announced Naruto. Maru walked out into the crowd, letting the new people cheer as they saw his face. Standing next to him was his wife, Hyuga Sarutobi Hanabi. Nogi and Udon, 2 old friends of his, were the ones who had left for the West when they had the chance. They were advisors, but they didn't have much power. They knew that the old advisors of Konoha had taken advantage of their position, so they were willing to have less power to stop such terrible things from happening again. When they heard that Maru would become the Hokage like his grandfather, they all moved to the new village. Asuma was proud of him as he stood in the crowd with his wife and child. Suna allowed them to leave as well as the West under the condition that they would not reveal any secrets. People from different villages, including the now 4 main hidden villages, stood in the crowd. Even all of the cages came to show their support. Gaara went with his wife Matsuri, who was 6 months pregnant at the time. Kiritsuchi went with her Western-born husband. When it decided it was time to retire, Darui became the new Raikage. He moved to the west to be a consultant and to see Yujiro and Goku. Chijiro was the new Mizukage because Mei quit her job so she could live with Sanji, her new husband. Sanji was happier than he had ever been, but Mei warned that she would show him what she could do while giving head if he was too flirty with other women. Ao was very sad about this, but she kept giving Chijiro advice. The Inuzaku clan, which lived in Spring, also decided to move to the new village and stay there. They swore to never make the same mistakes they had made before. Soon decided to step down as clan leader and let a new wind come. This led to a new clan leader. Several new clans moved into the new village, which made it stronger. With help from the west, the new village would quickly grow into a big one. Some people from the old village also decided to move to the new one. Aruka and Anko went there to live with their children. Ibisu was also there, which was a surprise. He wanted to teach the kids of the future how to be shinobi. The other ex-Konoha clans chose to stay where they were because they thought it was good enough. In spring, Shino even found someone to live with. Kakashi and Koyuki already had a daughter, and they were about to have a son. Kakashi asked Naruto and Hinata to be their daughter's godparents and for permission to name her Kushina. Back in the west, Tenten gave birth to twins for Neji. They named their children Hizashi and Hizashi. Hayashi was glad to have so many grandchildren, and he was sure that Hanabi would soon give him another one to spoil. The Hyuga family was broken up. Half of the people stayed in the west, and the other half moved to the new village. Both said they would always talk to each other. Shikamaru and Temari fought so much that they still got married, even though he said it would be hard. Even though he liked makeup, Kenkuro still had trouble finding a date, and he ended up attracting a lot of akamas. After the 10th time, he gave up on makeup for good. In the end, Choji married Ino. It was funny when they got drunk one night and Choji told Ino he liked her. One thing led to another, and the two of them ended up naked and with rings on their left hands in a room that smelled like sex. Inoichi ended up chasing Choji around the Imperial West several times before he finally gave up. Hana and Kaguya were able to get what they wanted from Sesshomaru by making him fall in love with them. After 7 hours, Sesshomaru walked out, but he didn't look too tired. He needed to get Rin from school. Inside the room, there were 2 happy women with a look of Ahigoa on their faces. The other members of the Inuzaku clan who lived in the west joined Koga's clan. After seeing him in action, Guy and Lee moved to Ryazanpaku and begged the elder to take them and his disciples. They said that his flames of youth were better than theirs and that they weren't good enough. Hayato Furinji laughed and said they were still in the spring of their youth. He then let them in. As he hugged his wife Miu and their daughter, Kanishi could only sigh. Hermit stood off to the side and laughed before walking away to meet his wife Renka. Tsunade finally married Jiraiya, and they had a child, which was a big surprise. The child showed that he came from the Mokiden Senju bloodline. The child's skill was helped by Yoko Kirama. He was dating Shizune because they found they had a lot in common when it came to medicine, especially poison. Itachi and Iam had a daughter whom they named Shinka Sarada. When asked why he chose this name, Itachi just gave a shrug and said that it seemed like a good name. Chuchai wanted more grandchildren to play with, so they were going to try for another one soon. Both Kasama and Kenpachi liked to fight, so they kept sparring with each other. As soon as the ceremony was over, Naruto flew his family back home in his own airship. Go west again, back to the place where they really lived.